Well, you both present very compelling arguments, but I have to say I am a bit of a softie, and I do believe that, the world needs more love. So I'm really sorry, Declan. I feel that Marley has presented the most positive and, the most, I think it's all about love, and I think you're absolutely bang on.
So
and being
Jolly,
good humans.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So you're a hippie, Jolly.
Call me what you like, Declan, but I just think it's all about community, and being nice to each other.
I agree.
And being human.
I was trying to talk, but it was nothing.
But okay, so
sense.
I appreciate it. I will give you your bribe later. But in terms of argument style, we do look for feedback in terms of the argument style. How do you think our presentation of our arguments were?
Oh, faultless. Absolutely.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. As you know, I did compete in the grade 9 debating team back in high school.
Yep.
I can't remember if I won or lost, but I always love a good argument, and you both had very valid points. But at the end of the day, I think
I was better.
Yeah, exactly. Good. Sorry, Marley.
Sorry, did you say that, Jolly, or did Marley say that? All right. Well, thank you for your time, Marley. Also, our time is up, and we were going to talk about Origin, but it's happening this
Queensland.
week. Let's. Oh,
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
Jolly, now you have to leave the studio.
We were going
right,
to talk
back
about
to work.
we were going to talk about the squads, but let's just do it post. Let's see what the results are and see if those squad changes have an effect.
I'm still feeling a bit hurt this week, so I need some more time.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Marley. Thanks, Jolly.
You're welcome. Go
Bye.
Queensland.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. The federal opposition leader has urged embattled Senator David Van to resign from Parliament as news of a third harassment allegation against him emerges. Jade Toomey reports from Parliament House.
Peter Dutton ousted the Victorian senator from the Liberal Party room yesterday, but has now suggested Senator Van walk himself out of Capitol Hill altogether. It comes after 2 days of allegations against him, first by independent Senator Lydia Thorpe, who told Parliament he assaulted her, which he denies, and she later withdrew. Senator Van also says he can't recall groping former Liberal Senator Amanda Stoker at a parliamentary party. Peter Dutton has today revealed a third allegation is under investigation by Parliament's Workplace Support Service. He's told Nine Radio Senator Van should seek help.
Serious, credible allegations that have been made.
Senator Van says he's shattered by recent events and will cooperate with Mr Dutton's processes.
The Liberal Party says it's taken action to suspend all organisational resources and support from Senator Van. The Victorian branch of the party says there will be an urgent meeting this weekend of the Administrative Committee to consider the allegations raised. A judge has awarded hundreds of thousands of dollars to a woman after finding she suffered mental harm as a result of abuse by former AFL legend Barry Cable. David Webber reports.
The woman said she was abused by Cable in the 1960s and 70s when she was a teenager. Judge Mark Heron found she'd suffered psychiatric injury and harm. He awarded her $818,700 and legal costs. Outside court, the woman's lawyer, Michael Magazanik, paid tribute to her and other women who gave evidence.
It's a day to honour my client's bravery and that of the other women who gave evidence. They're the people worthy of public respect and admiration.
Cable, who's always denied the claims, was not in court and didn't have any legal representation appear on his behalf.
Cable holds legend status in the Australian Hall of Fame, and the AFL says it acknowledges the court's findings and has no further update at this time. However, the AFL has confirmed the Commission has approved a change to Hall of Fame rules, which will give the committee the power to suspend or revoke the Hall of Fame membership of a player, coach or official convicted of an indictable offence in court. The state opposition says Victoria needs to undergo a review of its tax system to make it more attractive for businesses to remain in the state. South Australia has launched a new campaign to lure investment away from Victoria, promising no new taxes and no tax increases in its state budget to attract businesses to move west. Shadow Tourism Minister Sam Groth says Victoria needs to make sure it remains viable to start and grow a business in the state.
Victoria is now the highest taxed state in Australia, so it is little wonder that other states are starting to poach local businesses to take their investment interstate. Victoria needs to be the place to be, not the place to flee.
The state government says new high-definition cameras at some of Melbourne's busiest intersections will keep pedestrians safe and help manage congestion. Victoria's road toll stands at a 16-year high for this time of the year. Roads Minister Melissa Horne says the new cameras allow for shorter crossing times for smaller groups of pedestrians and longer crossing times for more pedestrians.
We're installing high-definition cameras at pedestrian crossings. Now, what these cameras can do is actually detect how many people are at a particular intersection.
The Australian Sports Commission has recommended sports opt for inclusion first when designing their transgender and gender-diverse policies for high-performance athletes. Tracy Holmes reports.
The High Performance Guidelines recommend inclusion first, in line with sex discrimination law, with exemptions allowed on a case-by-case basis. CEO of the Australian Sports Commission, Olympian Kieran Perkins, told The Ticket the guidelines also create
the opening up of a dialogue about how we very pragmatically and sensibly move through what's a complex issue.
Olympic Rugby Sevens champion Elia Green says all athletes could benefit from reading the guidelines.
It provides context, knowledge and education.
Tracy Holmes, ABC News.
There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for tomorrow for much of the state. Dry and mostly sunny at first, apart from isolated showers over the northeast ranges. Scattered showers extending over all but the far southeast by tomorrow night. Late showers for Melbourne. It's currently 14 degrees. ABC News.
For exclusive access to extraordinary people, stream great chats on ABC iView.
I wanted to meet you for so long.
Yeah, me too.
With intimate interviews from Louis Theroux and ABC of.
Have you said anything that you've regretted?
Emotional insights on Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
How old were you when your father died?
And probing questions in Stuff the British Stole.
How on earth did you find this?
Great chats and fascinating facts whenever you like. Stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
Oh, the home fans like that.
What a game. It's got everything.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn, steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom.
Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt.
Snap from 35 and boy does he love it.
Run by Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital,
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Game 2 of round 14 brings you to the Gabba in Brisbane.
We should be at the Gabba in Brisbane for the first night of the Ashes, shouldn't we? But it's football, Friday night football, Brisbane playing Sydney in the marquee television fixture for the first time. Never played Friday night footy against each other, the Lions and the Swans, but they will do tonight with a fair bit of focus on both clubs. Brisbane, 8-4, ensconced inside the top 8, but 2 of those 4 losses have come in the last couple of appearances, either side of the bye. Brisbane went to Adelaide, beaten by the Crows, had a week off, and then were run off their legs by the Hawks at the MCG last start. 25 points the winning margin for Hawthorn. 8-2 after 10 rounds has become 8-4 as they return to their Gabba fortress. And what about last year's grand finalists, the Sydney Swans? Just cannot win at the SCG this year. They played there 6 times. They have won 2 of those 6, but last week, it was a loss to the Saints to the tune of 14 points. They're 5-7. They're chasing the pack to try and make the finals in 2023, and they'll have to do so tonight without 2 of their biggest names, Isaac Heaney and Lance Franklin. It is fantastic to have your company on a gorgeous Friday night at the Gabba. Quentin Hull to be joined by Michael Price for the call. Former Brownlow medalist, always Brownlow medalist in his eyes, and it makes sense. Jason Ackermanis alongside AFLW rep for the Lions, Suns and Kangaroos, Jamie Stanton. What a good night it is for football, and we will bring you a couple of guests. We'll get inside the Swans camp with Ben Matthews in just a moment to try and work out what's wrong with Buddy, what's wrong with their defence, and just who is Jack Buller, the mid-season draftee who's going to play footy for the first time tonight, and a man who's got investment in lots of corners of this contest. We'll introduce you to him in just a moment. You, as ever, are welcome to be a part of the broadcast. 0437 774 774 is the way to get in touch. And, of course, we'll be across the cricket. ABC Listen app, red cricket button to get that live. We will bring all the news to you here, though, with a lot of you going to the broadcast from Edgbaston once we wrap up at the footy. But you can pick up the broadcast, of course, with Jim Maxwell and the team live from Edgbaston on the ABC Listen app. Look for the red cricket ball button. Akka, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Quentin, and hello to Pricey over there saying nothing, and of course Jamie. First time I've worked with Jamie, so it's very good. It must be, I don't know, it's quite an interesting night. It will be, not just the Lions midfield, the bounce back from, well, their bogey team, really, Hawthorn. And then, of course, how can Joey kick straight? Can they get Rayner in the midfield more? There's a lot of questions tonight. Thankfully, they're playing a great team in Sydney, always really competitive. But looking forward to hearing from Ben Matthews as well.
Yeah, and some really weird messaging out of the Lions with Daniel Rich and Jack Gunston apparently putting their hands up for a rest. Have you ever done that, Jamie Stanton? Gone into the coach's office and said, look, coach, I'm not playing like that well, give me a spell.
We get 10 games around, so there's no way in hell I'm missing out on one of them. No, so
not when you're getting paid $6,000 a game like those boys. As if you'd be saying, I need a rest in the training block. It'd be stuff that I'd just be making up some excuse. We just had a bad night there, coach. I'll be right. You watch this. I'll train well and pick me again. That's
how much of that was the Brisbane Lions and Chris Fagan in particular looking after the senior players in that regard, media-wise?
Oh, definitely, from the public point of view. And it is actually good coaching. I mean, the last thing, because your players read everything the coach says like you wouldn't believe. In fact, when you do, as a coach, talk, you really just got to think, I'm not talking to the public, I'm talking to my players.
2 storylines, I reckon, tonight. Which one's more likely, Jamie, that the runners-up from last year's grand final announced to the competition that, hold on, we're still a force to be reckoned with, even without key players, or Brisbane says, no drama here, we get back home, we win another one, we're back on track, and the last few weeks has been a hiccup?
I think the latter. Brisbane are very good at the Gabba. They know how to play this venue extremely well, and unfortunately Sydney have had a season from hell, from injury, from form, from ins and outs of players and big star recruits not being on the field. So the latter seems more likely, but hopefully it's a good contest.
Remember when we played though, Q, I forget which it was, we got absolutely rolled. We got flogged. I think it was round 22, came back, first final, absolutely destroyed the opposition. Like, you just know you're going to come here. They're going to be a better team. It's just a different place to play. You know you're going to, it's very hard to get beaten, and you're just ready for it.
Quite fittingly, on this night where we're at the Gabba for the first night of the Ashes for football, but our guest is actually taking in tonight's football from the Queensland Cricketers Club. There's all these weird little parallels going on, and he's a guy who's a Sydney Swans legend, who's come to watch his boy play for the Brisbane Lions today, and his other boy play in the VFL tomorrow, and his daughter play netball on Sunday. When the Dunkleys come to town, there's a fair bit of sport to be watched, and it's fantastic to be joined by former Swans defender Andrew Dunkley from the front row of the Queensland Cricketers Club. Andrew, I tried to get you into the box. It's really tricky to get from there to the box and back, but you've got the mic and you're on the cans. Nice to have a chat to you.
How are you, fellas?
Yeah, it's the dunk.
Good, the dunk.
Who are you going for tonight?
Oh, it's pretty obvious who I'm going for tonight. But the blood's normally thicker than everything else. But no, I'm just grateful to be in Brisbane and get to watch hopefully a good game of footy.
Doug's going to just ask, sorry, Q, your son, he's a fantastic kick. Now,
you're going there straight away.
Straight away.
Going to warm him up.
Well, I played against Doug, and I actually got hit by. If you ever get hit by him, you never forget it. And he got me one day accidentally. I don't even think you meant it. That's how brutal he was.
Yeah, you wouldn't have asked for it though, Aka.
I wouldn't. I never asked for it. Is it really hard watching your son? I mean, he was going. I thought he was happy at the Bulldogs, but things don't ever look as they seem. To come to Brisbane, like it's a big step. Considering where he's at, he's playing great footy, best and fairest winner. Like, how did you feel about all of that?
No, I'm just happy with family, mate. You just want him to be happy, and he's over the moon at the moment, being up here and in amongst a great group of people. And how better place to play than Brisbane, than the weather during the week, like 21 degrees. It's nearly the shortest day of the year, mate. So
no, middle of winter.
My God.
Well,
I could have played for another 3 years.
That family connection is something that is really interesting. And you go back to when Josh was available to be picked up by Sydney, but the Swans essentially said, look, we're not going to bid up to him unless it's a club that's outside of Victoria, because you guys were so tight. Basically, was that the story? You were happy enough for him not to go to Sydney if he stayed in Melbourne back then?
Yeah, it was always like he wasn't he's very much a homeboy, and that's obviously turned around now. But no, it was a great thing to he just wanted to be drafted. So at the end of the day, it was a choice of clubs which way it was going to go. Millsy was in the same draft as Josh, and he went quite high. So Sydney didn't have the points to. Unless they went into deficit to match it for Josh. So they were happy to let him go to the Bulldogs, which worked out really well.
And how big an impact has Lara settling for the Firebirds had on him coming to live in Brisbane as well?
Yeah, pretty big. She was raving about the weather and everything to him for the last few years that Lara's been here. So it's my wife and I were talking the other day. We've been up here for a week, and just to see how happy they are as a group of kids that that we obviously love, and they're all trying to get play their dream.
And Kyle's in the VFL tomorrow, so you've got AFL tonight, VFL tomorrow, and then netball on Sunday. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, it's a busy weekend, but it's nothing better than being entertained by your kids.
What stars!
They're not paying their way though. That's the only issue. It's still got to pay.
How much footy do you watch, Andrew, outside of Josh and Kyle?
A bit. I'm finding it a little bit hard. Acker would probably back me up here, but the footy these days is a bit different. Can't get my head around the tackling side of the game and the contact side of the game. That's changed a hell of a lot. But no, I still watch a bit. Living in Victoria, you've got no choice. If you want to watch TV, it's pretty much footy.
Yeah, we used to have. I don't know how your coaches were, but Lee Matthews, for example, first one, win your own ball. Second, tackle and dump. Like dump, hurt them.
Yeah.
If you could hit the head in the ground, do it. And you can't even do it these days.
Yeah, you'd play pretty well these days, Acker, I reckon.
I would. Hey? I wasn't our best tackler.
Non-contact sport.
Mate, I'd kick another 400 goals for anything.
Can I touch on the Swans' heartstrings for a moment? Because you were a warrior for that footy club, and they've gone from runners-up, or be a long way back in the last race of the year, last year, to now fighting to be in the eight. What's happened to your Swannies this year?
I think injuries have played a fair part of the Swans' fall this year, but they're a big chance tonight. Don't worry about that. Brisbane aren't playing that well either. So ever since Horse has been at the Swans, they've been very competitive. Whether they get the result at the end of the day, but they're always going to be thereabouts. And it's a credit to the group that they keep fighting to the end.
So, are you cheering for Josh and the Swans, or are you?
No.
You're cheering for Brisbane.
I actually, it's a little story. I'm not a colours person, so I've never been I always support, in my own mind, but when Brisbane beat Collingwood, I wore the Brisbane top to the local footy and copped a fair bit of shit down at home, and that was quite entertaining. But I don't normally wear the colours, but tonight definitely Brisbane. I want Josh to succeed, and they need to win.
Do you prefer going to the footy or the netball?
To be honest, the netball's actually more physical these days. Hey, have you seen it live?
Oh yeah.
It's a great women's sport, the netball, and I love watching it, especially live, because you see the whole. It's a very, very physical sport, that one.
I reckon though, if Dunks and I went down and played now, I think he'd actually be surprised by the sheer speed of the tackle. As much as it's not dumping anymore, the speed of the guys,
the velocity,
they do hurt. It does. It's not as easy as it looks. It's a bit like it's easier on TV. It looks easier on TV than it is. It's quite difficult. The guys hit pretty hard.
Andrew Dunkley is our guest, and just on the team news, there is no news, so to speak, no changes. But Cal Archie is the sub for Brisbane, and Dylan Stevens the sub for Sydney. So. You spend a lot of time up here now, I'm assuming, Andrew. How much?
Not enough. Through the winter, just this week that I've been here, I've actually I just had back surgery 3 weeks ago, and I could hardly walk, Aka. I had a perforated disc in my back, and
was that from carrying the Swans for about 5 years?
Probably you jumping on my shoulders, mate.
I jump into your back.
It's a bit of an ongoing thing, but it's been real success, and I was able to fly up here last week after the Brisbane Hawthorn game and spend a week up here, so it's good.
But is it feeling better though?
Definitely better. Instant relief through my legs and the nerve pain I was getting. So it's the second time I've had it, actually, different area. So,
well, hope you're recovering okay. Where's Josh's footy? Where can it go to? And do you think he's settled yet?
Oh, definitely not. I want him to hit the scoreboard a bit more. He's been, since he's been here, it's sort of, I suppose, his role. Brisbane is such an attacking team that his first step's always backwards, like to defend, and he's got a bit of attacking, goal-kicking ability, and I think he kicked 18 something last year, so that's a very big improvement from his area. But he's such a team person. It's always team first for Josh, and I think he fits into the group very well. And
who are you still tight with from your playing days? It was a pretty great group, and for those that aren't aware, so Andrew played in that group that charged through to the '96 grand final after the horrid days where Barassi came and helped the club, and then Rodney Eade early on got them to the grand final, and you just missed out the back end of your career getting to that 2004 grand final. Andrew finished 2 years before then. So who are you tight with from those days?
Not a lot of them. No. I talked to Kelly a bit, and apparently Plugger's here tonight, so hopefully I'll catch up.
Oh, really?
With him. Yeah,
can you get a chat with him for us?
Yeah, I'll get
Plugger is half the size, though. No. It'd be hard to find, big Plugger.
I reckon I have him covered at the moment.
One-on-one. I'd love to see that.
But, you're sort of being an interstate club, and we all sort of, a lot of our players were from interstate, so we move on and different directions and different priorities in your life, and obviously my kids were that, and we moved back to Victoria. So you still, when you see them, it's like yesterday. It's just that you don't catch up with them probably enough, and we didn't win a flag to have a reunion, so that was a bit sad. But
yeah, that really sucks.
Doesn't it? Are you invited to yours, or?
I'm always invited. I'm the first one invited. I'm A in the alphabet.
Can I? We were talking. Now, Aka gave it to you before. Andrew, you're a fantastic defender, but by foot there were times where you struggled. I just would love to know the story about how the boys did learn to kick.
I taught them everything.
I knew he'd say that. Of course.
It's everyone keeps talking to me about that, but anyway, I survived. I played 11 seasons. Anyway, don't get personal, Aka, because I'll start on you.
I mentioned it during a call a couple of weeks ago. Do you remember the day at the SCG that they had someone had brought the sign that said "Don't funk with the dunk"?
Oh, that was a family member, probably.
I thought he was going to say his family member just got out of jail. Yeah, tried to come to the game.
Escaped there. On parole.
And when it comes to Christmas time, who brags most about their sporting careers? Because you've got a pretty talented group of siblings there.
Yeah, Josh has got me covered. Like he's got a premiership in his first year. He's a bit blessed there.
Yeah.
I'm just hanging on the games played. So,
Lara's vice captain of the Firebirds as well now.
Yeah, no, she's doing well, but she hasn't won too many any finals yet. So she's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
And how many of the crew have you got here tonight?
No, everyone's here. The five of us here. Well, Lara's getting dunked in the ice bath.
No.
Yeah, so she's getting dunked at half time.
Can you tell her that they rang me and asked me? I never rang them back.
Yeah, really?
There's no way I'm getting in
Yeah,
that.
you wouldn't handle the cold water.
I hate the cold.
Andrew, we could keep nattering, but I want to let you get back and enjoy time with your family. It's lovely to have a chat to you on a night where your boy's playing for Brisbane, of course. You are an iconic member of that really wonderful period where the Swans went from the ugly ducklings to being a well-respected footy team in this competition. And what you started, they continued to build over the last 2 decades. Great to catch up. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, pleasure. Thanks, fellas.
Andrew Dunkley. Don't funk with the dunk. 217 games for Sydney. He's got one of his boys playing tonight, another on the list playing in the VFL, and his daughter Lara is getting dunked. The MND fundraiser is extended here tonight because, of course, the Danaher name is a part of this club as well, with Joe, the nephew of Neil, the great Ungary Danahers as they were, now spreading their wings. So the MND from Monday is extended through to tonight, and I just thought it was too good an opportunity to pass up to hear from one of the great characters of football. What a time when we had characters in football.
I love the way he held the footy. Acco took the mickey and the way he accepted it as well. But he harked back to, for old timers, Curly Austin from Carlton back in the day, holding the ball perfectly upright like a very awkward Oz kicker. But
he made it work.
Harder than the cat's head.
Yeah, you have to be better than just a bad kick to play 11 seasons. And he was a very, very hard defender to play on. If you ever got the chance to go one-on-one with him, I guarantee you'll lose. He is so strong. He's one of those guys, like Silvani. You asked Lynchy about Silvani. The bow-legged this and that. He hated playing. He would just get in there and spoil. You thought you had him, and he was just so strong to get back and give you a good one. And that was what Dunks is like.
And speaking of father-sons, Jasper Fletcher gets his chance tonight among the storylines.
Oh, is he? I didn't even realise that.
So one of 4 clubs that Adrian played for, but the only one that he played more than 100 for.
Yes.
Luckily, the Brisbane Lions, they had the opportunity to take him as a father-son or an academy selection. The father-son won out in the end, but exciting to see yet another one coming through the ranks.
Well, hopefully he's got a little bit quicker wheels than poor Piggy.
Yes, he has.
Old Piggy Fletcher. He would just lope around, but geez, he knew how to find the ball. So, yeah, I haven't seen Jasper. It's funny, I was thinking about it. Jasper, when he was a kid, I would see him, and then I would see, little Will Ashcroft used to hold him in my arms, and actually living down the road was, of course, Blakey, who, of course, is playing, he was only a little kid by then, but now it's huge. But now he's playing at the Swans, so Nick Blakey, there you go.
Yeah.
Three kids.
And there's that connection because of the time that his father spent where, I'm just trying to think, Blakey and Fletcher were assistants at the same time at some point?
They were?
Yeah.
They were, yeah. Up here.
That's interesting. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton are with you if you want to get in touch. 0437 774 774. We will, of course, give you all the latest from Edgbaston throughout the evening, first night of the Ashes. Call available via the ABC Listen app and the red ABC
That's all over, surely.
cricket button. Now, just a couple of moments to Jamie, I want to ask you about this. Daniel Rich has been at the footy club for 14, 15 years. He's getting to the end of a distinguished career, and the Lions are getting closer, in many eyes, to really challenging for a flag. Do you think that kind of player goes into a coach's office and said, don't pick me?
Oh, look, I wouldn't have thought so, especially where he is in his career, and not many players have that humbleness to go, I'm not at the level. Generally speaking, we're all pretty selfish, and that's why we're good at our sport, because when we get out there on the field, we believe that we're better than the person next to us. So I would highly doubt that that's how the narrative went, but it's great coaching by Chris Fagan, because all you want as a player is your coach to support you and to back you in, and he's doing that publicly. So yeah, it's hard to believe, and if he did do it, good on him, because it shows a lot of character and shows that he's a great leader. But yeah, it's quite hard to believe from a player's perspective that that's really the story.
Yeah.
And this is a broad brush, but if that wasn't the case, I mean, doesn't the footy public deserve a bit more respect?
Well, I don't know. When
footy clubs, I know that we're getting into murky water here with what needs to be kept within the four walls, but at the same time...
I can tell you as a coach, there's no way you would ever... What he's done is purely about relationship. It's brilliant. It is so brilliant. I don't even care if it's the truth. If you're Danny Rich or you're Gunston, you're thinking, hey, thank you. I know you didn't need to say that. I know we're struggling. He could have just said, nah, you're playing rubbish, you're out. But what he said is, no, I'm going to take you out of the team. You're going to get dropped anyway. I'm going to give you a training block. Please understand, come back in. I remember when Lee Matthews sacked Martin Pike. And Martin Pike, the best thing, what Lee didn't do, when Lee doesn't, when you're not in the team, he won't talk to you. It was really bad. And I remember at training, Pikey's a pretty scary dude at the best of time. He comes up, he goes, Lee. And Lee turns around and goes, yes, Pikey. He said, what do I need to do to get back in the team? And to be honest, it's the best question he could have asked, because then Lee said, I want you to do this, 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 and this. He went back, did all those things. Lee said, no worries, back in the team, stay there the rest of the year. They're the type of conversations, only an experienced player would know that, and only an experienced coach would say those things, I guarantee you.
Jason Ackermanis with Jamie Stanton, Quentin Hull, Michael Price and Zane Bojack. Friday night football for the first time will feature Brisbane up against Sydney, and repeating there are no changes to the selected teams. Callum Archie is the sub for the Brisbane Lions, and Dylan Stevens is the sub for Sydney. It is a gorgeous night at the Gabba. The first bounce is about 20 minutes away on Grandstand AFL.
The brilliant minds from the Nation Building Authority are back.
Our fridge has got an address book. It's got the lot. Has it got cold milk? Not yet.
And there's a lot to unpack.
Who's been asking?
We have.
What?
Us.
Who?
Me.
Why?
I'm lost again.
With Rob Sitch, Kitty Flanagan, Celia Pacola and the whole office.
This is in the cone of silence.
Under your hat. It's already on the radio.
All new Utopia.
What have these clowns been doing? Building for the future.
8 p.m. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Pass out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish.
Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal. It goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
If you're just joining us, welcome along to the Gather for Friday night football. Brisbane versus Sydney. Quentin Hull and the team in place. First time that the Lions and Swans have played Friday night footy. Gorgeous night for these two teams to do battle. Brisbane trying to bounce back from 2 defeats either side of the bye, so their 8-2 record after 10 weeks has been dented to 8-4. And the Swans, last year's beaten grand finalists, are in a hole. They're 5-7, and they don't have Lance Franklin nor Isaac Heaney tonight. Raf Clark's been omitted as well. But Luke Parker comes back into the team. And for our listeners joining on Analog Radio in Western Australia, I know there is going to be a huge contingent keen to hear about the exploits of Jack Buller tonight, who was a part of WA's under-18 National Championships team that won in 2019. By his own admission, probably didn't work hard enough on his fitness to get into the AFL system off the back of that so-called draft year, but he's been playing great footy for Claremont, picked up in the mid-season draft, shuttled over to Sydney, 5 games in the VFL. Lance Franklin doesn't come up, so here you go. Let's play footy. So Jack Buller into the team tonight along with Luke Parker. Joel Amardi was the sub last week, and that lost to St Kilda. He's actually in the starting 22. Dylan Stevens is the stud for Sydney tonight. While Brisbane, Jasper Fletcher is going to make his debut, son of Adrian Fletcher, the well-travelled former player and assistant coach. Darcy Fort's back in the team along with Kai Lohman and Ryan Lester, and Kitty Coleman was the sub in that loss to the Hawks at the MCG, so he is also a full in. He's in the 22. Callum Archie is the sub. Dan Rich and Jack Gunston, apparently, if you believe the coach, went into Chris Fagan's office and said we need some time off to work on our footy. So they're out.
Is that self-managed?
Self-managed. Jackson Pryor is out of the team as well. Hugh McCluggage is recovering from his concussion from the MCG, and Darcy Gardner's soft tissue injuries have been a problem throughout this year, and he's out with a quad strain as the Swans are running out onto the Gabba. Thoughts from Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton in a moment, but I want to take you inside the Swans camp because a short time ago we caught up with one of their assistants, Benny Matthews. Well, it continues to be a point of contention for the Swans. Their men down back, and their season is struggling. Beaten by the Saints last start. Great to have a man who is well-travelled, knows the defensive pressure that's required at the Swans, having earned his crust particularly under Paul Roos, and then did that at Melbourne as well, but he's back with the Swans. Benny Matthews, a former grandstand AFL expert. Great to have a chat to you before Friday night footy at the Gabba. First ever Friday night fixture between Brisbane and Sydney. How are you?
Is that right? I didn't know that, Quinton, but I'm well, and thanks for having me on board. And it's great to be back at the Gabba.
Review, what did it teach you?
Oh, look, we're doing plenty right. We're not playing out games for 4 quarters. I mean, we've been in multiple games late in the third, fourth quarter, and we're not getting it done. Port Adelaide earlier in the year, GWS, and then obviously the Saints last week. We're giving up leads and not playing, like I said, the 4 quarters out, the sustained pressure that we need to keep putting on the ball, it hasn't been there, and we're losing late in games contests. So we need to do it for longer, and there's no bigger challenge than the Lions coming off a couple of tough losses for them, so they'll be smarting and really hungry.
And I'll get to your specific area of work in a moment down back, but was this a planned rest for Lance Franklin, or he's just not right at the moment?
No, not planned. He trained all week actually, and literally just pulled up sore after our second main training on Wednesday. So he fully planned to play. Had pulled up well, 8-day break, so that suits him well. And this is probably the first time we have had a little bit of reinforcement available to come in with Jack Buller actually as a key forward in good form. I know he's only played the one game for our reserves, but he kicked 5 goals, 3 and was in really good form in the reserves. But prior to this weekend, we've had no backup. So Marty wasn't available. Obviously Buller wasn't even on the list, and it was really just left to no Sam Reid, so it was really just left to Hayden McLean to sort of stump up in the key forward stakes. So Lance was really, really needed. He has had some knee soreness ongoing, which you're going to get at 36 years old. But, it is a nice little thing to have Jack Buller available to come straight in.
And one more before our experts, but how does it feel inside the 4 walls when you see a guy come in so fresh from the other side of the country as well, someone who's been overlooked in a couple of drafts, and admittedly he said, I needed to become a more professional footballer, work on my body, and he hits the ground running, kicks 5 in the VFL, and he's about to play senior footy tonight?
It's pretty refreshing, actually. I mean, I think we institutionalise guys coming into the AFL system. We say you've got to run defensively, you've got to do this at a certain time, you've got to do that. He's a kid who's come in, he's 22 years of age, I think, and played waffle, had been in good form over there, and comes into our twos and just, takes his marks, competes really hard, works hard, but, he doesn't really know the structures completely just yet. But, he comes in and has a crack and kicks 5 goals or so. So it is refreshing. It just shows you there is talent out there. If you're these young guys who may get overlooked, if you want to work hard enough and give yourself a chance, the title can turn really, really quickly. And before you know it, 12 days later, he finds himself in an AFL match against the Brisbane Lions, which is, a pretty tough task against Harris Andrews and Jack Payne.
Benny Matthews, Jason Ackermanis here, mate.
Hello,
my old sparring buddy. He actually didn't play a lot on me, Benny, to be frank.
We tried to get Jared Crouch, but he wasn't available.
Crouchy. I'd shoot him from here, Crouchy.
Acker was a little bit quick for me. I'd have to take Blackie and Lukey Power and, all these sort of titles.
He would, and I'll tell you, we had some great battles. But
we did.
That's sort of the backbone of the question, really, because there's two parts of it. One is the 3 big forwards for Brisbane. Do they worry you as a defensive coach? And then are you going to tag? The midfield, obviously the Brisbane Lions are the best midfield in the comp. They are very slick. What are you going to do there?
Yeah, look, in terms of their key forwards, I mean, Danaher's in great form. Hipwood plays a really, really important role and works bloody hard. And, he's kicked the 24 or 5 goals, I believe, for the year. So he's in pretty reasonable form, gets high up the ground, and obviously with Darcy Fort coming in, they can stretch. Well, I think we've got the tall timber to manage that. I mean, unbeknownst to most people, Nick Blakey's our tallest defender. He's just got the really hunched shoulders and walks a little bit funny, the lizard. So he's our tallest defender, and he usually plays a little smaller until sort of this year when we've been forced upon playing him tall, and he's played some really important roles. So he gives us flex in terms of if those 3 talls are on the field, he can play taller, certainly on the higher ones, and Francis and Melican can definitely play taller, obviously our keys. So I think we're okay in regards to managing their talls. It's another thing, beating them and playing well on them. They'll ask some questions of us and we'll see how we go, if we can answer them. And then around the midfield, I mean, Dunkley's added a really important element, obviously with his two-way defensive running, but also his hardness in his tackle, and he can win his own ball. So he's been brilliant, and Neil's Brownlow medalist. So they have got a deep midfield. Ashcroft comes in and complements them with Bailey and the like. Will we tag? Well, we need to put some time into a couple of them, but I don't think we'll be running the Paul Roos 4 tags, a tag on the wing and a tag at half forward and half back.
That was outrageous.
Swans assistant Ben Matthews is with us, Jamie.
Hey, Benny, it's just Jamie Stanton here.
Hey, Jamie.
Last year, you guys obviously had a really good ball movement scheme. Your young kids and their ability to move the footy by foot was absolutely elite. It sort of dropped off a little bit this year. What have you guys done to try and get the confidence back into the kids? Because last week it didn't look like they had a lot, and then every now and then it would click in, but then it would disappear for long periods of the game as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, certainly teams are putting more time into our ball movement. There's no doubt. They're well prepared, and they have every right to be well prepared. We've been moving the ball really well for a couple of years. I think we're not quite taking as many risks as the other thing. I mean, we're a little bit gun shy, and what happens when you have a little bit of instability within your team and personnel, sometimes you can lose a little bit of confidence and probably a little bit of synergy with each other. So we need to take a couple more risks in that regard. And sometimes when you just take a risk, the first one mightn't come off, the second or third one might, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're running on top of the ground. You feel like you're in control of an element of the game, and the opposition, have to answer you in that regard. So, look, I think a few more risks, giving a few guys the confidence that if you make a blue, who cares? The game is full of mistakes. We don't want to make too many, clearly, but if you make one to get a good result in the second or third effort, we'll take that. So that's a little bit of the coaching this week.
And you've led me into the last one, Ben. I just wanted to ask you about make the grand final last year. You're 5-7. It's a club that's expected to make the 8. So how do you prevent panic when you're chasing the season?
Well, there's a fair bit around the coaching and your messaging to the players. There's no doubt about that. I mean, if it's doom and gloom, and you come in and almost message that we're a poor team, they'll take that on board. The players are human beings, and so we've got to come in with a positive attitude as coaches. And albeit that's sometimes difficult because you've got to tell the truth as well. If their contest isn't up to scratch, you've got to actually speak about that. But the fact that if we take a few more risks, we've still got to compete really fiercely in the contest. There's no doubt about that, and that's really where it starts and stops. And we have to do that for a little longer and take a couple of those risks. We'll be okay. We can get our season back, but we're not looking any further than the Brisbane Lions. Clearly, we're not looking at trying to get to 7-7 before we go 6-7 and so forth. So this is against a top 4 team, a really well drilled team, a hardened finals team. It would give us some confidence if we could execute tonight, both in the contest and being able to move the ball and being really sound defensively.
Nice to hear your voice again, Ben.
Thanks, Q.
Yeah, nice to hear that you're doing well. Good luck for your Swans tonight.
Good on you, fellas. Thank you.
So Benny Matthews, one of the assistants to John Longmire, spoke to us just a short time ago. The players are getting close to completing their warm-up. Gorgeous night for football coming up here in Brisbane for the Lions against the Swans. It's weird. First night of the Ashes and we're at the Gabba. So many first days of the Ashes have been at the Gabba. Of course, it's England's turn to host. Edgbaston in Birmingham is hosting the first test, and the way that you can hear it no matter where you are, is through the ABC Listen app. Go for the red ABC Cricket button. Some of our listeners will be going on analog radio once the footy is finished. If you're in a metro region, ABC Sport Digital will have the cricket when the footy's not on. But wherever you are, ABC Listen app, red cricket button for every ball of the men's and women's Ashes over the next couple of months. The news from Birmingham is that England has won the toss and will bat. Plenty of talk about the Australian team. Let's hear from the skipper with Jonathan Agnew.
Here comes Aussie's captain, Pat Cummins, BBC, ABC as well. Pat, lovely to see you. You'd have batted, I guess.
Yeah, we would have. Yeah, looks like a good wicket.
Yeah. And your team, how did you settle on your final 11?
So Mitchell Starc misses out this one. Joshy Hazel comes in. Tough problem to have, but Joshy was class here a few years ago, so I went with that.
After all the talk about the way England play, aiming to bat, we're going to find out in half an hour if they can do it against you or not.
Yeah, I guess so. We're ready for it. Had this one in the diary for a long time, so we're super excited. Day one of a pretty long series, so see how it goes.
Yeah, and a proud moment for you to be touring here as captain with your rather faded baggy green, Pat, if I'm honest, but a lot of history in there. It's a proud moment for you.
Yeah, proud moment. Feel really honoured. Anytime you play an Ashes series, it's special. Especially in a away series, looking up there and seeing how many people travel over to support the team, and really special.
Have fun, and thanks for talking to us. Cheers.
So we've got you covered on ABC Sport. You get the choice whether you want to hear the footy or the cricket through the ABC Listen app. Jonathan Agnew with Pat Cummins there, and repeating the news that England has won the toss and has elected to bat. The first ball is about 15 minutes away, and there's only one change from the team that claimed the mace at the Oval against India in the World Test Championship final. Mitchell Starc makes way for Josh Hazlewood. Jason Ackermanis, Jamie Stanton, it is your time to take us into this contest. The 8-4 Lions back at home, where they're 5-0 this year at the Gabba against the Sydney Swans, who can't win at the SCG but have split their results 50-50 when they've been away from their Moore Park home this season.
Yeah, I just want to see tonight. I mean, the midfield of Brisbane is unbelievable, Jamie. I know they're the best in the comp. It's going to be on for young and old. But, how do they stack up? What are they going to do? Are they going to tag? What's Parker going to do? Warner has been wonderful. The other guy this year has been playing really good footy is Ed Goulden. He is playing some wonderful footy. Bit quiet last week, didn't quite get his hands on the footy. And Papley always seems to bob up and kick a goal. Can Joey kick straight? Can the great and, the way Charlie Cameron plays, like he could kick a bag, and can Eric get on the end of it, and how they're going to handle the big tools? That's what I want to see tonight, Jamie.
Yeah, you mentioned it there with the midfield battle. It's very much the established crew versus the up-and-coming and the potential superstars of what the Swans will do over the next couple of years. It's interesting. Can Sydney get their ball movement back? Can they be a bit more daring with their use? Can they hit some targets? Last week they really struggled to do that. And Brisbane play the Gabba really well. They know how to win it from the centre clearance with their strong midfield crew, and when they're kicking forward to Joe Danaher and he's kicking nearly 3 goals a week, it's hard to stop. So, Brisbane are going very well, but can Sydney rise to the challenge?
And there is going to be a poignant moment before the contest begins with a lot of the Singleton Roosters AFL club affected by that terrible bus tragedy where 10 people lost their lives over last weekend. So the players are going to take formation and a moment's silence at the Gabba.
South Wales and Queensland, please join us in a moment's silence as we extend our sympathies to the families, friends and wider football community connected to the tragedy.
Terrible tragedy, and recognised very respectfully by the two groups of players. Sydney/South Melbourne tonight. They really do look like the old South with the white with the red V and the red numbers on the back. Their away strip, and Brisbane are more Brisbane than Fitzroy tonight because they've got their maroon on. Two clubs with histories deep in the old VFL but have made different stories their own in the last couple of generations. Should I ask who wins and why, or who wins by how much?
Yeah, I mean, Brisbane will win by 30, 35 points. Just want to see Cam Rayner. Can they finally put him in the midfield a bit more? He's a bull. Start him in there. I don't care. Just put him in the midfield. I want to see how he goes in there.
I reckon he'd go okay. His 100th game. He's got to be motivated.
Yeah, surely. 100 games, Jamie. 100 games.
Well, we'll look and see, but I think it'll be a little bit closer. I think Sydney need to really bounce back, so I think Brisbane will win, but probably by about 12 to 14.
G'day to Greg in Tassie who texts. The text line is up and running, by the way, 0437 774 774. He texts, I've been supporting the Swans since 83 and live in Tassie. Big hello to Dunks. Met him twice, once in Devonport, loved his work. Can talk to anyone. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, great fella.
We had Andrew Dunkley on, who is, of course, supporting Brisbane tonight, even though he is a 217-game legend for the Swans. But his boy Josh playing in the AFL. Extraordinary family story with Kyle playing VFL tomorrow, and then Lara, his daughter, playing for the Firebirds against the Sunshine Coast Lightning in the Queensland Derby in the Super Netball on Sunday.
What a talented family. Someone asked him, am I drunk? No, that's just the way I am. I'm sorry.
By the way, your job's to analyse the football. My job is to work out which texts get read out. Jason, 0437 774 774. By the way, around 30,000 fans expected. And extraordinary. I've done a lot of Brisbane and Sydney games over the years. You have, Pricey. We did that tic-tac over the years. But, of course, it was never big enough for Friday night football because there was not a Melbourne club involved. But now with the stretch of the draw, a couple of buys, Thursday footy as well, this is the first time that these two teams have played in the big TV fixture.
Yeah,
because of the demand for television ratings and the so-called bigger clubs playing on Friday night. But these two teams have played in one final, very famously, in 2003, a preliminary final at the Olympic Stadium, which Brisbane won, and then won their third flag in a row. But really, it's one of the biggest stages for the two northern establishment clubs, dare I use those mixed metaphors, to do battle at the Gabba. Friday night footy for the Lions and the Swans. Hope you can enjoy it with us on ABC Sport. Everyone's getting set. Just waiting a moment or two.
We're going to see Ed Gilden out here on the wing with Zach Bailey.
And I'm looking for young Buller as well. We'll get to that. Here's Michael Price with the opening bounce.
The umpire has the ball in the middle of the Gabba. Beautiful night for Friday night footy. McInerney versus Hickey. Give that one to McInerney, straight down to Neil. Held up immediately by Luke Parker, who won the toss for Sydney. And they will be kicking to the left as I'm looking at the school end. Hickey goes back in the middle. The secondary bounce straight down to McInerney for Sydney, who kicks it inside 50. McLean can't pick it up. Amati puts himself in, tackled by Neil. The ball stuck underneath. Umpire is circling as a mass of bodies descends on the ball, and it will be a ball up 45 metres out from the Sydney Swans goal.
And Buller's started on the bench, so we'll have to wait to see where he goes when injected. Oscar McInerney with the tack. Couple of McInerneys tonight. Straight down to Papley, though, who's tackled, and no release. Swans are attacking the left of your radio dial down to the school end. The big O with the tap. Row bottom, though. Sharks the pack. Tackled off it. Got a boot to ball, though. Stolen by Dunkley of Brisbane. He's tackled off it. Ball spills to Papley. Snaps out of the pack and has kicked it out of bounds on the full across the face.
Well,
and Jack Payne will take the free kick in the right back pocket.
Didn't take Tom Papley long to get involved for Sydney in the forward line as the big man from Noosa, Jack Payne.
That's Baywatch.
Ambles along. Long kick up the line. That's a really good spoil from Melican, who just smashed it over the boundary line. And we'll get a throw in about 70 metres out at left half forward for Sydney. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be a start on the bench for both Jasper Fletcher and also for Buller, and certainly it's great conditions for them to make their debut. Not much dew down here, guys, and great atmosphere with lots of people wearing their MND hats. It's great. The beanies are out.
Yeah, it is unusual to see the beanies, Q, even in Brisbane in this weather, even though it is winter.
Oh, well, fantastic that the Danaher Connection has extended that wonderful charitable organisation's work. No clearance from the stoppage here. Pretty tight work. It clinches early on here. We'll see another ball up. The ball's at left half forward for Sydney. Right half back for Brisbane. Thrown in the air. McInerney tapped down for Brisbane to Bailey, and he'll get clear. Puts it on his boot with a rush kick to half forward. Bounces to Fort, who's back in the team, can't control it. Danaher, though, picks up from the deck. Hand pass to Rayner, who slipped over and dropped the football. Fort goes in after it. He's tackled immediately by Melican. And we'll see another ball up. in the cricket pitch area of the Gabba. Hickey over the top for the Swans at the tap down. Goulden couldn't pick up, but Neil does for Brisbane. Hand pass out the back of the stoppage to McKenna. Clearance Lions. McKenna from the wing kicks to half forward. Danaher's a couple to beat. Can't mark right by McCarthy at Brisbane though. Hand pass to Fort. Kick to Cameron, who dropped a chance of a mark. He's wrapped up immediately by Cunningham. And the ump says ball up, 35 from Brisbane's goal.
Well, that's a sitter gone by there for Charlie.
Umpire throws it up quickly. It could have been a free kick there to Rayner, who was held without it. Nothing doing as Hickey puts himself back in, tackled by both Ashcroft and Darcy Ford. Umpire throws it up again very quickly. 45 out from the Lions' goal. Tap down there to Errol Goulden. Off a step. Kicks it to the wing. Nicely done by Harris Andrews to get rid of Amati, but the mark was taken by Oscar McInerney. Plays on by hand. Gives it to Neil. Now over to Bailey. To a giant pack. It's fisted forward. Now it's to Tom Hickey, who gathers the big ruckman, gets a handball off to Campbell, kicks it forward to Amati, spoiled by Harris Andrews. At ground level, it's with the Swans. Chad Warner gets the handball back to Cunningham, and there's your Wagga reference cue. He gets it laterally and gives it to Parker.
Parker kicks across the face of goal. Melican takes the grab. He's just forward of the right back pocket. Slows it down for Sydney. Chip pass to Rampy, who takes the mark, and Rampy chips it to Francis. Aaron Francis on defensive 50, right half back for Sydney. Hand pass goes back to Rampy. Long kick to a contest on the wing. Target is Hayward, spoiled away by Leicester. Back at the pack, Brisbane's ball, roving is Payne. Left half back, he kicks it back to the wing. Berry finds the drop. Takes the mark just forward of halfway for Brisbane. Kick to attacking 50. Target is Bailey, spoiled by Goulden, roved by Blakey of the Swans. Kick to the middle of the ground. Hickey's got time for a fumble to pick up for the Swans. He does so now. Hands it on to Justin McInerney. Kick to half forward is marked by Hayward. Centre half forward, 60 from goal. And he was looking for options running from behind Hayward. Now called to play on, just chips it to the goal mouth. Amati flies across the front of the pack, got a hand, couldn't mark. And it's out of bounds in the forward pocket. Boundary throw in, yet to have a score through 4.5 minutes at the Gabba.
Not the best option there. They really didn't have a lot of movement, Sydney, so just went long, nothing else on at the moment.
So the throw-in's going to happen right beside the behind post, right forward pocket for the Swannies. McInerney versus McLean. McInerney gets it down. Papley goes in. He's tackled immediately, and the ball stuck underneath him. And Brandon Starcevich, the umpire, will throw it up around about 15 metres out.
A lot of contests, so we don't want this all night. We want to be out and about. Blood rule.
Yeah, there is a blood rule, and who's this going to be? It looks like Brandon Starcevich, who's walking away from that contest not too happily and very slowly.
Yeah. He's not, and good news for all those people out there. No Bruce Willis tonight on the boundary. They've all got hair. I just sort of mentioned that. All look quite young. Saw them in the warm-up, looking very beautiful as they are, strutting around the boundary. On comes Kitty Coleman, though.
We don't discriminate against the hairless here.
The last guy nearly had to wear sunnies. His head was glaring that much.
Brandon Starcevich is taking a very long time to get off the field, and he has. The ball is now 15 metres from the Swannies' goal. Umpire throws it up. Hayden McLean gets it down to Papley, shoots a handball out. It's immediately intercepted by the Lions, but Hayward's all over Ryan Lester, tackles him into the ground. Will do it again from 35 metres out.
Tossed in the air, Oscar McInerney, the tap. Row bottom, though, rose to Sydney. Snap around the body, smothered. Rolls to the pocket, picked up by Bailey of Brisbane. Tackled off it. Ball bounced out of play.
Fresh airy.
It's good pressure from the Swans.
Oh, you think he just missed it?
Yeah, it was Sam Wicks coming in and just did enough to put Bailey off his kick. 6.5 minutes played. No score at the Gabba. Ball thrown in. Well, ricochets off McInerney's chest down to Ashcroft, who kicks it clear for the Lions to left half back. Danaher drops the mark. Underneath, he's got a rover who's immediately wrapped up. It's a good tackle from Justin McInerney, wrapping up McCarthy, who had no chance. Right half forward for the Swans. Ball up.
Umpire throws it up. Oscar McInerney straight down to Will Ashcroft. The handball to link McCarthy. Off one step, it's a 40-metre kick just beyond the wing. It bounces away from Hipwood, who chases Aaron Francis and dead set pushes him in the back 3 metres across the boundary line. The Swan gets back up, takes the free kick, transfers laterally to Lloyd, and now they're going to go all the way across half back. Harry Cunningham's got a leader in Errol Goulden. He accepts a beautiful pass, just short of the wing. They go back to centre half back. Lloyd's got the ball for Sydney. They want to chip it through this, I suppose, this zone that Brisbane's got going up and down the corridor. It's now with the young fella in Sheldrick. Gave the handball away, and that's a beautiful kick that gets to Joel Amati. Nice pass there from McInerney. Justin Amati, inside 50. Had a player on the lead, completely missed him. It was beautifully read there. Once again, Jack Payne, who had 5 intercept marks last week, has already taken a couple this week.
Almost 8 minutes played, no score.
Oh, dear.
From the left-back pocket, Payne with a long kick to left half-back. Target was Hipwood. Francis did enough to spoil him away. I know the Swans struggled to score against St Kilda in the first quarter last week.
Scoreless in the first quarter.
Scoreless, yeah. And it'll be the same if they don't start getting a little bit better entries to their forwards. Poor kicking.
You can get in touch on the SMS 0437 774 774. Boundary throw in. Right half forward for the Swans. Neil got high contact from Fox. Will get a free kick. Lockie Neal will try and get things moving for Brisbane from just forward of the defensive 50 arc at left half back. Kicks Brisbane to the outer wing. One-on-one contest. McCarthy has it pitched away from him by Lloyd. Went to the pack and another tackle applied. That's Berry.
They're just not letting it out. Both sides are tackling really well. You're not seeing the ball spill out, which is a good sign.
Wrapped up Rampy. Now there's a cheer because Jasper Fletcher's just come on the ground and he's got a ricochet off that stoppage and is tackled immediately. He ran off the bench. James Rowbottom nailed him right in front of you, Zane.
Yeah, he was sucking in the big ones too, and he got involved quite early. And of course, Jack Buller, he is itching to get out there. He's yelling, "Come off, give me a chance!"
Well, Fletcher just got his first hands on the ball, was tackled off it by Hayward. Now, Hayward got a handball out into the middle of the ground. Well done by Rampy, who just attacked the ball hard. It spills out to Goulden. He tries to spear a pass out to McLean. It didn't hit him, it hit Harris Andrews. Andrews, a 40-metre pass to Zach Bailey, just short of centre wing. Commentary side, that's the Vulture Street side of the ground. And he says, no, we'll just hold it up and just look for a long one down the line. And that was a nice kick. It finds Kai Lohman, the youngster playing only his third game for Brisbane, his first of this year. Short pass, 45 degrees to Rayner, then a long one to Danaher. He got to the front position. Well, spoiled by Melican. Then Francis was tackled. Couldn't let loose the ball. In fact, he had. He let loose the ball. It was a really good tackle. Having a look at Dylan Robertson there. Yeah, it certainly was. So the young man's going to be rewarded, and he's going to have a shot about 20 metres out and about a 45-degree angle to the right.
Well, you need to kick this certainly early last week. I mean, they were all over the shop and really kicked themselves out of it, Jamie. But I'd back him from here.
Hasn't kicked a goal this year. Number 22 in the 2019 draft. Well, it's only his 5th game of the year.
I won't back him then.
Former WA under-18 captain. He went to the left and it stayed that way. Only the one behind. But we got a score on the board, people. 10.5 gone. First term here on Grandstand AFL.
Blakey runs out of the goal mouth and has 2 bounces towards half-back. Hand passes to Lloyd. Lloyd hands it to Rampy and uses his left boot to exit defence for Sydney. Long kick to the wing, Amati to the front of the pack. Clean clunk, and while on the ground, hand passes to the running Parker. Hands it on to Sheldrick. He hands it to Wicks, runs to 50, kicks to the pocket. Hayward the target. Spoil comes from the Brisbane defence. Great work from Starcevic. Ball plays on though. Goulden picks up the stoppage. Or the spillage, should I say, and chips it to Papley. And Papley marks 30 in front. And fair enough to say that you wouldn't think he would miss.
Yeah, he loves a goal. Round the corner here.
Slight angle to the left. Oh, my word. He has missed everything. He's kicked it out in the full by 5 metres to the right of the sticks.
Why wouldn't you kick a drop punt, Q?
Missed that horribly.
Go teach him, Macca.
That's unbelievable. He doesn't need to go around the corner.
Out of bounds on the full. Brisbane a point. Sydney yet to score. Both teams really struggling to get on the scoreboard here.
Oh, long kick down the corridor as Brisbane tried to exit. It was beautifully read by Joel Amati. He ended up getting dragged down to the ground as he took a nice mark just forward of the centre circles in front of Starcevic. He lowers the eyes, look for a 3-on-1. Payne was in the middle, still got a spoil away. At ground level, Brisbane attacked the ball. Zach Bailey tackled, and the umpire said we'll ball it up about 35 from the Swans' goal.
And the scoreboard on the ground's given that as a point. No, it's Brisbane a point. Swans yet to score until Parker Roves snaps. That is a point. So you can keep that up there. I wonder if they add it up to 2.
I bet you they do.
It's a point apiece. Parker missing. Near side. Yeah, it says 2 points to 1 on the scoreboard. No, it's 1 point apiece. Last I checked, you don't get a point for out of bounds in the full by 5 metres.
No, there's a long kick. Well, and you don't get a nice exit from defence when kicking it out on the full either. And Sydney will get a free kick. That was an awful kick out there. It was just overcooked there by Conor McKenna. So out on the boundary where the 50 intersects the boundary is James Rowbottom. He tries to pinpoint a pass. Smothered off the mark. Ashcroft roves. Handball back to Conor McKenna. The right footer from the Irishman just at the feet of Eric Hipwood, who couldn't scoop it up. And it goes over the boundary line at right half forward, 80 metres from the Swannies' goal.
It's a comedy of errors right now.
Yeah, it's just turnover, kick, quick kick. Although, McGregor will get him right tonight. McGregor and McCarthy, I'm on it.
McGregor? You mean McKenna?
McKenna. Sorry.
Conor McGregor, who's...
Sorry.
He'll kick you.
Wrong Irishman.
On fire, Jace. Boundary throw in. Oscar McInerney taps down. Bailey is tackled immediately. Holding the ball. Parker's clamp is rewarded. Not much opportunity for Bailey there, but the Sydney veteran back into the team tonight is awarded with free kick. Too far out to score between wing and half forward. Conservative kick wide, marked by Campbell. Still a kick and a half from goal. He'll use his left boot to launch a long ball towards full forward. Hayward flies from the back. Can't take the mark. Rowbottom roving at the front for Sydney. Hand pass to Wicks. Slap from the right forward pocket. That is a fine first goal. We've had to wait for it. But after 14 minutes, it's Sam Wicks for the Swans with the opener. Sydney 1-1-7, leading Brisbane 1 behind.
Well, after starving themselves of really quality shots and then stuffing the good ones, you wouldn't think Wicks would be the first goal scorer today, but he is. Both sides are looking to feel each other out, I think, Jamie. And so far, it's been great tackles, lots of stoppages, and take your chances.
It's been very disappointing from both teams going inside 50 at the moment. They're kicking along to big, large contests, and at the moment it's who can get front and centre. But Sydney have had a lot of inside 50 and not a lot of reward due to poor entries. Brisbane look a lot better going forward, but they're not getting enough of it because of comedy. So,
4-8 it's been, so the Swans have gone in double the amount of times the Lions, and they're only just leading by one scoring shot. And
the news from Edgbaston is that England has won the toss and is batting. Josh Hazelwood is playing instead of Mitchell Starc. England 5 without loss. The Listen app and the red cricket ball button for your coverage.
Swannies with the clearance here via Chad Warner. Kicks it to the top of the 50. Ryan Lester, the inclusion this week, tries to get through 3 of them, holding the ball. Good tackle there from Justin McInerney for the Swans. 45 out, just slightly, left of straight in front.
What happened to trying to get rid of the ball and attempting, like that was an attempt to kick, was it not? So they just call it holding the ball now.
They used to call it he tried play on, or they tried play on.
Yeah.
But now,
no.
Incorrect disposal.
Yeah.
There you go.
Is that still a rule, Pricey, or is it just holding the ball? Is it all one?
It's all a grey area to me, Jamie. Hard to comprehend as Justin McInerney leans back. That's a ripping kick to get the Swannies' second goal. He rode that all the way, just got it to the right of the left goal post, and all of a sudden the Swans 2-1-13 lead the Lions 1 behind. Nearly 16 gone first term on Grandstand AFL. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, Dane Rampy's just gone back out on the field. He was here on the boundary line just going absolutely mad at the entire bench. I think they're glad that he's gone back out there. He's got the poker machine eyes going, can I tell you. Also, what an interesting situation. James Rowbottom came off the field, and then Luke Parker had only just come off himself, and he's like, well, someone's going off, and so Lukey Parker went straight back on there. It's a little bit chaotic down here on the Swans bench, but they're doing it on the scoreboard.
Don't talk about interchange confusion in a Swans game, Zano. We've had enough of that this year. Sorry, North fans. Centre bounce. It's McLean and Danaher in the ruck. Both miss it. Danaher roves, though. His kicks a little roll at a half-forward. Parker meets it for Sydney. Slides and hands it to Papley. Taps it to Rowbottom. Hand pass to right half-back. Kicked off the ground by Rampy to the relative safety of the wing. And the umpire...
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's deliberate out of bounds, even though Justin McInerney was 3 metres away.
Yeah.
It's the last touch. We're playing AFLW, guys.
Yeah.
Jamie Stanton.
That's what they should do.
Jamie Stanton with you on Grandstand AFL as there's a free kick to Brisbane. Starcevic to take it on the wing. Long kick into attack.
Hey.
Fifth in line, Rayner takes a mark. Wonderful grab from Cam Rayner.
What a cracker. Got the ride, got the sit, got the jump. It's about time. I love seeing this guy take marks, kick goals.
He was last in line and split them with the help of Darcy Fort's back as a stepladder. What a mark from Rayner.
Oh, poor Darcy. He'd have a bruised spine for 3 weeks after that one.
How about the finish? It'll require a good kick. Man on the mark. 40 from goal. 45 degrees to the left. Rayner with his right boot looking for Brisbane's first. Near side and a miss. Behind Sydney by 11 at 2-1-13 to 2 behinds.
So the quarterback in Nick Blakey plays on. Beautiful kick, but just a little bit in front of Aaron Francis, and it just rolled away from him agonisingly over the boundary line. So it'll be a throw in between centre wing on the commentary side and right half forward for Brisbane. They're trailing by 11 points after 18 minutes of this first term at the Gabba. 13 degrees, but a beautiful night for footy. Nice throw in. Danaher gets rid of the opposing ruckman in McLean, goes back, gets the ball. Can't quite get it to foot. Semi-smothered as it's picked up there by young Jasper Fletcher. He's tackled by 2 or 3 Swans and gets up and hands the ball back to the umpire as he throws it up. McLean double hands it down. Couldn't quite find his teammate in Sheldrick. And it's just congested footy as Rayner is held up, and the umpire will do it all again. What's happening?
What is Joey Danaher doing the ruck? He got Darcy Fort, so clearly Joey's a better option at the moment.
Well, that's been the structure, so I suppose they're still going with it. Clearance for Brisbane there. Fletcher out the back, hands to Coleman, but from the wing. Kick to half forward, turned over. McLean marks for Sydney. Hands it to Lloyd, kicks it all the way back to fullback, where Francis takes the grab and is held up by a very particular man on the mark there in Eric Hipwood. Kick to half-back marked by Goulden. Hands it to Rampy, and the Swans are away from half-back. Rampy with a boomer. Looking to a 2-on-2 at half-forward. Amati, his target, couldn't get to it on the fly, but he does the roving. Amati weaves around Payne, hands it on to Sheldrick. Left foot kick on goal. Doesn't have the penetration, and rushing back, Lester takes the grab in the goal mouth to save the day for Brisbane.
Party pooper Ryan Lester. That was going to be Sheldrick's first goal in footy. Plays on. Lester gets the handball back. Long kick in the Danaher direction. Going back with the flight. Parker showed courage. Got his fist to it. And that enables him to go back and have another crack. He won the ball. Back to Francis. Back to Parker. He curled it around the body and picking it up there. Jasper Fletcher takes his first mark for the Brisbane Lions, and to hearty applause from the crowd. He goes back and surveys what's in front of him. Picks off a very, I suppose, courageous kick. It finds Kitty Coleman just short of the wing. And all the Swans have set up in front of him in the zone. So there's not a lot for Brisbane to aim at, and there's not a lot of movement in front of him. He goes a long way to right half forward. Hipwood provides a good target. Brings the ball to ground, but the Swans at ground level. They turn it over. Neil now. Dunkley inside 50. Ground level. Here's a chance. Kyle Oman from 45, the young Lion, to the top of the square. Berry got rid of his opponent, took a mark. Umpire said no push in the back. Went and held it. So did Acker. I'm telling you now.
That was a push.
But it's a mark to Jared Berry, only 5 metres out, slide angle to the left.
Oh, poor
paid 50. Pricey, he paid 50.
Well, he must have lipped off, because if it wasn't a push in the back, it was well worth arguing the point. Jared Berry goes back, kicks the Lions' first goal at the 20-minute mark of the first term, and they still trail the Swans by 5 points, 2-1-13 to 1-2-8.
Well, if you're the Lions, you're just trying to work out how you can get through this zone to be a bit more penetrating and a bit more accurate. But long kick, down the line, it's working all right. All of a sudden, Lux of Fortune, great push in the back there from Jared Berry, and great goal.
A little bit more Lions footy, I guess. It's long down the line to their key targets. They're front and centre and their exciting men in terms of Kyle Lohman and Jared Berry, just right spot, right time.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting game in the middle, Acker. You spoke about how Sydney needed to defeat the Brisbane midfielders, and they've gone back to circa 2005 style. Let's just create stoppage, and see what we can get.
Bored them to death.
Correct.
Centre bounce. McInerney beats Hickey for the tap. Hasn't got a rover, though. Sheldrick's tackled ferociously by Dunkley, and the up will call for a ball up. Ball still in the middle of the Gabba. Gorgeous conditions in Brisbane. Bit of an arm wrestle early on here. Give that tap to Hickey. Doesn't really find a rover as Fletcher and Rowbottom are battling for it. Ground level, it's locked up, still near the bullseye. Swans by 5 points.
And Sydney plus 24 in disposals at the moment as well, getting their hands on the footy and most of that uncontested possession, running a bit more than Brisbane. Ball gets tapped out. Will Ashcroft now, handball indiscriminate towards the wing, picked up by Kitty Coleman onto the left foot. Nice 50-metre kick in the Fort direction. He backs back, roves his own agate and then gets tackled, loses the ball. Swans now with a big chance to get rid of it, and they do via hands that go through. Sheldrick now goes back out to Braden Campbell. Big sidestep and kicks it long down the wing. Coleman may have been held, but the ball spilled over the back of the pack. Harris Andrews versus Hayden McLean, and McLean did well. Actually forced Harris Andrews to basically buffet the ball over the boundary line. Well disguised, no free kick. Throw in, right half forward for Sydney.
So lucky from Payne. He was getting dragged down. You could see it from here. Not sure what the umpires, there's 4 of them. They did not see that. Stevie Wonder could have seen that, Toby.
Jason Ackermanis with Jamie Stanton on ABC Sport through Grandstand AFL. 2-1-13 to 1-2-8. Sydney lead it. Throw in. Parker tries to kick off the ground to no great effect. Picked up by Neil of Brisbane at half-back. Chips it around the edge of the centre square. McCarthy presents and marks. A long way from home. Tips it to the middle of the ground, marked by Dunkley. Handed to Neil, who'd run on. Plays on and kicks into the forward line. Fort pushes Francis under the ball but can't mark. Roved by Hipwood. He's pressured off it. Hand pass hoping for Lohman. It goes over the line for a throw-in. And we'll see it tossed in deep in the forward pocket for the Lions. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Jack Payne's in a lot of pain down here. He's just hobbled off the field, and I think he's it's pretty serious what he's got going there. It's either a leg or an ankle injury for him.
That's not good at all for the Brisbane Lions. Become a vital cog in their defensive structure as the throw-in happens in defence for Sydney. Florent got it back to Hickey. He shot a handball back to the goal square to Aaron Francis. He measures a kick to Lloyd. Oh boy, closing in was Kai Lohman. Lloyd just took the mark. Courageous kick. Was 45 degrees into the middle to centre half back, found Florent, and then to the run there of Goulden. Long kick from Errol, kicks it to centre half forward. Off hands, beautiful little toe poke came into the hands there of Buller. Handball back to McLean from a start from 50. It bounces right, and there's only one behind. 2-2 plays 1-2, just a goal the diff. 14 plays 8, the Swannies lead.
Had a bit of lines about it, that movement from the Swans, and the play before the Lions looked good. They finally got it through the corridor.
Wilmot kicking in the absence of Daniel Rich and Jack Payne for the time being. Wilmot kicks it high towards half-back. Florent was underneath it. Spoil made by McKenna. Roved by Dunkley. At right half-back, he kicks to the wing, and Hipwood in a 2-on-2 pack, crushed it with his chest and takes the mark. Kicks to half-forward. It's a half volley for Cameron. Can't pick it up. Swans there in number. Little clearing kick from Lloyd. Finds its way over the boundary line, and the ump says no. The umpire says there was no intent to keep the ball alive.
I thought that was ricocheted off someone.
Jared Berry will get the free kick for Brisbane. Chips it to Hipwood, who takes another chest mark. He's 60 out. Hard on the boundary at right half forward. Goal the diff early on here. Sydney 2-2 to Brisbane 1-2. Hipwood infield on a low pass, which is intercepted by Lloyd. Didn't really get high off the ground at all, but Lloyd was there to take the mark, and the Swans will repel from full-back.
Charlie Cameron, the only Brisbane Lion on the field without a touch at the moment, is Ollie Florent for Sydney. Flares out to right half-back. Gets to Braden Campbell. Another beautiful left foot, using the full width of the Gabba. This is what Hawthorn did to Brisbane last week, people. 30-plus disposals now, Sydney. Running them off their feet a tad. Inside 50. Off hands. It bounces in front of Big Tom Hickey. He lets loose without a real effective disposal. Umpire lets him get away with it. Brisbane now pick it up through Ashcroft. He gets it across to Jared Berry, and there he is, Charlie Cameron. Accepted the ball, dropped the chest mark, but was agile enough to go back, get it, and kick it to Darcy Wilmot.
Second time tonight, Charlie's dropped the sitter.
Wilmot's at full back, and again a long clearing kick for Brisbane. Rushing to the contest is Hipwood. Couldn't mark. Ashcroft Rovers tackled by Warner. Got a hand pass away. Berry is tackled by Wicks into the turf. Play on. Ricochet goes eventually out of play. Throw in, says the umpire.
Was out in the full, I reckon.
26 and a half minutes played first term. It's Sydney 2-2-14 to Brisbane 1-2-8. Zane.
Yeah, it's a right ankle problem for Jack Payne. There's a lot of head shaking by the medicos, but they are going to try and get him back out there. They're strapping it up and going to see how it goes.
Shallow throw in there. Hickey beats McInerney to the ball, slaps it in front of Parker. Jared Berry in there as well. Will Ashcroft versus Rowbottom, the two number 8s clash, goes in there, and that's going to be a free kick. We'll go to Sydney. Threw the head back, made sure the umpire saw it, but it was there against Justin McInerney.
Netball.
He's just forward to centre wing.
Oh, my God.
On the Vulture Street side. But I thought if you actually led with your head, you were making contact first. But never mind. He chipped it 25 metres forward to fight Chad Warner. This is in his wheelhouse. 55 metres out. He's got Rampy running to the left, and then he decides to hook it around the body. Gets it to the top of the square. Big fly from McLean. It was spoiled. Front and square, Rowbottom. Beautifully roved and beautifully finished. The Swans get their third. 27 and a half gone first term. ABC Sports Grandstand AFL. The Swannies 3-2-20. The Lions 1-2-8.
And there is a wicket at Edgbaston. Australia has claimed the wicket of Ben Duckett, nicking Hazelwood to keep a carry for 12. England 1 for 22 after the England captain Ben Stokes won the toss, elected to bat. Zach Crawley hit Pat Cummins for 4 with his first ball. Bazball from the first ball, but it's 1 for 22. Duckett out for 12.
That's a bad name, Duckett. That's a bad name. But
as a cricketer,
as a cricketer, that's luck of fortune. That's a terrible kick in from Warner. Long punch, great crumb, great goal.
It's nice to see Sydney moving the ball a little bit like last year. They're being a bit daring, and Benny Matthews said in the pre-game that they were going to try and be daring to get some confidence back.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Jamie, 3-1 in this first term. Centre bounce, ump finds a free kick. It's going to Oscar McInerney, who was held in the ruck contest. So he'll bang Brisbane deep into attack, a long right foot looking for Fort. Spoiled away by Blakey. Kicking it off the ground. Bailey kicks it out on the full. He arrived and didn't even think of picking it up, just threw a right boot at it, and it's going to be a free kick for Rampy in the right back pocket. Really good attendance tonight. Expected almost 30,000 fans in the house for Friday night footy as Rampy kicks to right half back for Sydney. Beyond the pack, it bounces to Wilmot of Brisbane. Hand pass to McKenna near the boundary line. Keeps it in, 60 out. Uses his right boot to kick it back to full forward for Brisbane. Danaher's got a couple of butts. It's gone through the hands of everyone. And Connor McKenna has kicked a goal.
Connor.
Talk about the luck of the Irish.
Wow, what a kick.
There was Danaher plus 2 defenders there. There were 3 sets of hands. It beat them all. And it's halved Sydney's advantage 3-2 to 1-2. 29 and a half first term. Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton.
Well, despite their domination, the Swans and some slick ball movement, the Lions do what they do best. They score late in quarters. But Connor McKenna, not to be confused with the other Connor. Yeah, it was wonderful, wonderful kick, Jamie.
That's been the tale of Sydney's season this year, is that just really poor, silly errors that Sydney don't normally make. That just needs to be touched.
Yeah.
Put it through. Knock Danaher through and knock the ball through. Same thing. But, this year they're really struggling down back to do the simple things.
Well, let's pass the review.
There you go. We're back into the middle. We were all wondering whether it was going to, as Hickey slapped it down, but it's taken in there. Oh, beautiful tackle from Errol Goulden on Cam Rayner. Just one hit, bang. Umpire's going to come in and throw it up.
Cam's going behind the ball here, Cam Rayner.
It was McInerney Oscar that got it down to Neil. He tackled off the ball, and Will Ashcroft had it kicked out of his hands. It was beautifully tapped there towards Braden Campbell from 45. He drilled it with the left foot. Oh, yes. That is a ripping goal for the Swans. 4-2-26. The Lions 2-2-14. Played nearly 31 minutes of the first term.
Well, not long to go in the quarter, 30 seconds, but to come out in a beautiful left footer like that, when you get onto them, that is a wonderful goal. Super kick. And that's what's been good tonight from the Swans, Jamie. Their skill level has been outstanding.
100%. It looks like they're getting some confidence back, and it's nice to watch, but you'd think as a Brisbane supporter, you're not too thrilled they're getting their confidence back this week.
No. Don't worry. It's a long game, and they will run out of confidence by the end of the third quarter. But that said, we need a bit more out of this midfield if you're a Lions fan.
Well, Campbell and Goulden made their debuts here in round 1 a couple of years ago when the Swans upset Brisbane on that night. And a beautiful finish from Campbell there. Centre bounce, no clearance as McInerney palmed down and then played tackler as well to ensure Warner couldn't get clear. So thrown up in the middle once more. Hickey with the tap, but doesn't rove. Neil there got a push in the back from Rowbottom. He'll get a free kick.
Stop the clock, bring it back 19 seconds. This is hopefully only Brisbane can score if they can get it down there and take a mark.
So Neil, defensive side of the bullseye, got Rayner running from the fence. He tried a torpedo, didn't hit it all that well. Hickey drops the mark though, 50 from goal for Sydney. Roved by McInerney of Brisbane, hand pass to Bailey. Hands it to Dunkley, his hand pass looking for McKenna. He's pressured off it by Goulden. Rowbottom kicks the ball out of play and the ump says no intent. Boy, oh boy. Jamie, it is AFLW stuff tonight, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
They will change it a bit.
Going to take a mark here, the Sirens.
Free kick to Danaher, and Ford had a grab at that right on the siren, but if it was a one clunker, probably would have been paid. It wasn't, it was a fumble, and that is quarter time. And Sydney, fighting to stay close to the pack just outside of the 8, has made a fine start in Brisbane, where the Lions are yet to be defeated this season, and it's a 2-goal lead for the Swans at quarter time. 4 goals, 2-26, plays 2-2-14. Wicks, McInerney, Rowbottom and Campbell have kicked the goals for Sydney. Berry and McKenna have kicked the goals for Brisbane. Swans 4-2, Lions 2-2, but concern for Brisbane not only on the scoreboard, but Jack Payne off the ground with a leg injury. And we wait to see what Zane Bojack can tell us about that as the game progresses. You can keep getting in touch on the SMS 0467 920 222. Sorry, that's the wrong text message number. It's 0437 774 774. My apologies.
You almost did your number there for a second.
No, not quite. 0437 774 774.
Well, your number,
I was going to read this one. M from Melbourne says, "Hi Q and team, good to hear you all. Please don't stifle Acker if this game turns out to be a dud. At least Acker can give us some relief. My team is not playing, but always love listening to you guys."
Well, so it has been a little bit dour early, wasn't it? And the game sort of started to open up. But that's what's going to happen. It's going to be one of those games. I think the Swans were always going to play this very difficult. They're annoying to play against.
In the NRL tonight, just the one game as we build up to State of Origin 2, which is on Wednesday night. You'll hear around the country on ABC Sport. North Queensland playing Penrith. The Cowboys lead the Panthers 10 points to 6, 20 minutes into the game. And in the cricket, Australia has been working away with the ball, picking up the early wicket of Ben Duckett. 1 for 27, the current score, with Crawley on 12 and Pope on 3. Quarter time at the Gabba. It's Sydney by 2 goals on Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen. Little ears can discover so much with a range of fun ABC podcasts, like Short and Curly, asking deep ethical questions.
I think homework's a waste of time because we go to school for 6.5 hours a day.
And Play School Ears On, working out sounds with familiar friends.
Shall we investigate Big Ted? Oh yeah, Teo, let's go.
Short and Curly and Play School Ears On. Find the podcasts on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Still a kick and a half from goal. He'll use his left boot to launch a long ball towards full forward. Hayward flies from the back. Can't take the mark. Rowbottom roving at the front for Sydney. Hand pass to Wicks. Slap from the right forward pocket. That is a fine first goal. We've had to wait for it. But after 14 minutes, it's Sam Wicks for the Swans with the opener. Starcevic to take it on the wing. Long kick into attack. Fifth in line, Rayner takes a mark.
He's got Rampy running to the left, and then he decides to hook it around the body. Gets it to the top of the square. Big fly from McLean. It was spoiled. Front and square, Rowbottom. Beautifully rowed and beautifully finished. The Swans get their third.
A hand pass to McKenna near the boundary line, keeps it in, 60 out, uses his right boot to kick it back to full forward for Brisbane. Danaher's got a couple of shots. It's gone through the hands of everyone. And Connor McKenna has kicked the goal.
Connor.
Talk about the luck of the Irish.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Quentin Hull and the team, your company for Friday night football at the Gabba. For the first time ever, Brisbane and Sydney playing the marquee television time slots in the AFL, and it's the Swans having had the better of the first half hour. Sydney by 2 goals at 4-2-22 to Brisbane's 2-2-14. Your experts are Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton, who can break down a little further that first term of footy.
I think if I'm looking at the stats, I'm looking at the game, the one thing I am seeing from the Swans, which is it shows on the stats sheet, is handball receives. They are 29-18, which tells me they're running, they're trying to link up, they're trying to break through any type of defensive structure that you can have. That's what you do it for. And in the end, the Swans look a little bit slicker, just a little bit hungry around the contest. The tackling on both sides has been good, but the Lions would be concerned about the lack of possessions and the not really doing what they want out of stoppages, because it's just been an absolute bun fight in there.
Definitely, and it's really interesting to see that Neil and Dunkley haven't really had a lot of impact in and around the contest. Like, Neil's got 8 touches and he's up there. Dunkley's sitting on 5. But in terms of impact on the game, neither of them have had much. You'd probably argue that the Sydney midfield's probably on top just in the way the style that they're playing, but it is a very dour contest in the middle. But it's interesting that Sydney probably have taken a little bit out of Hawthorn's playbook, where they're handball happy, Hawthorn, and Sydney have decided to let's see if Brisbane will have learnt and let's see if they'll run.
And bring the attack, and if they don't bring the attack, that is going to be the problem. Now, the other good sign for Brisbane is Zach Bailey and Will Ashcroft are up and flying, doing a great job. Cam Rayner's getting shots on goal. They just need to work out, hopefully, we saw Danaher in the ruck. Darcy Ford's in the team. Darcy Ford is a clear ruckman. Now, what are they doing? Oscar, clearly we know what he's doing. But you see now, with Darcy and Payne being back, they're going to try, I think what they're trying to do, the Lions, is stretch the Swans' defence, because they do lack height and those bigger bodies. So someone's going to get off the chain.
If you're trying to stretch the defence, though, don't you want your forward in Joe Danaher playing on a smaller player? Like, if I'm putting money on kicking goals, it ain't Darcy Ford. I know he kicks well when he has it in his hands, but that's why he doesn't play every week. He doesn't get it in his hands.
Yeah, John Longmire would be absolutely wrapped with the fact that the Swannies were out-tackled by 39 last week against St Kilda, which was the third worst by any team since 2019. They've already had 23 tackles to the Lions' 15 in the first term.
Zane, latest on Jack Payne before the second term.
Yeah, he's down in the defensive 50. He's got McLean beside him, and so that's positive for the Lions. What about the Swans, though? We talk about them being daring. They've scored 26 more points in the first quarter here than they did last week against the Saints.
Hickey with the tap down in the middle, but Ashcroft roves. Dunkley gets high contact trying to receive the hand pass, and we'll get the free kick for Brisbane at the stoppage. Right in the middle of the Gabba, he hand passes to Coleman, who uses his left boot to kick Brisbane into attack, and Hipwood leading and one clunking despite the presence of Blakey. That is a lovely lead and mark from Eric Hipwood. Now just has to try and finish with the man on the mark, 45 from goal.
Wow, with the Lizard right up his Lizard. He was, that's a great mark. But this is also, it's almost like I see him from this angle and this distance, and I actually like him. I think he's a better kick from way out here.
Eric Hipwood has kicked 20 goals so far this season. His best for a year is 37. It was back in 2018. He's been tracking pretty well on his left boot from 50. He's given it everything and has struck it pretty well, but just off to the right. A creditable miss from that range. Dare we call it that. 11 the diff. 4-2-26 to 2-3-15.
I'm still dealing with the Lizard. Here we go. Opposite turnover here. There's a free kick. Cam Rayner's got involved, and you'd love that, Acker, as he tried to play on the Sydney player, was tackled into the ground.
What are you thinking?
Rayner's going to get a free kick 20 metres out as Ollie Florent tried to take everybody on coming out from fullback.
Why is he kicking around the corner?
Rayner from 20 metres curls it around the corner, Acker.
Oh, my God.
He kicks the goal for Brisbane, and that was one they didn't expect, but they wanted. 4-2-26 the Swans, 3-3-21 the Lions. Barely 2 minutes gone, second term.
That's such a bad decision, Jamie. Coming out and then taking on one of the best tacklers in the team. But he had 3 or 4 blokes deep working for him.
I just don't even know. You can't explain that. That's just ridiculous. But, hey.
What's ridiculous is the song he chose. Like, who sings this? This is like from the 70s.
This is Neil Diamond, mate.
Neil Diamond from
the classic
60s.
It's a classic.
He's 22 or whatever he's having.
Don't be cynical and suggest that some commercial arrangement's been made with another station. Don't ever suggest that.
Why wouldn't you put Scooter or something in there?
I think you're being cynical, Acker.
Fair dinkum. What is that rubbish?
Why is he kicking it around the corner from 20 metres out slightly to the right?
Ask Harry Mackay.
To the left. Anyway, Hickey with the clearance in the middle. Hand pass to Parker, kick smothered but picked up by Sydney's Florent. He'll get the clearance for the Swans with a long kick inside 50. Amadi again presents, can't mark. But Papley robes and snaps on his left. He's one of the best in the biz at that. Rolls it through from 30 metres out and he's off to the races with the celebration too. Running into the middle of the ground, high-fiving and hugging. There's your answer straight away. Tom Papley's first goal of the night. Sydney with 5 individual goal kickers and back to that margin of 11 points. Sydney 4, make it 5-2, 32 to 3-3-21.
He always bobs up to kick a goal, Papley. He is a master at it. But great goal. You can only do what your opportunities allow, and left foot snap. But that said, the unfortunate slip from Rayner and just an easy entry, really.
And I love the fact Tom Papley usually gets up and about and it's all about him and his celebrations, but he went straight to Ollie Florent and said, don't worry, mate, move on. And
that was awesome.
Showing some growth in Papley there.
Jamie Stanton with Jason Ackermanis with you on Grandstand AFL.
Back into the middle of the Gabba. Swannies up by 11 points. Tom Hickey gets it down. There's a nice tap down taken by Parker. Flicks a handball out and it was beautifully kicked forward by Goulden under enormous pressure. Connor McKenna puts himself in, got the handball to Lockneil for Brisbane, then to Dunkley. His handball turned over, Rowbottom for Sydney, tackled off the ball. We're back into the middle, and the umpire has said when Rowbottom was tackled off the ball, he was really tackled off the ball. It's a free kick, Brisbane. Goes to Dunkley, handball to the runner McKenna, to left half forward. Dev Robertson on the arc of 50 takes a mark. The run of Kitty Coleman to the left from 45. He nurses it into the goalpost. One behind. 5-2-32, plays 3-4-22, 10 points the margin, Swannies lead, 4 gone, second term.
What a kick. And it's good signs of Kitty Coleman and the midfielders having shots on goal.
Was the sub last week, Kadeen Coleman, but back in the starting 22 this week as number 22 for Sydney, runs it out of fullback. That's Blakey. He hand passes to the pocket for Melican. Long kick towards the wing. McLean's got a couple of beats spoiled out of play by that Brisbane defensive duo of Payne and Starcevic. And just having a look at the gait of Jack Payne, he looks all right, having had his ankle attended to in the first quarter.
It's coming off.
And just as I say that, you're right, Jace. He was running to the bench. Boundary throw in. Hickey the tap, boundary side row by Rowbottom. Hand pass to Parker, hands to Goulden. All in tight now and up and under. Hoper back to the wing, but hold on.
Free kick.
Did he get pushed?
I think he did, yeah, after he got rid of it.
Zane, Jack Payne?
You could stop the Southern Aurora queue. Look, he's really struggling on that. He's in a lot of pain, and I think they're just about going to pull the pin on him.
Swans turn it over. Goulden's kick into the man on the mark. Fletcher was a part of the stealing brigade. Handed to Neil. Got it back to Fletcher. Gave to Dunkley. His kick smothered. Rowbottom dribbles it along the boundary line on the outer side to no one. Ashcroft picks up for Brisbane. Tries to hand it back to his mate Fletcher, but it's out of play. Boundary throw in. Yeah, and his nickname, House. He is in a house of pain at the moment, Big Jack.
He is, and that's not like him. He would hang in there if he could, but there's nothing they can do, I think.
So the throw in on the Stanley Street side of the ground between the two benches. McInerney, Oscar gets it down. It's going to be a free kick immediately. Goes to Rowbottom for high contact from the centre wing. Long kick inside 50. Looking for Amati. Just ran underneath the ball at ground level. Papley makes himself annoying. He did it beautifully, picked it up, tackled off the ball, semi-smothered. Goes back to McInerney. Got it back to Chad Warner. He turned it over now. Charlie Cameron back in defence to help Brisbane. The handball to Dev Robinson. Off a left foot to the wing. Nicely handled by Blakey, who spoilt Darcy, fought, gathered, then burned him off. Chips it to the 50 arc. Intercepted by Brisbane. Charlie Cameron gets a bit of a help. Handball from Dev Robertson again. Under enormous pressure, he's tackled there by the youngster in McInerney. Held down. That's holding the ball.
Oh, that is.
That is holding the ball.
That is.
Umpire's going to throw it up. Incorrect decision in my book, Quentin Holt.
Not according to the umpire, who gave the grace of slipping over as not prior opportunity. McInerney with the tap down to the foot of the pack. Hickey he jumps on it to lock it up. Oscar goes in again, ferreting for it. Comes out with it with no great effect. Dunkley has a go. Rowbottom's over it. It's a mess. Spews out. Neil picks up for Brisbane. Here's a hand pass to the clearing part of the pack at the back. Got it to Robertson. He's kicked to the wing. Francis first to meet it for Sydney. Dropped the mark. Rode by Cunningham of the Swans. Hands it to Blakey. He kicks Sydney back to attacking 50 and Amati. Marks this time. He has presented all night. But this time, Joel Amati takes the chest mark. He's 40 from goal.
That kick, he just reacted quicker, I think. That's all it was. It wasn't actually meant for him. It was just a bit of a skewed kick. But forwards in front, react first. That's what you love.
Like the way he's presenting, though, Jamie.
He's playing good tonight.
100%. But how slick is the lizard?
Oh, once it comes to ground, he can use that agility.
Joel Amati looking to become the 6th individual goal kicker for Sydney. Runs over the plane of 50. Hits it with his right boot. Journey okay, but always right behind. 11 points is the margin in favour of the Swans at 5-3-33 to 3-4-22. 8 minutes played, second term.
So Brisbane will bring the ball back in. It's with Connor McKenna. Big kick to the outer side. Looking for Danaher. Spoiled nicely. Ball falls into the hand there of Lloyd. Long kick inside 50. Off hands now. Brisbane with another chance. McKenna tried the little... self-kick, and that landed to Papley. He's tackled off the ball. He appeals for a free kick as the ball spills away. The pack forms as Ryan Lester is tackled into the ground, and the umpire's going to throw it up about 30 metres out.
Rubber the yellow tonight, the Lions at the moment.
Well, every player on the paddock forward of the centre circles as Oscar McInerney grabs it out of the ruck for Brisbane, tumbles it towards the wing. Here he is, the lizard. Oh, he just beautifully just kicks it 20 metres and measures out a lace out pass to Campbell. Didn't have to move. He's got time, hasn't he?
Campbell on the wing in front of the Gabba members on the Vulture Street side. Kicks it high back into attack for Sydney. And the common theme of 5 in the pack and the fist of Andrews being the most telling play as the Brisbane co-captain punches it beyond those grappling for a mark, and a boundary throw-in is the result in the right forward pocket for the Swans. Sydney attacking the right of your radio dial, the city end. Good house in for Friday night footy at the Gabba. From the throw-in, Amati with possession for Sydney. Hand passes to Sheldrick, gives it to Parker. His chip, it bursts off the chest of Hayward, drops the mark. He should have taken. Now he follows up and applies a tackle to lock the ball up at the top of the goal mouth for the Swans, and the up says baller.
There's a problem here. The Lions have a spare, but the spare's in the stoppage, but I can't see the spare where I can see the Swans spare.
Umpire throws it up. Oscar McInerney for Brisbane gets it down in front of Ashcroft. He can't pick it up. And McInerney does in the end. The huge slipper towards centre half back. McCarthy, his handball out of the reach of Lockneil, picked up by Rampy. Just a hoping handball forward, cut off by Kadeen Coleman. He gives it to Dunkley, now to Ashcroft. Off a step, his torpedo goes into the middle of the ground. It's cut off by the former Bomber in Aaron Francis, who plays on. He wants to measure a kick to a lead. It's nicely spoiled at ground level. Swans with a chance through Hayward, tackled by Darcy Ford at centre half forward, and there's going to be a ball up right on the arc of 50.
Lots of stoppages in this one. Really tight in the contest early on at the Gabba. Hickey and McInerney battle. Roving is Sheldrick for Sydney. Under pressure, rushes a kick to half forward. Parker has it punched away by Wilmot. Ball to deck, 50 from Sydney's goal. Sheldrick got a hand pass away.
Aye.
And
Kitty Coleman.
Coleman stole it, and Wicks got in his back. So, free kick for Kadeen Coleman. On defensive, 50 for Brisbane. Swans 5-3-33, Lions 3-4-22.
Kick.
11 minutes, second term. He kicked it over the head of Lohman towards the wing, roved by Hickey of Sydney. Hand passes to Goulden, chips infield. It's marked by Rampy. 2 kicks from goal between wing and left half forward for Sydney. Rampy's delivery is wide and almost reeled in one-handed by the first game of Buller. Couldn't control it. Out of play. Boundary throw in. 40 from Sydney's goal. Zane?
Yes, Jack Payne, they haven't given up on him. He's gone down the race on suggesting he might be about to get an injection in that ankle.
Oh, the magic needle. That'll do the trick.
There you go. The boundary umpire, has it 35, 40 metres out from the Swans' goal. They're pressing again. Oscar McInerney gets it down for Brisbane to Neil. He's tackled immediately, picked up by Hayward. The handball towards the boundary line, cut off by Coleman for Brisbane. He kicks it back towards the wing. Danaher charged at it. It bounced off his chest, roved by Dunkley. His hacked kick forward, dropped by Francis. He had time to pick it back up, and then he just hoiked it towards the 50-metre arc. It bounces freely. Coleman gathers. Handball to Wilmot for Brisbane, then back to Harris Andrews. He retreats back inside 50 and then misses Ryan Lester. with the handball, missed the target by a metre or so. He'd rolled over the boundary line. We're going to throw in the right forward pocket for Sydney. That was pretty average.
Yeah, that quick kick forward, they're just picking off the Swans. It's too easy. The Lions have got to do something with that. I want them to see them even up that contest.
A lot of rushed disposals tonight. Boundary throw in. Sydney in attack. Dunkley does the roving. Hand pass to Coleman. Rushed. Clearing kick. Intercepted by Goulden. 40 metres out. Got it to his left. Has a shot. Just misses to the right. Does Errol Goulden. To the diff. 2 goals the diff. At 5-4 to 3-4. Sydney in front.
So Brisbane bring the ball back in. It goes to the right back pocket. Oh, that's... Downfield. Now, the Brisbane player who kicked it long downfield, I think he might be reported here too, just quietly.
He's in trouble.
Starcevic, is it hurt? No, Leicester hurt.
Now, Sam Wicks, who was the offender, now the Brisbane player is still down as the ball's gone all the way down centre wing. The umpire's going to... That's a double 50.
Yeah, called it downfield, then got another 50 on top of that.
So it was Ryan Lester dealt with by Sam Wicks late as he got rid of the ball.
He got it right across the chops.
The ball's gone all the way down to the 50-metre arc for Brisbane now.
Right forearm into the cheek of Ryan Lester.
Really? Is that the replay cue?
2 weeks.
Well, this is, and it's not going to look good for that player for young Sam Wicks. I've seen him over the years. He's a fair player too, by the way. I'll feel for him in that regard. Bad choice. Link McCarthy from 55. 45-degree angle to the right. Strikes it off the side of the boot. Another big fly. Rove front and centre. Darcy Fort got the handball away over the boundary line as he was tackled, and it will be a throw-in the right forward pocket. That's the first average thing I've seen Sam Wicks do in his career.
Yeah, a bit unlucky. Bit late, bit clumsy.
It's a ragged old game, this one.
I was about to say that. It's
boundary throw in between, taps down to Parker. He clears Sydney from the left back pocket. A tumbler to the middle of the ground, met by Melican. Taps it to his own advantage once and twice. Harassed by Coleman. Coleman has a go. Melican tackles him off it. Play on. Justin McInerney picks up, smothered by Coleman, out of play.
Out in the full.
Oh, it ricocheted off his leg. Free kick to Sydney.
That is unlucky.
So Justin McInerney with the free kick for the Swans, who lead it by 2 goals. Scrapping their way into a contest at the Gabba. It's pretty hard to do in home and away footy here over the last few years for visitors. McInerney's kicked a full forward. Well, Andrews almost got a mark for Brisbane. Couldn't. Rode by Berry. Oh, Brisbane, his clearing kick is marked by Hipwood. Between left half back and the wing, Eric Hipwood has it. Sydney leading by 2 goals at 5-4 to 3-4.
Well, there's scant movement in front of him, but Lockneil is one of those options, and he takes it very wide. Centre wing, Stanley Street side. The Brownlow medalist kicks to right half forward. Danaher flies. Fisted away from him and Rove by Francis. Managed to get the ball to his boot. Sydney are away yet again. Goulden, the left foot, back to the wing. Amati, spoiled by Leicester, is back up. Rove by Connor McKenna. His handball was cut off by Rowbottom. He got the big forearm out and just pushed him away and gave it to Warner. Warner now onto McInerney. Kicks it long inside 50, floating in front of Papley. Darcy Wilmot. I love this bloke. He plays with a lot of passion. He's got some good skills too for the Lions.
He's a good player.
In the right back pocket, kicks Brisbane back to a pack on the wing, and it's Leicester at the front of the pack taking a mark, so he's obviously not all that encumbered from the contact a moment ago. Chip short to Ashcroft, gave back to Leicester, hand pass to the wing for McKenna, kicks it to half forward, through the hands of Francis of Sydney, who met it first. Now the ball goes to ground level, cleaned up by Sheldrick of Sydney. Hand pass to the wing, picked up by Warner. Warner's kick around the boundary line, and Leicester's mark it again.
50.
And another 50. Because Luke Parker...
I didn't need to do that, but I tell you, Leicester has been good tonight, not just getting whacked in the chops. He's been good all night.
Oh, my word.
Well, that was just silly.
That's silly, but also netballish.
But it was a slap in the face. You can't not pay that.
Past 5 minutes been volleyball, though.
Yeah, good point.
Hit over the net.
Oh, well, Lions are playing on. It's a long kick inside 50. Big pack flies. That's a good mark taken by the Lizard, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Takes the mark in the left back pocket for Sydney. He's just got a grace about him, this kid. And it's a beautiful left foot kick. He kicks it to half back. It's a nice spoil by Link McCarthy over the top of Sheldrick. Over the boundary line, we'll get a throw in. Zane Bojak's down there.
Yeah, they're going to roll the dice on Jack Payne. He's got the boot back on. It's been strapped back up. He's trying to put weight on that ankle. He's going to come back out again.
Thank you, Zane Bojak. So the continued problems for the big man from Noosa.
They hurt for months too, those ankles.
Boundary throw in, Neil to the front, clearance for Brisbane, hand pass to McCarthy, terrible rush kick inside 50 along the ground. Lloyd picks up for Sydney, hands it to Florent, hands to Rampy, rush kick out of defence for the Swans, to the Vulture Street wing, 1-on-1, it's McKenna battling against Wicks, McKenna won the football for Brisbane, then Wicks falls over, McKenna gathers himself, chips to the pocket, he's got a target, Hipwood takes the mark 40 metres from goal, McKenna keeps his feet, and
well done.
Well, he ran rings around Wicks there, literally, Jamie.
Wow, he was 1-on-1, he was behind. There was a good foot race, but the strength and the balance of him to get back, good old Connor McKenna, and he just, good vision too, just popped it over, found Hipwood. He's probably more likely to kick this one than one in front.
10 metres in from the boundary at left half forward. He's kicked one behind already tonight. It was a long ranger. This one a little closer, but a tougher angle. 2 goals the diff, Sydney in front. Hipwood looking to half the deficit. Pretty good strike on the left. It's across the face, though. And doesn't go through for a score. Hits the pack in the opposite pocket near the behind post. There's a scrimmage. The umpire's waiting and watching. And the ball's out of... Oh, they've given deliberate.
So they should.
Rampy is being penalised for deliberately taking... Well...
He should
insufficient intent to keep the ball in.
He should know better. Right in front of the umpire too was looking.
He's got Jared Berry on his back. I mean, there is the letter of the law, and this game is becoming...
Oh, they've had some howlers tonight.
Wow. Anyway, free kick to Jared Berry in the right forward pocket. 2 steps infield, left foot snap. He's kicked the goal. Second goal for Jared Berry, and it's a goal to diff. Sydney lead at 5-4 to 4-4.
It's quite interesting. The umpires tonight have been very one-sided towards the Brisbane guys, but that's what happens when you come to the Gabba, right? Sydney do some silly mistakes, crowd gets up and about, and you got the umpires playing it like that. But Brisbane are hanging on here. Sydney have probably had dominance in this first half, and Brisbane are just hanging around.
Definitely. And the other thing, I'm going to say this because it's going to happen. Joey's looking really good. I've seen him jumping at the ball. He's looking strong. I think he'll probably go... He's not gone for a rest, but he's looking hot.
I mean, do we dare be flippant enough saying that's a free kick that wouldn't be paid any time in the month of September, let alone in a grand final?
Correct.
Yeah,
so why are we paying it now?
We wouldn't even pay it in the fourth quarter of this game.
Yeah.
So why are we paying it now?
At home ground. You know, this happens. Used to happen at West Coast all the time.
It's the noise of affirmation. That's what it is as the ball goes back into the middle of the ground. Lockneil can't pick it up. Will Ashcroft can. The father-son gets it back to Neil. Now back to Kitty Coleman. From a stand, he kicks it towards centre forward. It's fisted forward and rowed by Bailey. Bailey, inside 50, looking for Hipwood. Finds him 30 out, right forward pocket. But he's on a very tight angle, but it's good for a left footer.
It's great for a left foot. There's a chance from here. I like him from here. I like him in the last shot. He doesn't miss by much. We're only talking a little bit off the boot. But that said, how good was that crumb? And he's looked good all night, Zach Bailey. And that was a terrific kick. Well read and well caught there from Eric.
Well, he's the only person with a more than one contested mark in the stats for Brisbane. He's got 2. That was his second. So
that's why they went tall, I reckon, to stretch their defence.
Eric Hipwood from close to the boundary. The left footer is as straight as an arrow. He gets behind the Brisbane teammates as the score draws level. 5-4, 34 apiece. 21 gone second term. Grandstand AFL.
Someone is always going to get off the chain, Jamie, but I tell you, if it's going to be anyone, I like when Eric plays well because he just works so hard, but it's good to see him get some reward. I think that's his 3rd shot on goal.
He's looked really good tonight, getting in some really nice spaces, leading up at the footy. Haven't seen this for a couple of weeks from Eric Hipwood, and sometimes Brisbane miss him. They actually go over the top of him. So it's actually nice to see the Brisbane guys hit him up on that lead.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, it was, look, something that they needed. They just needed that tall to actually go and kick the goal. And Joe Danaher's come off. He's just talking to the medicos. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he's unless they're just worried about fatigue. But they've been talking to him for a fair while.
Keep an eye on it, Zane. Centre bounce, tap down by foot, running through Dunkley, left boot towards full forward for Brisbane. In front, no mark there for the Lions, but roving is Cameron. He's tackled. got rid of it with a handball. Bailey there, can't pick it up. Warner comes away for Sydney. Hand pass, was looking for Hippie, slapped away by McInerney. But the Swans are there. McInerney picks it up at right half-back. That's Sydney's McInerney. Hands it to Florent and they're clear. From right half-back, a kick to the wing. McLean gets to the drop and takes a 3-grabber. Marks it for Sydney. Kicks it over the congestion to the first game of Buller. Marks, hand passes to Campbell. Kick into attack for the Swans. No one there. Roved by Coleman in the pocket for Brisbane. Kicks it back to the goal mouth. Gathered on the half volley by Berry. He'll kick it across the face of goal. Oh, McCarthy waited for it. And that wasn't great. Goulden picks it up for the Swans. Kicks it back to the corridor. Big pack of players. No one can mark. Hayward there for Sydney. Applies a tackle on Wilmot. Wilmot kicks it clear. No one in Cooey. And the ump says insufficient intent. Free kick, Sydney.
Well, those seconds.
Left half forward.
Well, they're only 75 metres out, and Nick Blakey's got the ball. He's right on the boundary line. He's a beautiful kick. He kicks it towards the top of the square. Big pack. Off hands. It was beautifully rowed by Dunkley. The handball to Kadeem Coleman. Tumbles it into the middle. Darcy Fort. Good contest. He wins it and roves it at ground level. To the run of Darcy Wilmot. The handball to the wing to Robertson. He's got another runner. It's the youngster Fletcher. Burst through. He gets over the 50 and he kicks a beauty. His first goal in AFL footy is an absolute bloody pearler. The Lions get its 6th goal and the crowd goes bananas at the Gabba for the young father-son superstar in the making. 6'4", plays 5'4",
What about that? Jasper, if you don't mind, and every one of his teammates, as they should, kicked the first goal, got around him, took him on, took the tackler on. Great finish.
Moments like that just make you smile, doesn't it? It's what footy's made for. Father, sons, getting their first goal on debut. Great moment.
Haven't had a lot of them, but how about the crowd building from the back line? Great transfer of play, quick kick forward. Darcy Fort, good work, and in the hands of Jasper. Not the best first name I've ever heard, but great finish. Jasper.
And I'm sure the young man could hear the growing expectation when he burst the tackle on 50. A moment was taken beautifully, and it puts Brisbane in front. Centre bounce and a clearance. Now it's Ashcroft. Another kid wonder for Brisbane. Not a great kick, though. Along the ground inside 50. It's quickly ricocheted off boots and back out to half forward for Brisbane. But Berry picks up. He'll kick the lines into attack once more. Blakey plays spoiler on Hipwood. Roving is McKenna. Got it to his boot. Kicks it the full forward. Punched by Cameron to the advantage of Bailey. Rode a tackle. Hands to Rayner. Hand pass to Danaher. Tackled by Parker. Up and under kick will come down in the goal mouth. Fisted to deck and rushed through for a point.
Whoa.
Brisbane by 7 at 6-5-41 to 5-4-34. Zane?
And Danaher's back out there, as you just heard. He's not running that well, though, Q. I reckon he might have a cork.
Well, there you go. He's sort of a little bit ginger as the Sydney Swans bring the ball out of half back from Cunningham, bringing it to the wing. And it's Buller who has it. Nice mark. He chips it 45 degrees into Gould and the handball to Lloyd, then to Fox. Fox the handball forward. McInerney from the arc of 50. He launches and kicks it just right to the goalpost, one behind.
That's what you want them to do. Kick them out wide.
41 plays 35. Just one goal the difference with 26 gone. The Lions lead.
McKenna's short kick in marked by Ashcroft. Ashcroft chips it short to Starcevic. Still just one wicket down in the cricket for England, one for 57 after they elected to bat. Duckett out for one. Hazelwood taking the wicket.
Just love saying Duckett.
The Ashes available on the ABC Listen app. Look for the red cricket button. McKenna kicks to right half back and Rayner presents to take an uncontested mark. Just a little lull for a moment.
Trying to stop those long kicks, Q. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get around this zone that's worked so well for the Swans.
Inside 50, the kick to Andrews. He kicks it back to fullback. House of Payne continues to try his best. He's turned over. That ankle's not good. He's kicked it to Goulden, and Goulden bangs it from 50 to say, if you're going to play on one leg, you got to be better than that. Errol Goulden levels the scores on a howler, which must have been contributed by the fact that Jack Payne has got a problem in his plant foot. And Goulden makes them pay. It's 6 goals, 5-41 apiece.
That is a gift if I've ever seen one, Jamie. He had options. He could have used them, and he tried to get down the middle and didn't come off.
It's definitely a pet peeve. His job is to play on the key forward, bring the ball to ground, and give the ball to a small who kicks it better than he does. Starcevic is running next to him. Kitty Coleman's on the wing, and he tries to go through the middle. Play your role.
Play your role. A man's got to learn
Play your role.
limitations. That's why I bring the lollies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You've got to know which role you play in the box.
It's very nice of you too.
No, look, 6-5-41 a piece here. All of a sudden, there's a little bit of a spark in the game too that was missing a little earlier as the Lions win this clearance, and that comes from Lockneil. He tumbles it towards right half forward. It bounces awkwardly for Hipwood. Nicely for Blake. He picks it up, tackled over the line, loses the ball. The noise of affirmation gives a free kick to Brisbane. It's going to come back to Link McCarthy. He's right on the boundary line, and Blakey's standing on the 50 arc. He puts it into the run there of Hipwood. Rove by Bailey. He's tackled into the ground. Umpire says he's let loose the ball, picked up by Chad Warner for Sydney. He just hoiks it up the corridor. It lands at the feet of Papley, who does beautifully. Pivots, gets around in a circle, gets it to McLean, and then the run is from Gould and a long kick inside 50. Andrews versus Buller. Buller versus Andrews, and Andrews taps the ball through for a nice contested behind. That will give the Swannies the lead by one behind. 42 plays 41, 28 and a half gone, second term.
That was slick, though, right from deep defence to having a shot on goal. Sydney looking sharp when they could do that.
McKenna with the chip in, marked by Neil, still in the right back pocket. He plays on with a short pass to right half back. Wilmot takes the grab. So 2 chip passes and Brisbane to defensive 50. Wilmot chips over the man on the mark back to McKenna. They don't want to bang it long, do they, Jace? He picked up on that one.
No, they're going to go short here. They're going to try and get through this zone. Only if they absolutely have to, where they go long. We say.
Well, now they do. McKenna long with a kick to the contest. Danaher in the pack. Well, it's a no contest when Joe's leaping like that.
Told ya.
Takes the mark with a bit of help from the back of Milliken. Nice fly, nice grab. Joe on his left kicks Brisbane into attack. And in front, 2 grabbers from McInerney. Oh, they got high contact. Didn't pay the mark, but gave him a free kick. Free kick to Oscar McInerney, 35 out, slightly right of centre.
Have a look at the lizard. He's like, what's that for? What do you reckon? You went straight, missed the ball, went straight past him, clocked him on the head, and hi, what do you want? Oh, the lizard. I like it. What for? What was that for?
That's a defender's question.
So Oscar McInerney has the chance to return Brisbane to the lead. He's kicked 3 goals so far this season.
Could go anywhere here. He is unreliable, but when he strikes it good, he does kick them.
50 cents each way from Jason Ackermanis.
Absolutely.
Very clear and astute assessment, Acker. He might kick it, he might not. Here he is on the right boot, McInerney, he's kicked it. He has kicked the goal. And Brisbane return to the lead. Nice finish from the Lions, Ruckman. Brisbane by 5 points at 7-5-47 to 6-6-42. We've got about half a minute left in this second quarter on Grandstand AFL at the Gabba.
It's just been one of those games, but it is good to see midfielders and Ruckman kicking goals. Like, at the moment, you haven't even got you got Cameron or Joey hasn't hit the scoreboard. So it's actually a good sign.
It's funny, you talk about stretching the Sydney defence there. That's exactly what Brisbane just did. Joey Danaher on the wing, Oscar McInerney in the forward line. 2 tall targets taking 2 big marks over 2 smaller players.
Sydney still leading the inside 50s, 32 to 26. Leading the tackle count, 40 to 25 at the moment as well. We're back into the middle. Responsible for one of those tackles right there, Luke Parker. He held up his opponent, Josh Dunkley, the umpire, with a secondary throw up in the middle of the ground. Chad Warner extracts it for Sydney. It's towed forward and cut off by Darcy Wilmot, who's showing more every game. Kicks it towards the outer wing. Dunkley made good ground to get to that ball. It was falling at his feet. He retreats, goes backwards to just short of the half-back line, finds Cam Rayner in his 100th, and he's just holding everything up as the clock ticks down towards half-time. Long kick down the line, comes off hands and tracks towards the boundary line as the siren goes for half-time. And it is the Brisbane Lions who lead by 5 points, 7-5-47 to the Swans 6-6-42. That's after the Swans led by 12 at quarter time. Your goal kickers, they're not going to take a hell of a lot of time to run through here, Q, are they? You've got them in front of you.
Berry has 2 for Brisbane. Singles for Rayner, McKenna, Hipwood and McInerney, along with Jasper Fletcher, kicking his first goal in AFL football in his first game. And his home ground as well. And the crowd was right behind him as he ran into an open goal from 50 metres out. And it was a good moment for the number 12 draft pick of last year, who'd spent so much time around this club with his dad, an assistant, apart from his dad playing more than 100 games for the Lions and the Bears. As far as Sydney is concerned, all individual goal kickers, 6 of them, Rowbottom, Papley, Wicks, Campbell, Goulden and McInerney. So it was Sydney by 2 goals at quarter time, and Brisbane kicked 5 goals, 3 to the Swans for 2 goals, 4. 7-5-47 to 6-6-42. Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton, your thoughts on the first half of footy here?
Well, I was just going to say to Jamie, it is indicative that the Lions, one, got it back in the contest, and they just changed their game plan slightly. They stopped going long. They stopped giving it the very organised defence of Sydney to be able to bring it to ground. They're very good there, get the ball through with quick, slick hands and get out the back. Well, they've stopped that. But the other thing I like, Cameron and Joey Danaher, who are our best goal kickers, if you're a Lions fan, have not scored yet. They will in the second half. They'll score goals. But this is a beautiful thing, and you can see with the goal kickers. If you ever think that Jared Berry would kick 2, you'd be kidding. So good comeback, good second quarter.
What I really enjoyed from Brisbane there was in the first half of that quarter, they really struggled with the perceived pressure and the tackle pressure of Sydney at the contest. And halfway through, their leaders stood up, and Neil, Dunkley, they started to get on top of the contest and ride the pressure, get some really good handballs to the outside space. And that's how Brisbane were able to generate some decent ball movement going forward. And like you said, Acker, once they did turn it over, they didn't just go straight long down the line. They actually got it to about halfway in the ground and then went long. So if they turned it over, they were turning it over right in Sydney's defensive half and not in a spot where Sydney could actually rebound and go inside 50 quickly on that transition. So Brisbane did a really good job to flip it halfway through a quarter, which is quite hard to do, but the leaders did it. Neil, Dunkley.
Yeah, well, except for the howler from Paul, Baywatch, who's got this sore ankle. I'll be interested to see what they do with him. I mean, Archie is not like for like. That's going to be a concern for them. I don't think they can necessarily afford to keep him out there or not. But that said, that's the only real concern, because I think they're starting to get on top. The good players are playing well. The ruckmen are getting on top. The pressure's coming back up. The tackling and the possessions are getting back in the Lions' favour. And I think it's a turnaround. Now, the second half will be the big test, because as Benny Matthews said before the game, they're not playing 4 quarters. The opposition are too good. They're stopping them from playing 4 quality quarters.
Yeah, you look at their statistics, the Swans, this season. They are winning first and second quarters, but losing third and fourth quarters as a whole across this season. So it's a point well made.
I just don't think that they have got plan B. Plan A works great. And once the opposition get on top of them or play a bit different, they don't really seem to be. And it's probably the coaching and the players not being able to adapt quickly within quarters.
Well, it's becoming a pretty dicey ride for Swans fans. 5-7 coming here tonight and trailing by 5 points at half-time. That being said, Brisbane, with so much hope and expectation for them to progress at least a week further than last year, they're off the back of 2 defeats. So pretty high-stakes stuff for this Friday night footy at the Gabba, and we're tightly placed at 5 points the lead to the locals at half-time. Thanks, Jace. Thanks, Jamie. More thoughts from Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton throughout the broadcast here from the Gabba. Brisbane 7-5-47, leading Sydney 6-6-42. Now, the first night of the Ashes, well, the first day in the UK night as we see it here in Australia, is underway at Birmingham in England, and England winning the toss, electing to bat 1 for 69 with Ollie Pope on 21 and Zach Crawley on 36. Ben Duckett was the man dismissed, caught by keeper Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood for 12. The wicket falling with the score on 22. Australia's team has one change from the one that defeated India in the World Test Championship last weekend at the Oval, with Hazelwood coming in for Stark, despite many cricket fans in a frenzy when they saw Mitch Marsh marking out his run-up before play, but no, he's not playing. It's Hazelwood in for Stark. England winning the toss and batting 1 for 69. Pope 21, Crawley 36. And as mentioned, the way to hear the entirety of the men's and women's Ashes throughout the Australian winter, the northern summer, through ABC Sport as via the ABC Listen app, and look for the cricket button, which is the red button on the app. Around the grounds in the NRL this evening, second half underway in Townsville. Penrith 20 lead North Queensland 12. The Panthers 20 lead the Cowboys 12. And tomorrow, the ACT Brumbies look to fight their way as the only Australian presence left in the Super Rugby Pacific. They've got a semi-final against the Brumbies. The Chiefs. The Brumbies are playing tomorrow. It's the team from the Waikato. But tonight, the mighty men from Canterbury are into yet another Super Rugby final. The Crusaders, who have won the last 4 titles either side of the domestic competitions when the COVID pandemic was affecting things. But the Crusaders have crushed their arch rivals, the Blues, 52-15. So Christchurch-based Crusaders back into the final. But if the Chiefs can beat the Brumbies, it'll be a final in Hamilton in the Waikato because the Chiefs finished on top of the ladder. But if the Brumbies can win it, they'll be off to Christchurch to play in that final. So that's tomorrow. But the Crusaders are through. The Blues are out. 52-15, the scoreline in favour of the Crusaders. Half-time at the Gabba, 5 points to lead to Brisbane, 7-5, 47-6-6, 42. Heaps of sport on this Friday night. Hope you're enjoying our company at the Gabba. We'll be back after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The former Liberal Senator Amanda Stoker has spoken for the first time since alleging Senator David Van touched her inappropriately at an event in Parliament House. Senator Van was this week told he could no longer sit in the Liberal Party room after multiple allegations of inappropriate behaviour were revealed. He said he can't recall an incident with Ms Stoker and has denied a separate allegation made by Senator Lydia Thorpe in Parliament. Speaking on Sky, Ms Stoker says the behaviour she's alleging is unacceptable.
This stuff has to stop. Parliament is a workplace, and it's one that our daughters and sons should aspire to serve in. We should honour that by our conduct. It's not okay in any workplace.
The Local Government Association is welcoming new federal funding aimed at assisting local councils looking to upgrade existing energy infrastructure. The Community Energy Upgrades Fund aims to provide $100 million, potentially unlocking $200 million worth of upgrades. It'll help bring down power costs for community facilities over the medium and long term. City of Sydney Councillor Linda Scott says the funding will help councils achieve energy goals faster.
Local governments for decades have been taking action to combat dangerous climate change. We're so pleased to see this new $100 million commitment. It will allow councils to take the work we've already been doing and turbocharge that to every corner of the nation.
Queensland's health ministers ordered a review of the medical outcomes for First Nations people in the Torres Strait. It follows a scathing letter from local leaders, as Kate McKenna explains.
A coalition of Torres Strait First Nations leaders penned a letter to the Premier in late May, raising serious concerns about health services in the region and avoidable death rates. The state opposition used question time to press the government on the letter and its response. In a reply last week, seen by the ABC, Health Minister Shannon Fentiman told the group she's raised the serious matters with her department. She also said she's asked Queensland Health to undertake a review to assess the health outcomes of First Nations people in the Torres and Cape Hospital and Health Service. Ms Fentiman has promised to visit the region in the coming weeks to meet with the community.
A police officer has told a coronial inquest into the death of a woman at the hands of her partner in the Northern Territory that he made a mistake when filling out a form recommending bail for the man. Here's Oliver Chaseling.
Constable Matthew Murphy was assessing the bail application of Kumanjai Dixon in 2021 and highlighted his history of breaching domestic violence intervention orders, but not his history of violent assaults. Bail was ultimately recommended and granted. Days later, Dixon poured and lit petrol near his partner, Kumanjai Haywood, killing them both. Constable Murphy apologised for the mistake during the coronial inquest today. The court heard he had insufficient training and the mistake was not isolated.
And if you're in an abusive situation or know someone who is, you can call 1-800-RESPECT. That's 1-800-737-732. A serving police officer in New South Wales has been charged with historical sexual assault offences. The Police Professional Standards Command says a 38-year-old senior constable has been arrested over an alleged sexual assault that occurred in 2004 and 2005. He's been charged with 5 offences. Police say the senior constable's employment is now under review. An air raid alert's been issued in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv as African leaders visit the country on a peace mission. Here's the BBC's Mayani Jones.
This self-styled peace mission includes leaders from Zambia, the Comoros and Senegal. African leaders say their continent has felt the adverse economic impact of the conflict in Ukraine. The delegation is expected to meet Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky before travelling to Russia to meet President Vladimir Putin the following day. The mission aims to encourage both parties to agree to negotiate a peaceful solution to the conflict. The Reuters news agency says it's seen a draft of the delegation's proposals. It contains a number of confidence-building measures, including Russian troops pulling back and the suspension of the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant against President Putin.
Updating sports news now, and in cricket, Australia has first use of the Duke's ball in the first Ashes test against England in Birmingham. On a sunny morning at Edgbaston, the home side has won the toss and chosen to bat first. Josh Hazlewood is back in the Australia side after missing the World Test Championship victory over India. Mitchell Starc has been left out of the 11. You've been listening to the latest from ABC News.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways
we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate.
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hickey with the clearance in the middle. Hand pass to Parker, kick smothered but picked up by Sydney's Florent. He'll get the clearance for the Swans with a long kick inside 50. Amadi again presents, can't mark, but Papley ropes and snaps on his left. He's one of the best in the biz at that. Rolls it through from 30 metres out. He's off to the races with the celebration too. Running into the middle of the ground, high-fiving and hugging. There's your answer straight away. Tom Papley's first goal of the night.
Bailey, inside 50, looking for Hepwood. Finds in 30 out, right forward pocket. But he's on a very tight angle, but it's good for a left footer. Eric Hepwood. From close to the boundary, the left footer is as straight as an arrow. He gets behind the Brisbane teammates as the score draws level. The handball to the wing to Robertson. He's got another runner. It's the youngster Fletcher. Burst through. He gets over the 50 and he kicks a beauty. His first goal in AFL footy is an absolute bloody pearler. The Lions get a 6th goal and the crowd goes bananas at the Gabba for the young father-son superstar in the making.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
One of the great moments of the first half here. It's been a pretty scrappy affair, but Jasper Fletcher, the son of Adrian, in his first game running into an open goal and kicking his first AFL goal, helping Brisbane to the lead. Welcome back. Half-time. Quentin Hull and the team here contemplating the nature of things and the scoreboard, which sees Brisbane leading by 5 points. Lions 7 goals, 5-47 to Sydney's 6-42. That after Sydney led by 12 points at quarter time. So the Lions kicked 5 goals, 3 to Sydney's 2 goals, 4 in that second term. Of course, it's a massive night in sport around the place. The Ashes is underway. There's always a big build-up to the men's Ashes, but particularly with the change of philosophy for England's Test cricket, which is really driven by their 4-0 embarrassment and the way that they meekly succumbed in the series, which, if you ask Stuart Broad, was null and void when they were here last time. Played through COVID. Australia won 4-0, but Brendan McCullum has come in. Ben Stokes is the captain. So it was Australia versus Bazball. We always loved the first ball of the series. This is what it sounded like in Edgbaston.
Here's the first ball of the Ashes. It's Australia's captain Cummins who runs it and bowls outside the off-stump. Well, that answers a few questions.
Brilliant.
Welcome to Bazball. First ball goes for 4. Not quite what happened here at the Gabba at the start of the previous series, with Rory Burns losing his leg stump thanks to a Mitchell Stark in-swinger which bowled him around his legs. Anyway, Australia did claim a scalp, with Josh Hazlewood called into the team, claiming the wicket of Ben Duckett.
Hazlewood moves in, bowls. Oh, he's edged it. And Duckett's out. Not a great shot, that. It was wide of the off stump. And it was a nondescript sort of a stroke, really. A little dabble is all you can really call that. And England lose their first wicket, with the catch taken low down by Carey. And England therefore are 22 for 1.
And Duckett out for 12. Currently it's England 1 for 83. Scoring rate's interesting, 4.93 and over. That's healthy stuff. First session of an Ashes series opener. Crawley 46 from 52 balls and Pope 25 from 39. ABC lifts an app red cricket ball button. But a lot of you will be going to the Ashes. If you are listening to us on a regional analogue station, you'll be off to the Ashes once we finish at the cricket. If you're listening to us on ABC Sport Digital in our metro regions, that's where you'll be going as well after the footy. But it's all available on the Listen app.
That pitch looks good. I was just looking at it then on the TV. That looks like a batter's paradise. Consistent bounce, it looks good.
You reckon, Jace?
Yeah, it looks good.
Jason Ackermanis with expert comments on cricket as well as football.
That's why they're nearly 5 and over, because the pitches.
It's road?
Yeah, it looks really good.
Okay.
Just bouncing good, hit it.
Rightio. Here are the stats. Lockie Neal's up to 16 disposals for Brisbane. Will Ashcroft 15, Connor McKenna and Kitty Coleman, along with Josh Dunkley, all 13. They're the individuals for Brisbane. For Sydney, it is Errol Goulden leading the way with 15 possessions, 14 to James Rowbottom, 13 to Jake Lloyd and 12 to Dane Rampy. Overall, there was a big differential Sydney's way early on. That's been levelled up, and in fact Brisbane now has had one more touch, so to speak, at 170 to 169. Contested-wise, Brisbane winning that plus 14. Brisbane contested possession 74 to Sydney's 60. The clearances, Brisbane's way plus 2 at 21 to 19. The tackles, Sydney's way plus 16 at 42 to 26. Inside 50s, Sydney's way 32 to 26. Scoreboard lines by 5. What do you make of that, Jamie?
Well, I think the inside 50s at the moment are the biggest issue for the Sydney Swans. They're getting enough ball on the outside, using it really effectively up until the 50-metre arc, and then as they go inside, it's been some horrible entries. It's just been absolutely shocking. Not to a forward's advantage. Kicks up in the air to some strong Brisbane Lions defenders. If Sydney can sort that out, they probably are 3 to 4 goals ahead of Brisbane right now, but unfortunately they haven't been able to do that.
Yeah, with a minute to go though, I do see that Payne, Big Baywatch, is still there, so Archie is still the sub. I will also note that the Wiggles were in the cold pool before, which was hilarious, so all the kids were going crazy.
Yeah, we're doing the big freeze dunking. It's not quite the slide at the MCG, but it's basically sit on a seat above the cold water and then the seat disappears. You go in. Adam Reynolds, the Brisbane Broncos halfback, just got dunked.
I saw that.
Well played.
So this is an extension of the MND fundraiser, of course, Joe Danaher, and the name synonymous with the Freeze MND, so Brisbane's doing their bit tonight. Marcus in South Melbourne says the test pitch at Edgbaston looks like the road to Winton, and the footy so far has been of the same standard. Thank you, Marcus. 0437 774 774. Fran from Melbourne enjoying the call, radio on, telly on mute. And she asked about the Lions and their mojo at the MCG. Yeah, that's an interesting one. They did beat Melbourne in a final there last year, succumbed pretty meekly in the preliminary final.
They'll be right. They'll get it.
Acker reckons they'll be right. Will they be all right in this second half? 5 points the lead to Brisbane. Let's find out. Michael Price with the third term underway.
Umpire holds the ball aloft. Nice bounce to start proceedings. No, he's going to call it back. It actually came back. Oh, gee, really hard.
But they have been bouncing really good, Pricey.
Well, we'll start it again. It looked good at the start and then arced back over his head, made it impossible to contest. That was a nice little toss he did there, and Hickey wins out of the middle. Just got a left shoe to it. It tumbles towards centre half forward. Off hands, it's roved by Darcy Wilmot for Brisbane. Off a step, he just hoiks it back into the middle. It bounces freely. Kai Lohman got two hands to it, slapped it forward. Roving it there. Dev Robertson, handball to Bailey. Bailey from 45, outside of the right shoe, hits the post. Boy, that looked good for a point. 48 plays 42. It's an even goal. The difference. Lions lead. A minute gone, third term.
And Blakely quick with the injection down the corridor to Florent. Marks it just inside defensive 50. It then is held up. Quick entry, and now Florent called to play on. Kicks to the wing. Sets a task of Amadi. Got a couple to beat. Couldn't get to the contest. Berry dropped the mark. Hickey rose. Indiscriminate hand pass picked up by Andrews. Tackled immediately by Warner. And a ball up called for.
Why did Zach Bailey not kick a drop punt then? That's a mystery.
I don't know, Jace.
Unbelievable.
Hickey wins the tap. Dunkley tries to crash through. Got a hand pass back to McInerney. High kick from the wing for Brisbane into attack. Blakey in front of McCarthy. Mark, then he's had his arms taken, no free kick. Hipwood picks up. He's tackled by Francis and dropped it. Out the back, Blakey does clean up. Hand passes to Florent, who kicks it from half back towards the wing in a pack. Off hands, it's all though Brisbane's there. Berry roves, hands to Dunkley, kicks it back to half forward. And a mark in the pack is taken by Lohman. Kai Lohman, in his first game of the season, just the third game of his career, has marked it 40 metres out. Good grab.
Well, what's working well is the Lions are set up really well behind the ball. So every time that quick kick and the pressure's up, which it is, they get a chance to go back in, and they've done that. Repeat entries all of a sudden. That is a quality mark, though.
He hasn't kicked a goal in AFL footy yet.
Oof, number one.
45 degrees to the right. He'll set sail from 45 metres out. Lions have already had one first-time goal kicker tonight. And now there's a poster to deny the second. Lohman hits the post. Margin is 7-7-49 to 6-6-42.
That's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
Big swing.
Harry Cunningham wanted to play on immediately. The ball bounced off the post into his arms, and he wanted to play on from the goal square. It was sent back by the umpire. There you go. Since they changed the rule, haven't seen it. Now it's gone to centre wing on the outer side. Hayden McLean got his hands to it. It's towed off the deck. Everybody appeals for deliberate, and nobody cares. They're going to throw it in on the outside.
The goal umpire must register the score before the player is allowed to play on.
There you go. Hey, good work, Q.
Mate,
I didn't know that rule.
You want to know anything? Quentin Hull. You played 400 games of footy. What are you kidding me? You didn't know the rule?
I didn't know that rule, no.
Okay, fair enough. As McInerney, Oscar gets it down for Brisbane towards the boundary. Bailey showing some speed. Handball to Neil. Neil's intelligent handball along the boundary line, but not out. Was intercepted by Ollie Florent. His handball intercepted there by the Lions. It's very scrappy on the outer side. They've lost the ball through Charlie Cameron. Now picked up by the Swans. Rowbottom loses it. Very scrappy indeed in front of the benches as the ball's taken over the line, and we'll get a throw in on the outer side. Lions by 7 points.
Working in a phone box over there for a bit. That was very interesting, but somehow the ball just kept alive.
Well, maybe the Swans just trying to get the scrap going again, so this doesn't blow out early on here. Boundary throw in. Hickey beats McInerney, and then Warner takes an opponent high who's down. Couldn't pick him up, but play on. McInerney runs away. That's Oscar for Brisbane. Kick to Hipwood, drop the mark. Roved by Robertson of Brisbane. Snaps from 40 metres out to the goal square. Danaher can't take the mark. He got rid of Milliken. Then he's tackled. And the umpire says holding the ball.
Wow.
Free kick to Sydney. Now, who was that Lions player that went down?
Dunkley went down, and he had to pay holding the ball because Joey Danaher pushed Milliken in the back about 7 metres forward.
Rampy's clearing kick to half back, but again, Brisbane there in numbers. Wilmot rides a tackle from Hayward, wins a tough footy. Ugly kick back to attack. It bounced out of play.
Go on, I dare you.
Boundary throw in right half forward for Brisbane. Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, the medicos ran out and spoke to Dunkley. He said he was okay. In my back of my head, I was thinking, I'm sure Dad Andrew is not enjoying watching that from up in the Cricketers Club.
England has lost a second wicket. Ollie Pope out, LBW to line for 31. England 2 for 93.
And Crawley's just gone past 50 as well, Q, for England. So we're back over the boundary line. It was fisted immediately, and the umpire's going to throw it back in from the arc of 50.
There was 3 umpires there. Do you reckon one of them could go and get it for the other one?
No.
They made him run.
They made him run 20 metres. Okay, you got to know your role. It's not their job. Throw in, Hickey slaps it down onto his own boot. It tumbles towards the wing. Leading Amati to the ball was Harris Andrews. Laconically chips it 45 metres inside 50, and then it's smacked down to ground. Roved by Florent for Sydney. He's held up by Lockneil. We'll do it all again. 45 out, close to the boundary line. Cam Rayner appealing for some kind of chop out there as Hickey gets it down to ground level. Scrappy football as it's towed out of there by the Swans. Amati on the arc, handball to Rowbottom. He goes one way then the other, kick straight up the corridor, cut off by Kadeem Coleman in the middle. He read it beautifully and he flares laterally to the left to go to Jack Payne.
They're still moving on that hampered left ankle.
That's a better kick.
Chips it to the wing, marked by Rayner. Wheels inboard, right foot kick towards full forward. Francis in front, hip would have to spoil. Robertson Rose for Brisbane, indiscriminate hand pass met by Melican. He's tackled, ball spills free. Robertson wins it for Brisbane, hand pass to Bailey, tackled by Francis. Ball spills free to the deck. Dunkley hands it out back to Robertson. Hand passes to Danaher, snaps on his left, and Danaher kicks the goal. The Lions just willed it into the hands of Danaher, was given a little bit of space to swivel and snap from 40. And his first goal of the night. And Brisbane out by 13 points. It's their biggest lead of the game. At 8-7-55 to 6-6-42.
How bad is this song? But I did say last quarter he's looking dangerous. He nearly took that one, albeit a big shove. But who did that long handball? That was wonderful.
Oh, the vision.
The vision out to Danaher. Danaher on the left slipper.
I think it was Dev Robertson.
And I just think, he looked really excited then. I think last week, very frustrating. Didn't kick a goal. Looked dangerous all night. Yeah, Dev Robertson it was.
He got it to Bailey and then Dunkley. And then another,
Dunkley and, it was Dev Robinson. No.
Yeah, it was Dev. Yeah, he was the last one. He was the goal assist.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so, there it was.
13 points the margin. The Lions lead, 7 and a bit gone. Third term grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. The umpire, that favoured Hickey, but he played the bounce. It's taken out by Sydney. Handball from Parker to Campbell. Kicks it very wide left. It's read beautifully by Payne, who picks it up on the bounce at the arc. Handball to the runner, Starcevic. He's kicked down the wing. Nicely spoiled Blakey on Lohman. The ball rode by Bailey. He got it to McCarthy on the logo to Neil by hand. Gave it out to the right to Dunkley. He measured a 35-metre kick perfectly to Lohman. Lohman's handball to the run of Danaher on the boundary. Then he goes back inboard from the arc of 50. Saw Zach Bailey standing 45 out. Hit him. Bailey will have a shot from 50 on a 45-degree angle to the right.
Unselfish, but the Lions are outnumbering in 2, 3, 4 at the contest, and the Swans are getting well beaten. If they ever wonder why they're no good in second half or third quarter, have a look at your work rate, because in the screen, if you saw it, the Lions are outnumbering them quite comfortably.
So Zach Bailey, he's usually a reasonably reliable kicker for goal.
He's one of the best.
Hasn't bothered the scorers tonight, just the one behind. He hit the post a little earlier. From just inside 50, he strikes it nicely, and it sneaks in. The Lions get their 9th through Zach Bailey. 9-7-61, play 6-6-42. It's out to a 19-point margin, 9 gone, third term.
On your point there, Akka, I wonder if that's why Sydney were trying to play that Dower style of footy in the first half, keep it in tight, stoppage after stoppage, because they were worried about that transition from Brizzy.
Absolutely, and I just like that last passage there. I mean, any time that the big fella Joey Danaher is unselfish like that, it's a good sign for the team. And Zach Bailey's super excited to kick that. It's a good sign. The boys are up and about.
Well, that's now 7 of the last 8 goals in the game. My apologies, 6 of the last 7. 6 of the last 7 in the game for Brisbane. So as much as the lead is only 19 points, this is becoming a slide against for the Swans, and they need to try and arrest it. Centre bounce. Hickey gets it down. Rowbottom with his right boot kicks it inside 50 to a pack. Amati in front. Andrews with the spoil for Brisbane. At the base of the pack, Goulden roves. He's tackled by Neil. Got a hand pass away just to Hickey on attacking 50. Hands it to Sheldrick, who's got space to have a shot from 40. Needs to kick it. Does kick it. And the Swans find a goal. And that is Angus Sheldrick's first goal in AFL football. And what a timely moment to deliver that for his mighty Bloods. 13 points the difference at 9-7-61 to 7-6-48.
Well, they are keeping themselves in it, I tell you, Jamie. But the reality is that the way they're playing, they are just fortunate to kick these type of goals. When in reality, the Lions are now dominating.
Oh,
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Hayden McLean, he came off and got some running repairs. He's going right into the middle. Looks like he's going to go into that centre bounce contest. But, well, I tell you what, they needed that, the Swannies, didn't they? And in just his 6th game of AFL footy, I'm sure he's going to enjoy that one, Sheldrick.
Well, there you go. It's a night of firsts. Young Fletcher, then Sheldrick. As the Lions win this clearance through Darcy Ford. He toes it inside, 50. That's not a bad kick. It's roped by Danaher. There's a free kick on play, though. The whistle goes in favour of Nick Blakey, who was held down by Cam Rayner. So with his back 40 metres from goal, he chips it just to the arc to find Chad Warner, a little quieter than he usually has been tonight. Well held in the middle. He flares it out to right half back. He's got his teammate there in Wicks. He chips it forward now. Finds Robbie Fox just short of the wing. And Fox just held up as he looked for the handball, and now he plays on. By foot, he finds Luke Parker just beyond centre wing in front of Ashcroft.
They were seeing this now. They're trying to honour the lead. They are not going to go long and get well beaten in the air, which they have been.
Well, there was space there and leading into it, but he kicked long inside 50. Amati was the target. It's fisted away from him. Front and square was Buller. He's held up with the ball in arm, and the umpire's going to ball it up about 40 out from the Swannies' goal.
13 points the lead for Brisbane. Fort won the ruck battle for Brisbane, but coming through at ground level, Sheldrick picked up, was tackled immediately by Leicester, and another ball up. Sydney still in attack, 30 metres out. Amati taps down, defensive side of the pack with the Swans. High contact free kick coming here against McKenna over Sheldrick. So in the space of a couple of minutes, he might have 2 goals. He'll line up here, slide angle 40 out.
Well, he'll need it, but yes, very good there. Just popped up, popped down, and popped up again. There's not much the umpire can do about that. He's got to pay that. Normally they get him for ducking. But, hey, second shot of goal. Imagine 2 in a minute.
Well, we're expecting the Claremont product to be kicking goals tonight, but more so Jack Buller, who was the mid-season draft pick. This guy also from the Claremont Footy Club in WA. On the approach, left foot strike. He salutes Sheldrick as soon as he kicks it. 2 in a row to the Swans. And didn't they need that? Just as momentum was really starting to run for the locals. The Bloods find a couple in a row. 7 the diff. Lions 9-7-61. Swans 8-6-54. Grandstand AFL through ABC Sport. Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis.
When Sydney maintain possession and don't turn the football over to Brisbane, they look extremely dangerous. Brisbane have scored about 7 goals off turnover tonight, and that leaves them with 2 off their own general play. Sydney just need to be able to maintain footy, because otherwise they're starving Brisbane of the footy and therefore starving them of goals.
That's a great point, and it's working. The long kick was not. So they have changed it since half-time. The Lions have been dominant, but it just shows you take your opportunities and 2 quick ones, and all of a sudden it's 7 points.
In a flash, Sheldrick, with his first 2 goals in AFL footy, put the Swannies back in with a chance. McInerney wins it back now by hand to Dev Robertson. Kick to the arc of 50. It's nicely roved off hands by Chad Warner. He got it back to Blakey. His handball forward to Lloyd. Now to the runner, Braden Campbell. A long left footer beyond centre wing. Harris Andrews battled his way to the front of the pack. Came off his hands, but it was beautifully roved at the back by Dunkley. He measured a pass. Campbell followed it up from Sydney and spoiled Jasper Fletcher. Now Sheldrick, the man of the moment, tries to get back in for Sydney into the corridor. It's cut off by Robertson for Brisbane. Towed forward now to half forward. Lloyd for Sydney cuts it off. Handball back to Campbell. Back to Francis. Sold him into a dump. Could be holding the ball. Could be in the back.
Could be anything.
Won't be holding.
Well, it's a ball up.
It's a ball up.
At 50 each way. About 80 from the Sydney Swans goal. Brisbane goal, sorry.
Tossed in the air. Fort won the tap down. Ashcroft and Dunkley foraging for it. Parker doing his best to stop them. And he's locked it up. Ump will come in again.
Can I ask Zane, what's going on with Charlie Cameron? Why is he on the bench? Is he injured?
Well, you know what? Actually, he has been attended to a few times tonight. I don't know whether he's just feeling the effects of flu. There has been some in the camp this week.
Fletcher kicks inside 50 off the stoppage, but Francis clears for the Swans. He kicks to right half back. Out of immediate danger, Hayward, the target, punched out of play by Wilmot, and will throw it in.
There's no truth to the rumour that he went up to the coaching staff at half-time and said, I'm not playing well, take me off.
That's ridiculous.
You're not being facetious. As the ball...
You're off a longer run than Pat Cummins tonight. Christ.
Be tired.
I'm tired, mate. It's a long life. At left half forward, it's going to be thrown in. Darcy Fort slaps it down. Dev Robertson putting himself in tonight, and coaching staff would love that. He couldn't quite get the ball away. Hayden McLean's handball was cut off and propelled towards the boundary line by Fist, picked up by Rayner, who's belted over by Rampy, and will get a throw in about 45 metres out.
There's a really proud dad in the Cricketers Club. That was a 25-metre punch from Josh Dunkley.
Yes, indeed.
Just like our pre-game guest Andrew did at full-back in the old days for the Swans.
Oh, dear.
That was an A. Dunkley spoil.
Oh, he would take half your face off when doing the process.
Boundary throw-in, attacking 50 for Brisbane. Fort tapped down, but no rover there for him. It went straight to Sheldrick, who's tackled. He's having an important quarter.
Having a good quarter.
So tossed up yet again. Fort clean possession for Brisbane. Swings on his right boot. Kicks a hope at a full forward. Lineman through, can't mark. Bailey roves and snaps and goals. Does he?
No.
Missed it.
Just.
Missed it near side. Behind.
God, that was skillful, though, to be able to rove the pack that quickly.
He's dangerous.
8 points the difference, 9-8-62 to 8-6-54.
He's got that ability to do things beautifully at top speed. It's a rare quality as the Swans take the ball out of defence. Could be a free kick down the field as it's propelled towards the wing. No umpire says that was a legal bump, and off hands it goes into the hands of the Swans bench on the Stanley Street wing. We'll get a throw in. Zane Bojak's over there.
Yes, Ackle will be very happy to know that Charlie, vroom, vroom, rev up. Cameron is about to go back on.
Yeah, I can see him standing there. He's looking impatient. Get me on.
He's got the hands on the hips. That's the stance that you want. I'm impatient and I want on. The ball comes off hands. Lockneil tackled into the ground by Rowbottom. Ball stuck underneath and the umpire's circling, but gives both the benefit of the doubt, and there'll be a ball up on the outer side close to the boundary line.
Charlie will kick 3 here. You watch. He'll ignite.
He's got to do something. He's had 4 touches, Aka.
Yeah, he's...
Ball's back over the line, throw it in again.
Could be blowing out some loogies. I had influenza away last week. It's horrible. I didn't move for 2 days, which is very rare.
Did you get a jab?
Hell no.
Well, there you go.
We didn't need a jab for when you're going to get it and get immunity for the next 90 years. That doesn't make no sense.
I don't think we need to start that conversation right now. We'll go back to the scoreboard. 18 minutes third term, 8 points the lead to Brisbane. Boundary throw in, ricochets around, Berry's jumped on by Parker. Parker wins the footy, well, for a moment. Then he lost it. Robertson had it. He had it stolen. Coming out of the pack, Warner for Sydney, chips a full forward. Lester leaves his man to knuckle the pack and punch it out of play. Boundary throw in. Boundary throw in, 30 around from Sydney's goal. Still just 8 points in it here, as the Lions looked like they were going to run away with it. But Sheldrick's kicked 2 in a row just to level things up for the Swannies.
Charlie's back on.
It's a very packed 50. Comes off hands of a Marty. Rove by Ashcroft, got the handball back to Lester. He kicks it up and down the chimney. It lands on the arc of 50, smacked by Berry into the ground. Swans with a chance through Errol Goulden, tackled there by Neal, and then Bailey, and then holding the ball. Has to be Shorley.
Yeah.
So Bailey now, who's just getting himself into the game a bit. Feigned to go right, beautiful balk, and then smashed a pass into the chest of Danaher 30 metres up. Danaher is called to play on for Lair-Ising. He hooks it around the body. Long left foot kick over the wing. Jared Berry did beautifully on hands and knees to handball it to Lohman. And Bailey got all the way up there. What a good run, 100-metre sprint. Couldn't gather the ball. It went over the boundary line. And we'll get a throw in about 70 from the Lions goal at left half forward.
That was close.
He almost hooked up there 100 metres after he first touched it.
Really important little period coming up here, particularly for the visitors. 5 and 7 last year's beaten grand finalists. Brisbane unbeaten at the Gabba this season. Boundary throw in. Lions, of course, on their own 2-game losing skid. Rowbottom's over the contest. Picked up by Hickey eventually. He gets the clearance for Sydney. High kick over the wing.
Free kick.
Hold on, what's going on?
Free kick. Back in the contest.
So, is it a Sydney? Yep, Sydney free kick. Not downfield, all the way back to left half back to Luke Parker, the veteran returning to the team this week. A number of key men out. Chips infield on the 45. He's having quite the term. Sheldrick takes the mark. Got made earn it too by the contest from Jared Berry.
They've got to cut these off, these short 45s. Get rid of them.
Sheldrick with his left boot. Long kick down the Stanley Street wing. Over the back of the pack. Buller was there. Andrews tried to spoil. Now charging through. Can't pick it up. Wicks out of play. Throw in. Right half forward for Sydney. 60 from the Swans goal. Lions 9-8-62. Swans 8-6-54. 21 minutes played third term. ABC Sports Grandstand AFL at Friday night footy. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis, Jamie Stanton and Zane Bojack your company.
The throw in 70 from goal. Hickey slapped it down, but it was cut off by Jared Berry. He tumbles one into the corridor.
Oh, look out.
Through the hands of Hipwood at ground level. Charlie Cameron. It's a race in three. Blakey, Cameron. Who makes it there? Oh, and they dive together, and Blakey has head-butted the base of the behind post, and he's down. That was a sprint race for the ages towards the ball. The ball got away, but Blakey in his desperation with Charlie Cameron, well, basically all over him, has head-butted the behind post.
Well, he could be in trouble there, Charlie.
He's up and okay.
Charlie was into his back.
Yeah, pushed into the post.
There's not a malicious thing. That's like the beach race for the
it was beach flags.
Yes, exactly right. But the throw-in is happening right beside the behind post. Taken by Danaher out of the ruck. He snaps and he misses. One behind. So it is now 9-9-63 plays 8-6-54. 9 points the margin. The Sydney play on through Lloyd.
Quick kick into Francis and he immediately marks and kicks long to the wing. Hayward was caught behind Payne, made a spoil. Payne tries to rove, can't pick it up. Hayward does. He's tackled, slung 360 by... Oh, wow!
Oh, come on.
Free kick.
Sling tackle.
I was about to say slung 360 and tackles Hayward. Free kick.
Oh, he was almost gently immersed into the...
What are you going to
Hayward.
do there? What are you going to do the AFL? That's rubbish.
Anyway, we call it as it occurs. The kick infield is turned over. Marked by Neil at centre half back.
Get it down there. Too slow.
Neil plays on and kicks it to the wing. Spoil made by Hayward on McCarthy. Rode by Goulden. Hand pass back to Hayward. Hands it to Fox. Running to half forward. Doesn't know what to do. Gives the problem to Parker. Parker gives it out the back. Oh, they're mucking it up, the Swans. It's all the way back to the wing. Fox's hand pass turned over. Stolen by Neil. Brisbane have got it. Hand pass to McKenna. Hand pass to Lohman. They surge inside 50. Danaher one-on-one. Spoil made by Melican to bring it to ground. Danaher now has company and he gets high contact. High contact. Free kick to Danaher. 45 metres out directly in front.
Oh, just the weight of numbers and pressure, and the Swans couldn't deal with it. The Lions outnumbered them, outpressured them, tackle after tackle, got the ball, the turnover. Pretty much could have gone to Charlie or him. They were one-on-one, which is what you love as a forward.
I'm starting to see this come into the game. Players are starting, when their arms aren't pinned, they're going to deck head first to try and draw a free kick. Danaher from 50. Great finish. Brisbane by 15 points. 10-9-69. Plays 8-6-54. Danaher has 2.
I'm laughing because they're getting close to Swans and then they kick away. I think they could probably kick another couple here. They don't want to do that, the Swans. They'll get a couple kicked on them.
Zane?
Yeah, well, look, we know how tough he is. Nick Blakey, he was furious when he got dragged by the doctor. He's been taken down the race. They're going to do a HIA on him after what happened hitting the I think it was the behind post, wasn't it? But I tell you what, I think he did more damage to the behind post than it did to him. He didn't want to go down, I tell you that now.
He's a tough man. And as we go back into the middle of the Gabba, Tom Hickey slaps it forward for Sydney. Dunkley led for the ball but overran it.
So did Rowbottom. Was picked up there by Fox. He's tackled and immediately he is gone holding the ball. Nice tackle from Oscar McInerney. He gives the handball off to Connor McKenna. Into the corridor. Ashcroft back to McKenna. Now he's going to go straight down the middle. Kicks it to the arc. Nicely roved off hands by Harry Cunningham. Sydney should get out, but his handball is loose. Back into the corridor. Dev Robertson from McKenna. Handball to Jasper Fletcher. The young man has a ping from 50. It's wide. One behind. 70 plays 54. 16 points the margin in favour of Brisbane.
I've got to say it now, Jasper. Definitely looks like his mum.
25 and a half gone third term.
Lloyd runs out of the goal square. 2 bounces to the pocket and a driving long right foot kick towards the wing on the inbound, but Coleman gets to the front of the pack to mark for Brisbane. Chips over the man on the mark to Berry. Short pass, and Berry still a kick and a half from goal at left half forward. Comes infield, long right foot injection inside 50. Hipwood flew, can't mark at the ricochet. Danaher roves and snaps from the pocket. Just misses near side.
Oh.
4 behind. He's got 2-2.
Told you he's looking dangerous.
10-11, 71, plays 8-6, 54, Lions by 17.
3 goals, 6 to the Lions so far in this third term, as they won't turn that domination into pure scoreboard dominance at the moment. Sydney now.
2 goals straight for Sydney.
Well, they're held up. Oliver Florent now 30 metres from his own goal, and they handball it out wide. Let's end up with Melican. Long kick to the outer wing from Melican, who's looking for Hayden McLean. He gets in front of Payne, did well, gathers the ball through hands now. Rowbottom on the run, inside 50. Lester appears and spoils beautifully. Gave the handball away to Darcy Wilmot, and that's not a free kick down the field for us.
How's that?
Nothing is. If you're going to compare it, as he kicks it 60 metres, it goes over the boundary line. The Swans are appealing for deliberate. That's farcical, and Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
That is one of the hottest decisions I've ever seen, seriously. And talking about decisions, we've seen Dylan Stevens warming up here. I don't think it's too far away till we're going to see a tactical substitution by the Swannies.
Well.
Ball thrown in on the outer wing. McInerney roves his own crumb. That's Oscar for Brisbane. And then a 25-metre hand pass, hoping. And it's met by Cameron, tackled over the boundary line by Melican. Throw in. But the Lions 25 metres closer to goal with that play.
The next couple of minutes are massive for Sydney here. Turnover City right now is the way Brisbane are scoring. They need to hold possession, gain back some momentum, because when they do, they're dangerous.
Jamie Stanton with you on Grandstand AFL. Throw in on the outer wing. Hickey got the clear knuckle there. Doesn't have a rover boundary side, and it trickles out of play.
Who's that to? How's that not deliberate? I don't like this punching out kind of stuff and getting no penalty for it.
Let's not introduce any more rules, Aka, just for the time.
It just drives me insane.
Before we become...
They want the ball in play and they just allow them to punch it over the boundary line all the time.
Throw in on the Stanley Street wing. It's Oscar McInerney versus Tom Hickey. They both miss it. Neale comes in for Brisbane. Taps it towards Berry. He's knocked off it by Parker. And then the ball's towed forward by Rowbottom. Comes off the hands of Lockneil. He's tackled into the ground now. The ball's now at half forward for Sydney. They've rumbled it forward. Connor McKenna gathers. He's tackled into the ground. Crowd wants high. He wanted holding the ball. Ryan Lester comes in. Umpire's going to intervene and say, look, I want it. And I'll ball it up on the arc of 50 at right half forward for Sydney.
Just under 3 minutes left in this third term. McInerney again beats Hickey. Got it down to Bailey, who's tackled, but hand passes to Berry. Clearing kick from defensive 50, left half back for Brisbane. To the wing and a 2-on-2 where Hipwood takes a fine contested mark. Plays on with a hand pass infield to Dunkley. Hands it to the running Berry. Runs to half forward. 65 out, drives it to the pocket. And Fort's hands are clean in the one-on-one against Rampy. He takes the mark in the left forward pocket.
And Cam Rayner just giving it to Rampy if you don't mind, because Rampy has been in the back play, giving it to players when they don't get the ball and just been a little bit snipey. So good on you, Cam. Can he kick this goal, though? I don't know.
Has not played since the round 5 win at Mount Barker against North Melbourne.
He's been good tonight.
Just his 4th game of the season, Darcy Fort. Very tough angle. This would be an important blow close to three-quarter time. He strikes with his right boot. Near side. And a point which makes it 3 goals the diff at 10-12, 72 to 8-6, 54.
So 4 behinds in a row for the last 4 scoring shots for Brisbane.
England 2 for 111 at Edgbaston.
All over. It's all over there.
It's all over there already. It's long kick towards the outer wing. Fisted forward row by Link McCarthy. It's kicked inside 50. Charlie Cameron has a fly. It comes off his hands.
He's dropped a few tonight, Charlie. Maybe the flu has affected his balance.
I was going to say he had some honey on toast or something before the game.
He's not sticky enough.
Exactly right. And the ball went over the boundary line. The umpire's going to throw it in about 40 metres out. Crowd buzzing. They sense the Lions could be ready to explode yet again. The throw in. Well, McCarthy missed it. Harry Cunningham comes in. It goes outside 50 now. Picked up by Neil. His subterranean handball to Bailey. Back to Link McCarthy. Measuring a pass to the lead of Hipwood. And that was lace out. A forward's dream as Hipwood is going to have a shot 30 out. Slight angle to the left.
What's this for his third tonight? He's looked.
No, he's got one.
He's only got the one. He's
sorry, he's missed those two.
1-1 and one out in the full.
Yeah, well, he missed this one from the other side down this end, but he kicked one on the left-hand side. So can he rectify? But when he's straight, he's dead straight, like you said in the call, Pricey.
21 goals straight. 21 goals 12, sorry, is his record for the year. Eric Hipwood from 35 leans back and pushes it left. One behind, 73 plays 54. 19 points the margin. 31 minutes gone. Third term here on Grandstand AFL.
It's keeping a minute at the moment. Lions in accuracy.
42 seconds left in the turn. And Lloyd is taking his time before running out of the goal mouth to the right back pocket, and then a long inbound for Sydney. Over the head of a man who got hit without the ball. Francis the target, and Kitty gave him a cheap shot there. Nowhere near the ball. That's a free kick against Coleman.
Dumb. Just dumb.
That's a very polite way to assess it, Jamie. That was dumb without a B. It was that dumb. Free kick to Francis at right half back. Long kick to a pack. Andrews fists it to the front row by Neil. Hand pass to Bailey. Brisbane going back into attack. Long kick by Bailey. Cameron in the cage, in the pocket. Cunningham does enough to spoil once. Then he has to tackle him as the ricochet goes to Charlie. Got rid of a hand pass. In the pocket. On the deck. Ball locked up. Seconds tick, tick, tick.
How many free kicks do you want to not give Charlie Cameron there? Could have got 3.
Oh, disagree. Like a great call. He fell over. He played for everything.
He was getting tugged by the jumper.
Couple of seconds left in the term. Goulden hacks it out of danger for Sydney. They'll get to the break without any further damage. 3/4 time at the Gabba. Brisbane trying to stop a 2-game losing run. The Swans trying to stay in touch with the 8. They're 5-7 and staring down 5-8 with a 19-point deficit on the road at 3/4 time. It's Brisbane 10 goals 13-73 to Sydney's 8 goals 6-54. In that term, the Lions kicking 3 goals 8. 3 goals 8 to Sydney's 2 straight. 3-8 to 2 straight.
Wow.
Well, it's a rhyme, but
bad kicking's bad footy.
That's indeed the old saying, Pricey. 8-13-73 to 8-6-54 for Brisbane. Joe Danaher has 2 goals. Jared Berry has 2 goals. And Berry's on report for that tackle.
What? Oh, you're kidding me.
No, he's been reported for the sling tackle on Hayward.
You could actually see him release the amount of intent he was, and he almost laid him down.
So he's...
Interesting.
He's on report.
Staggering.
Danaher 2, Berry 2, Rayner 1, McKenna 1, Fletcher 1, Hipwood 1, Bailey 1, McInerney 1. For Sydney, Angus Sheldrick kicked his first and second goals in league footy back-to-back in that term, the only goals for Sydney. He's got a couple. Singles to Rowbottom, Papley, Wicks, Campbell, Goulden and McInerney. So the progression has been like this if you haven't been with us. Sydney by 2 goals at quarter time, Brisbane by 5 points at half time, and it's now Brisbane by 19 points at the final change. That scoreline again, 10-13-73 to Sydney's 8-6-54. Now, they've gone into golden point extra time in tonight's NRL game.
Oh, yeah.
Have they?
Cowboys 23, Panthers 23 up in Townsville. So yet to be decided. Cowboys got a field goal in front and then the Panthers answered. So 23 apiece there. Reminder, across the country, coverage of State of Origin 2 on Wednesday night with Queensland overwhelming favourites to seal the series at home, having won Game 1 in Adelaide. The Game 2 is at the Cauldron, Lang Park on Wednesday night. And repeating in the Super Rugby earlier tonight, the Crusaders beat the Blues 52-15. Cricket continues at Edgbaston. ABC Listen app, red cricket button to hear that throughout. England winning the toss and batting 2 for 117, having lost Duckett for 12 and Pope for 31. Crawley is 60 not out. Root is 16 not out. England 2 for 120 make it as they take another run out on what looks a gorgeous day at Edgbaston. The sun is beating down there. I think it'll be a late night after the footy listening to the cricket, which will be provided, of course, throughout the northern summer on ABC Sport. Three-quarter time at the Gabba. Lions by 19 on Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen.
Hi, can I just try this on, please?
Oh, hi, ladies. I'm glad you're in here too. We have lots to catch up on.
Sex, health and relationship stuff.
Stuff we never really get into anywhere else. Like, are you staying in a relationship because you can't afford to leave? This is a safe place, so let's talk.
The new series of Ladies We Need to Talk.
With me, Yumi Steins.
Find the podcast now on the ABC Listen app. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ball spills free to the deck. Dunkley hands it out back to Robertson. Hand passes to Danaher. Snaps on his left. And Danaher kicks the goal. The Lions just willed it into the hands of Danaher, who was given a little bit of space to swivel and snap from 40.
Bowman's handball to the run of Danaher on the boundary. Then he goes back inboard from the arc of 50. Saw Zach Bailey standing 45 out. From just inside 50, he strikes it nicely and it sneaks in. The Lions get their ninth through Zach Bailey.
At the base of the pack, Gordon Roves, he's tackled by Neil. Got a hand pass away just to Hickey on attacking 50. Hands it to Sheldrick, who's got space to have a shot from 40. Needs to kick it, does kick it. And the Swans find the goal. And that is Angus Sheldrick's first goal in AFL football. And what a timely moment to deliver that. On the approach, left foot strike. He salutes Sheldrick as soon as he kicks it. 2 in a row to the Swans. And didn't they need that? Just as momentum was really starting to run for the locals.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
But after that, the Lions had the next 7 scores of the quarter, but kicked only 1 goal. After that goal to Sheldrick, Danaher kicked 1, but there were 6 points as well. 19 points to the lead to Brisbane. It's three-quarter time. You're with ABC Sport. Quentin Hull's my name. Hope you're enjoying your night of entertainment at the Gabba. Calling alongside Michael Price. Our experts are Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis. And, well, what can the Swans do from here? Can the Lions seal it off? Many would be expecting they would run away. They have not been beaten at the Gabba this season. Brisbane, they've had an imperious home and away record here in the last 3.5 years. What do you reckon from here, Jamie?
I think we'll see the Swans be really daring. It's a bit of that make or break time for them, so it'll be interesting to see if they just take a lot of risks. And I think Brisbane are going to try and do what they've been doing in that quarter, is beat them on that transition. When the ball spills out of contests, they've been fantastic in that ability to transition the ball forward, and had the likes of Zach Bailey and Rayner and Dunkley and Neil running onto the footy and beating the Swans mid. So it'll be a good contest, hopefully, in this last quarter.
It will be a great contest, and they have been getting on top in the midfield. The slickness of Brisbane is starting to come to the fore.
Zano on the boundary.
Yeah, Buller has been substituted, and that means that Stevens is into the game. And I can also tell you that Blake is back, and he's okay.
Yeah, the lizard does not get subbed out, let me tell you, unless it's terrible.
So just 2 touches on debut for Jack Buller, the mid-season draft pickup.
It's a good size. They've got to give him a couple of weeks, I reckon.
Yeah, didn't do much tonight, though. First up, though, Acker.
Yeah.
Final term underway. Brisbane leading by 19 points.
Ball into the middle. Oscar McInerney slaps it down for Brisbane. Sydney shark it through Luke Parker. It's kicked towards the commentary wing, Chad Warner. Nice mark. Good contested mark against young Jasper Fletcher. He plays on. Goes into the corridor, then beyond to the 50. Oh, standing in front of the pack courageously. The mark taken by Jared Berry. He was clattered into after taking the mark. He flares it out to left half back. Fletcher, nicely weighted kick, chips it into the path of Eric Hipwood.
Takes it on the logo, Vulture Street wing. He gestures to the leading forward, come at me. So he does, Charlie Cameron. Spoiled by Harry Cunningham, who gathers at ground level. Got the handball back inboard to Warner, held up by Jasper Fletcher, and will get a ball up 70 from the Brisbane goal.
It has been no small forwards night tonight. Cameron, Papley, McCarthy, Hayward, all been useless, unfortunately.
Higgy taps back over the boundary line, throw it in again.
Actually, that is a great call. Hayward's only had 4. Papley's had 6. Not bothered to score as only the 1 goal. And Charlie Cameron with the 6.
Just been their delivery.
Tell you what has looked good. Jasper Fletcher looks like he belongs.
Oh, definitely.
He's clean, isn't he, Jamie?
And he reads the ball really nicely.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's one of those guys that wastes energy running to the wrong spots. Knows where. He's got great footy sense in that regard. First time I've seen him play live. Boundary throw in at the back of the pack. Brisbane clearance. Wilmot finds a path to get onto his right boot and kick to the pocket. Fifth man in. Great Mark Milliken. It was a 2-on-2. He left his man. He comes in and takes the grab for the Swans. Kicks it across the face of goal, marked by Lloyd. He looked laterally, straightened up, then goes with a hand pass around the fringe to Rampy. From halfback, kicks to the wing. Free kick going Sydney's way. Campbell was tunnelled under the ball by Leicester.
Yeah, he certainly was. He's injured after that too. He landed.
No, it wasn't Campbell, it was Hayward. My apologies. Hayward with the free kick, defensive side of the wing, but he's up and moving.
Been good, Leicester. Wasn't in the side last week for some reason. Anyway, he's back, playing well.
Bit of experience. He's just that journeyman. He's been at the club for a very long time, Ryan Leicester. He's like that emergency break glass. Just bring him back in. Long kick towards half forward. Marty floats across the front of the pack. Takes the mark. And then it's slapped out of his hands by Jack Payne, who, in disgust at his own actions, I suppose, pulls out his mouthguard, throws it at the ground, and it's going to be a 50-metre penalty. That'll promote Joel Amati all the way up to the goal line, or just in front of it, and he'll walk up here and kick the first goal of the final term for the Sydney Swans. He pops it through and makes it a 13-point ball game. 10-13-73 to 9-6-60 with 3 minutes gone to the final term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, it was interesting with Hayward because he's gone up to celebrate with Amati, but he's running very poorly, Hayward. I can tell you that he overextended his leg. I thought he might have even done his hamstring when he went up for that marking contest and collided with Leicester. But it looks like he's going into the goal square, but he was struggling there for a fair while.
Yeah, that was silly error, and from Baywatch to do that was unnecessary. And you don't want to give them an easy goal like that. They've been working hard to make sure it's so tough for them to score, then they get an absolute gift.
Is that his actual nickname, Macca? Baywatch?
That's what we call him.
We call him Baywatch.
Well, he is from Noosa.
I love it.
Yeah.
Or House.
Love it.
Because he's the size of one, and then there's the great act, House of Pain.
He is a big dude.
And he is in pain tonight. Amati, love the way he jumps at the footy. He's been really good tonight in that regard.
He has been.
Swans are hanging in there, 13 points the difference. Friday night footy at the Gabba. Hickey with the clearance, hand pass to Rowbottom. High contact from Neil, free kick. No. Holding the ball!
Well, he fade for the free kick. I'm glad they didn't get sucked into that, the umpires.
Ducked his head.
Neil, hand passes to McKenna, who ran off half-back, kicks from the bullseye into attack. Floating ball, pitches awkwardly. Cameron tries to gather. He's harassed off it by Cunningham. Cunningham has not let Charlie have oxygen for free tonight. Hassles him over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Well, he's hard to play against.
Mate, your old mate from Turvey Park. What a horrible opponent he would be, Harry Cunningham.
He's been as tough as a winter's night at Mar Oval tonight as Harry Cunningham.
He's been all over Charlie Cameron. Cannot get a touch in front of him.
He was about to have a flu for a week.
The throw in the left forward pocket off the hands of Hickey. Roved there by Ashcroft and then picked up by Cam Rayner. Off his boot, smothered. Off hands now, the Swans with a chance. Dylan Stevens kicks it towards the centre circles. Nicely controlled on the bounce by Ryan Leicester. He returns serve immediately inside 50. Punch towards the boundary line there by Lloyd. Racing back towards the boundary is Jared Berry. Taken over the line without it. Link McCarthy, the umpire says, will throw it in right on the arc of 50 where it meets the boundary. With the Lions in front by 13 and with a chance at adding to that score. Sydney have come out with intent though.
They have scrapped hard, the Swans. Boundary throw in. Clearance from Neil. Hand pass to Berry. Chip to full forward. Through hands it went to Hipwood. He's tackled by Rampy. Got rid of it just in time. Picked up by the injected sub Stevens, who clears the Swans out of defence. Kick to the wing looking for McLean. Andrews got in the way to spoil. Ball to ground level. McLean follows up, tapped it to Goulden, who couldn't gather cleanly. Out of play, throw in, out of wing.
Tell you what, it has been super sharp. Both teams below their knees tonight have been exceptional.
So we will get the throw in on the outer side, right in front of the Sydney Swans bench. G'day to JC, sitting in seat 234. Just got a message from him. Enjoying the game.
Is that Jesus Christ?
Correct. Will Ashcroft handball over to Zach Bailey. Inside 50, Danaher clatters into his opponent. The ball spills now.
Oh, he's hurt it. Excuse me, he's hurt it.
Oh, yes. The Sydney player still down as they extract the ball here. Well done by Jasper Fletcher. He gathered. Oh, kept the ball in on the boundary line. Got the handball to Rayner, who spears a pass into Eric Hipwood. Couple of highlights from the young man on debut as Cam Rayner and Brandon Starcevic run over to him and say, well done.
It's Melican, who's the Sydney player, down.
He got cannoned into by the big fella.
He's up now. And what's going on
50-metre penalty here as well.
One for
Eric Hipwood is going to be walked up to the goal line. Will not miss this one, Eric. He will be aiming at his second goal. He's got 1-2 for the night. 10 marks for the evening as he pops it over the top of the goal umpire's head for the Lions 11th. 11-13-79, plays 9-6-90, back to 19 points the margin. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
I can tell you guys, I'm surrounded by a few Swan supporters here, not far from me on the boundary. They are not happy with what they've seen here tonight. They couldn't believe they're holding the ball in the centre square, and then, of course, that decision just then, a few of them are thinking it might be time to go home.
I reckon Zane has got the bug of biasness. He did say he thought that the Swans would win, and it's not working out that way.
Never, Akka. But Melican has gone from the ground with a corky, I think.
He'll have sore ribs. He got him.
Was it a corky or a bit higher?
Oh, he got him up.
Knee of Danaher got him.
But is that not unrealistic from Danaher?
Well, he was blocked out. He was going the ball.
Interesting.
Do we know what the 50-metre penalty was for? Anyway, centre bounce, Lions by 19. Fort got a knuckle to it towards half forward. Bounces to McInerney. Kicks it inside 50 through Danaher. Fox wins the ball for Sydney. Hand pass. Doesn't create much. Scrambling for it, Campbell. Near the boundary line. Dunkley's in the scrap as well, out of play.
But with Melican going off with the corky and, could come back, could not, it really does stretch the Sydney defence even further than they already are.
It does. You got Blakey who's sitting down. He's not doing anything at the moment. They're really getting spread as they wanted to, the Lions, in defence for the Swans.
Ball thrown in at right half forward for Brisbane. Under it. Oh, Dunkley scrapping there with Stevens. Neither can get it clear. Another ball up is called for. Brisbane by 19 points, 11-13-79 to Sydney's 9-6-60. 8.5 played, third final term.
Umpire throws it up off the hands of McInerney into the arms of Dunkley and thrown to the ground by Rowbottom. Umpire will come in and throw it up. He does so immediately. Once again, McInerney back towards the boundary line. Picked up by Braden Campbell under pressure on the left foot. Kicks it towards the wing. Tracking it back there. Harris Andrews just takes it and walks over the line. Throw in, out of side.
England has lost Crawley on the knock of lunch. Out for 61. Lunchtime at Edgbaston. England winning the toss and batting 3 for 124. Boland, Hazelwood and Lyon the wickets.
Here at the Gabba, the Lions by 19 points, 9 gone. Final term. Throw in out of side. Comes off hands, whistle on play. It's going to be a free kick and it'll go against Devon Robinson for incorrect disposal. Handball Swans to Braden Campbell. Long kick inside 50. Coming out trying to meet it. Hayward spoiled. Nicely row front and square. Fletcher got it back to Payne, back to Harris Andrews. Flares out to the right back pocket. Nice lead picked up on the bounce by Kadeen Coleman. Shows a clean set of heels as he goes to the arc. Handball to Neal. Wheels around. The right foot is delightful. Once again finds Jasper Fletcher who plays on. Handball to the run of Darcy Wilmot. Sold the big dummy. Got around Dylan Stevens. Runs to the logo. Kicks it inside 50 off hands of Darcy Fort. Front and square. Lohman. The handball to Rayner. Through traffic. Breaks a tackle. Hooks it around the body and misses to the right one behind. 80 points. Plays 60 points. 20 points the margin. 10 gone final term, Jamie Stanton.
Interesting point here. Sydney have flipped Darren Francis and pushed him forward, so they're stretching their defence even further.
Florent on the 1-2, kicks to the middle of the ground. Papley gathers, hand passes to Sheldrick, hand pass intercepted though by Neil of Brisbane, hands it to Coleman, kick to half forward for Brisbane. Cameron knocked off it by Blakey, picked up by Fort, he's tackled by Rowbottom. Ball up, 50 metres from goal for Brisbane.
Do they look like they're trying to get Charlie into the game, Q? He hasn't taken a mark tonight yet.
McInerney with a tap down road by Ashcroft from 50, kicks to an open goal mouth. Right hand side, it bounces through for a behind. 11-15-81 to 9-6-60, 21 the difference, Zane.
Yeah, Melican's had a fair rub down and he's ready to come back on. He looks okay, Q.
The Lions, 4 goals, 10 since half-time as Blakey plays on. Ambles out of the goal square. It's a long left footer just short of centre wing. Off hands, Lohman for Brisbane. Runs towards the arc, and he tried the little chip past to Danaher and almost missed his foot. Went over the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in 45 out.
Zano will be happy. Golden try to Scott Drinkwater, Zano. The Cowboys, they've won it 27-23 over Penrith up in Townsville.
I knew something had happened. I had about 15 text messages on my phone all at the one time.
Wasn't happy about the Swannies, but he's happy about the Cows. As the ball comes off the hands of Hickey to Rowbottom. Under pressure, he kicks it into the middle of the ground, and Marty goes very hard at the ball. Rove there by Brisbane, though. Payne from the centre circles. Long kick inside 50. At the back, Danaher, big fly. Front and square, Lohman. Had the ball stolen off him by Big Tom Hickey, who measures a kick outside 50. Now Fletcher copped one a little high from Warner, who picked it up and put on the Jets. Ran inside the corridor. Kicked a little chip to Aaron Francis, who got knocked off the ball, and Brisbane towed it forward.
Fletcher's got a left leg injury.
He's still on the ground as the ball's into the middle queue. Rayner, looping handball. It's with Ashcroft. Tackled into the ground. Good defence, Swannies.
Hand pass comes to Blakey through Rowbottom. He hands it on to Fox, who's tackled by Cameron. Ball comes free. Lohman picks up for Brisbane. Hand pass out the back to Dunkley. He hands it wide to McInerney. A high kick off a step back to full forward for Brisbane. Fisted away by Cunningham. Coming through, Campbell tries to pick up. He sees it to the boundary line, throw in.
I think he was cramping there, Jasper.
Oh, yeah. He's just got the physio gave the thumbs up.
There's his mum in the crowd. You can see her the screen.
Oh, she looks a little anxious, doesn't she, as the son was injured. But he is back up and he's going back towards the play. Got the thumbs up from the physio, young Jasper Fletcher. Throw in off the hands of Hipwood. Rayner at ground level. It's a subterranean handball. Comes back to the young man. Gets involved. He goes from 45, Fletcher. Launches it and just misses to the right of the goalpost, one behind. Mum looks a lot better now. 82-60. It's 22 points the margin.
He's like, he's right.
Brisbane 7 goals 5 at half time. Now 11 goals 16.
Oof, they've had a stinker front of goal, but they're getting shots on goal. That's what we want.
22 points the difference. 12 and a half minutes left in the game. Inbound from the Swans. Lloyd up to half forward, marked by Campbell. His mate who made his debut and the same night here.
He's played good tonight.
The two lefties, Campbell and Goulden, debuted here round 1 2019, I think it was. No, it wasn't. It was 2021. 2021. Good kick to half forward indeed, Jamie. Marked by Papley. Kick to half forward. Free kick, Hayward. Payne was over his ear. That is a free kick.
Straightforward.
Ear massage, that one.
That does not come about, though, without Braden Campbell's daring kick from back 50 all the way to the top of their 50.
Oh,
ridiculous.
Papley. That was outrageously good. That was that Ackermanis kick, that one.
Will Hayward needs to kick the goal.
Doesn't he what?
22 points the difference. Brisbane should have sealed it, but their errant kicking has kept a flicker of light at the end of the tunnel for Sydney if they can get a move on late here. Hayward from 50. Right foot kick is true. And the Bloods have got a sniff still at the Gabba. Brisbane 11-16-82 to Sydney 10-6-66. It's a 16-point ball game. 15 minutes played, final turn.
After bobbling around, Campbell with that unbelievable laser-like left foot to Papley. Papley really should have hit Hayward out in front. But anyway, got the free kick for the ear massage from Big Baywatch. But more importantly, slots the goal. I mean, it's 1 goal, 6 the difference. And you wouldn't know it. The Lions have been dominating. They're going to have to really... There's still half a quarter to go. 11
scoring shots more for Brisbane. 16 points the lead.
1 goal 10, I should say. Yeah, 16 points. I can't count. Too many lollers.
That's right. The glucose overload.
On the down.
Well, we're back into the middle of the Gabba.
Good bounce.
Still buzzing there. Home side still leading, but convincing? Not yet. Goulden gets the clearance. Kicks it inside 50. Francis took a mark. 45 out directly in front. Well, he's been playing in defence all game. They just swung him forward late. And it stretched their defence, which has already been tested. But Aaron Francis...
Wow, just the stoppages in the middle. The Lions have got to get back on top. They are winning in there and getting shots on goal, which is just so annoying.
54 games at Essendon, 12 goals and 17 for Essendon. He's kicked 3 behinds for Sydney only in his 7 games for the Swans. Great hit, but it just fades right.
It's a shame.
Oh dear, was a good strike of the ball. 82 plays 67, 16 and a half gone. It's the Lions by 15 points.
And no one around for Wilmot to stop him from running out of the goal mouth. Long kick into the outer wing through the hands of Danaher. Back of the pack, it's all red and white. Rode by Florent through the hands. He got it to Goulden, got it to Parker, all by hand. Now the kick by Sheldrick. Back towards attacking 50. Leading, juggling, Papley. Took the footy, got tackled by McCarthy. Play on. It spills to Ashcroft. His kick is an indiscriminate clearer, stolen by Parker, who does a spin away from Neil. Hands it infield to McLean. He's 70 out, kicks it into attack. Andrews meets it first, can't mark, crashing through Payne.
Free kick.
Had his legs taken out, free kick. Crashed into the body of Papley, so Payne is up. Will relieve with a kick to the right half-back flank. McLean hits the contest to spoil it for Sydney. Taps to Stevens. Hands it back to McLean. Off a step. He whacks it inside 50. McCarthy in front. Payne the spoil. Roving is Ashcroft. Running away from half-back for Brisbane. Chipped it over the head of Ford on the wing. Straight to Blakey of Sydney.
Well, he just went around traffic as well. Used the left foot. Not to good effect. It bounced at the feet of Lachie Neale, who was good enough to actually pick it up on the half volley. Tackled immediately, though, into the ground. And it will be a ball up as Tom Papley goes away from the scene of the crime he just committed against Lachie Neale. Ball thrown up. Darcy Ford gets it down. It's with Wicks for Sydney. He's pressured off it though. Loses it. McCarthy. Handball through Bailey. Down through the middle. Rayner back to Bailey. Puts on the afterburners. From 55, Zach Bailey launches an absolute missile. That is a beauty from Zach Bailey. 12-16, 88 Brisbane. The Swans 10-7, 67 with Zach Bailey second. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, Kellarch, he's coming on. He's just been tactically substituted, and it's Fort that's going to go back and sit down.
Well, that's all right. Big Ford. He's been all right tonight. I've been pretty happy with him. But that said, the Lions' weight of numbers there. They have repelled, got the numbers through the middle. They actually had about 4-on-1, but no one deep. And so they had to run it through, and that's the class of Zach Bailey, who I've been saying for weeks should kick more goals.
23 disposals, now 2 goals, 2 for Zach Bailey, Jamie.
Great game, but the explosion from the contest there just put Sydney to the absolute sword. It's very poor transition from Sydney when they are fighting to keep their finals hopes alive.
28,561. 28561, the final attendance for Friday night footy at the Gabba. Centre bounce, Brisbane Orbit sealing it now as the kick goes inside 50, but coming out Blakey for the Swans, just keeping that flame flickering. Kicks it to the edge of the centre square. Ball's dropped by Campbell, has time to regather, gets on his left, kicks to half-forward. Warner takes the mark, 60 metres out. Well, it's 21 the diff. Warner chips inside 50. He's got 2 against him, Papley and Ashcroft, and Leicester conspire against him to see the ball out of play, and Tommy Papley felt the brunt of that 2-on-1 against him. He's slow to pick himself up.
Not the best kick again. That's what's killing small forwards. You need good delivery.
It's almost killed Tom Papley there. Ryan Leicester flying over the top of it.
They just put the ball in the air too long there for Papley.
Thrown in, it's Aaron Francis versus McInerney. Roved there by Parker. Flying shot. What a beauty. What a piece of roving straight from the clearance from Luke Parker, included in the team this week. Back to a 15-point margin. The Lions 88, the Swans 73. 20 gone, final term. Game's still kind of on here, guys.
That is class. hitting it at pace, throwing it on the right slipper.
Game's on, all right. There's 8 minutes left.
Oh, it's
It's
plenty
less
of
than
time.
3 goals the diff.
Another goal or two from the Lions to snuff it out. But that said, they are coming. They'd be pretty happy with this. They've built some confidence. They've been good from the start. Poor second quarter. The Lions have kept them in it, though, with poor kicking in front of goal.
Luke Parker delivering when there's so many of his key senior troops missing tonight. No Heaney, no Mills, among others. No Buddy, of course. Was due to play, wasn't allocated to rest here. Hurt his knee at training. McInerney with the clearance from the centre bounce for Brisbane. Indiscriminate kick to right half forward. Hits the deck. Loman's there and tackled immediately by Warner. All in dispute. Bailey bursts away though for Brisbane. Hand pass to Neal, gives it back to Bailey. Goes for the banana from 40. Near side and a miss from Zach Bailey. 12 goals, 17.
Jeez.
16 the difference.
Since half-time, 5 goals 12 to 5 goals 1.
Wow.
Bad kicking is bad football.
Yeah, it is, certainly. Well, it doesn't get you much as far as scoreboard pressure goes, as Lockneil rows this one. Dribbling handball, and the nice chip kick comes from Fletcher and gets into the hands of Dev Robertson. Kyle Lohman it was, in fact. Nicely weighted kick. So Dev Robertson will get a chance to put this one to bed for the Brisbane Lions to some degree from 20 metres out, slight angle to the left.
You're right, though, Pricey. They do look similar, don't they, front on, if you've seen Lohman and you see Fletcher? You're going to get confused for a few weeks.
Anybody under the age of 21 looks the same to me through these
blonde hair,
ancient eyes. Okay.
Fair dinkum.
Dev Robertson, though, been under a bit of pressure, hasn't scored a goal this year, only his 5th game.
Has now.
And struck it nicely. Gives the Lions a little bit more breathing space. 22 points the margin now. 13-17-95, plays 11-7-73, 22 gone final term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
And look what happens when you kick a drop punt. It's amazing, isn't it? It goes straight. I just want to ask Gacka, what would have happened if you tried to do a banana like we saw Zach Bailey do from 40 metres out with Lee Matthews? Do you reckon he might have said something to you?
Well, between you and me, Zano, Lee knows I'm an experienced and one of the best kicks on the run. I would never even try a banana. I was the best finisher in the game for that reason. There's no need to hit a banana when you're running straight at the goals. You absolute foolishness from players trying to kick bananas. They're a woeful kick. They're hard to get right. But anyway, he wouldn't have said anything because I wouldn't have done it.
There's actually a greater margin for error in that around the corner kick than there is a drop punt.
Yeah. There is.
Centre bounce, it's Hickey with the tap. Rowbottom does the roving for Sydney. Whistle.
This is not netball.
Hold on. You can't keep saying that, Jace.
Well, that's not a free kick.
Well, you need to make other references other than that. Hand pass to Warner, kick into the attack, off the pack. It's rowed by Berry. Berry kicks it clear for Brisbane to right half back, and Lohman takes the mark. He'll play on with the kick down the line. Danaher's there. He marks. Milliken did his best. Flattened him, but Danaher's taken the grab.
Likes a drama. What do you want me to say? It was like NFL?
Just say it was soft.
Soft. It was soft.
Danaher with a kick from the wing to half forward. Blakey spoils Hipwood. Hickey's tackled by Rayner. Ball comes free. Sydney's ball. Blakey with a hand pass to Warner. From left half back, he kicks to the wing. Marked by Parker. He's doing his best to try and keep the Swans in this. Kicks towards half forward. It's wide. It pitches in front of Hayward, who gathers on the slide. Plays on with a hand pass to Goulden. He's a nice kick on the left. Goulden has kicked the goal. This elastic band will not break. There's still 5 minutes and 50 seconds left in the game, and the margin is 16 points. Is that Connor McKenna limping from the field?
Oh, that's not good. That's
13-17, 95 to 12-7, 79. Great finish from Goulden. Zane?
Yeah, he's in a lot of pain too, Connor. I think it's an ankle cue on his right side. I'm really disappointed, though, because you're such a great singer. I thought for sure you might have launched into a bit of, oh, Errol. Oh. How good was that?
That's a bad song. But yes, hey, I like that, Zane. That was nice creativity. Terrible singing. You'd be fantastic at karaoke after 10 beers, but fair dinkum. That is a great goal, though, from Errol.
Errol Gulden, you said he made his debut, against the Lions.
Yeah, round 1, 2021.
That was the last game he played here, Errol Gulden. This is the first time he's been back since.
Well, it's the last time the Swans were here.
Bingo, but I didn't have to... You just spoiled a good story, Hugh. They just kicked over the top. Don't spoil a good story with facts. It came off the hands of Lohmann, and it went inside forward 50 for Brisbane and dribbled through for a behind 96, place 79.
Well, it was supposed to be perhaps the last time that Lance Franklin played at this venue.
I was actually looking forward to the Q's. Possibly the last chance I've got to call.
But of course, that hasn't been called yet. Swans to half back. Blakey receives, kicks to the wing. 50-50 contest, kicked off the ground to the middle of the ground. Goulden's there again. I'd do anything to be like him. He kicks it to half forward. McInerney marks and kicks inside 50 to a leading target. It's Hayward who marks. 40 metres out, directly in front. Woo-hoo. There is heaps of time.
There is lots of time. Good movement.
Hayward kicks this. It's a 10-point ball game with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, they just kicked too many points. The Lions need to be straighter, and it's giving the ball back to them, and they've been too good at the moment, the Swans, with the ball in their hands.
Huge kick for momentum outside of the scoreboard. Straight in front, Hayward. 48 metres out. It's off the right side of the shoe. He's pushed it for a point. I think there were some tired legs there, and he just couldn't hit it as well as he'd liked. 15 the diff. Brisbane 13, 17.95. Sydney 12.880.
So it's now 64 inside 50s to 50 in favour of Brisbane as Darcy Wilmot saunters out of the goal square. Really long kick to the outer wing. Off the hands of Danaher. Front and square. Brisbane's got the numbers. Can't quite pick it up there, Dunkley. It's hacked out of there now by James Rowbottom for Sydney. Inside 50. Wilmot read it best but didn't take the mark at ground level. He goes back and attracts the ball towards the boundary line. Well done, second effort, and takes it over the boundary line. It's going to be a throw in, 45 out from the Sydney goal.
It's been good tonight, Wilmot.
Mate, he's an absolute jet since he came into that final side unexpectedly against Richmond. He's done some great things. He's got an intent that you just love from a young player, as well as some good skills. Josh Dunkley now with the clearance. Long kick towards outer wing. Rampy versus Hipwood. Good contest. We'll call it a draw as the ball dribbles over the boundary line for a throw in on the outer side.
Brisbane won't mind this. They want stoppage after stoppage, slow the clock down. And if they can't do this, they want to find a mark and, again, slow the clock down. Sydney want to put speed on the ball, and that's how they're scoring or getting shots on goal.
Jamie Stanton with you on Grandstand AFL. 16 the difference. Boundary throw in Amati to the front. Taps down, but Neil's first to meet it, can't pick it up, so Amati does. Whacks it on his right boot for Sydney. From the wing to attacking 50. 2-on-2 pack, no mark. Papley first to try and rove, slipped over, couldn't pick it up. Coleman does for Brisbane. Toe-poking kickers, kicked it back to Amati, though. Swans have got it as Amati walks on the wing. He torpedoes inside 50. And then Lester takes a one-handed mark. Using his left hand as the shield, and then he clutched the right hand to his chest with the Sherrin in possession. Great mark from Ryan Lester in the last line of defence for Brisbane. At 3.5 minutes to go. Lead is 16 points. Kick towards the wing, and McInerney takes the grab.
Good mark.
Just defensive side of the wing for Brisbane, Oscar McInerney. Time might be against the Swans as much as the scoreboard now. In 3 minutes to go, 16 points the lead to Brisbane.
McInerney, long kick down the line. Link McCarthy, the target, spoiled away from him. Picked up beautifully by Blakey on the run. Handball to Amati on the boundary. Off a step, he kicks it just beyond centre wing. Francis, the target, spoiled there by Harris Andrews. Front and square, Ashcroft. Beautiful hands, Wilmot. Now it's into Kadeem Coleman in the corridor. Rayner lowers the eyes. Cameron takes the mark. He's had a few attempts.
Finally.
40 out, directly in front, and that ignites the crowd. But slick ball movement straight up the middle from Brisbane.
Well, that was better. Great kick. Finally, a mark from Cameron, but the kick was better. Gave him a chance to jump. He got some separation. That's what we want to see. Charlie's been a bit lean tonight.
So Charlie Cameron, 40 metres out, more or less directly in front, looking to score his first for the evening. Comes in and pokes it left. Barely makes the distance there as it comes off the hands there of Danaher, yet another behind. So that's 13-19-97. Plays 12-8-80, 17 points the margin.
Been a couple of games this year he hasn't kicked a goal, and this looks like it's going to be one of them for Charlie Cameron. Long inbound from the Swans up the middle. Off the pack, Wilmot there again for Brisbane. Kick is smothered, picked up by Dunkley. He kicks it inside 50. Hipwood flies. One grab, can't claim the mark. McCarthy tries to help out, doesn't pick it up. Parker, though, for Sydney. Picks it up and bangs it out of immediate danger. A rolling ball to the middle of the ground. Who's first to meet it? Collision between Goulden and Lester. Both get up and go again. Lester had it. Hand pass indiscriminate. Goulden taps it to the advantage of Warner, who weaves around Wilmot. Plays on from 60. Kicks to the goal mouth. Tracking back, Starcevic is happy enough to ricochet it through for a point.
Smart.
Rush behind to Sydney.
Warner needs to be better there. He has to find the target.
Well, he's 1-on-1. He's a bit confused. Or it looked like he just went for goal in the end.
Brisbane by 16 points, and it looks like they're going to do enough, Pricey, to arrest this 2-game losing run.
Well, not
and
exactly convincing at home, I suppose.
But it'll be a win, and Sydney are now going to be 5-8 last year's grand finalists, and unlikely to make the finals from here unless they do something really good.
Starcevic went long down the outer side, just beyond right half back, was punched over the boundary line.
Sydney have got West Coast at home next week.
Oh, that'll be a percentage boost.
And then Geelong after that. Brisbane goes to Melbourne to play St Kilda at Docklands.
Oh, that'll be a tough game.
Before hosting Richmond back at the Gabba.
Throw in outer side, it comes off the hands of Amadi. Then he goes back, gets it, kicks it inside 50. Andrews spoiled by Francis, popped him across the mush as well. So Harris Andrews will, as he does, just saunters back. Hey, I've got the footy. Who's taking it off me? He's just very laconic, and why not when you've got that level of skill and confidence about what you do? He just lays the big slipper into it, kicks it towards the outer wing, spoiled away from Amati, and it goes over to beside the Lions bench, over the boundary line, and we will get another throw in. 16 points the margin, nearly 32 minutes gone to the final term here on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. It's been a fairly attritional game, but the Lions will get over the line.
Certainly
First ever Friday night fixture between Brisbane and Sydney. Boundary throw in. Danaher's half a chance at the stoppage. Stopped off it by Parker. Picked up by Goulden. Rushed, kicked a half forward. 2-on-2 contest, which Rayner gets to the foot off of Brisbane. Hand pass turned over. Picked up by Rowbottom of Sydney. His kick to the pocket is going to bounce out of play. And there's a matter of seconds left in this round 14 fixture. And Sydney, that charge to the grand final last year, only to be thumped in the final game of the season.
Oof.
And now they'll be flat out making September from here. Long road left in this season, but it's a long road back for them from 5-8, and the Brisbane Lions, who seem to be among the real contenders, are going to bounce back from a couple of defeats.
Dropping the ball there.
The Gabatoir, when they are at home, they are a different team. Or is it when they're on the road, they're a different team? Perhaps both. Free kick to Dunkley in the back pocket as the siren sounds. And Brisbane back on the winners list. And last year's runners-up might not even make the playoffs in 2023. The Swans are in a hole at 5-8, but the Lions have won their 9th game of the year.
We are the pride of Brisbane town, the all blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call.
Brisbane by 16 points. Lions 13-19-97 over Sydney's 12-9-81. The Swans led it by a couple of goals at quarter time. Brisbane by 5 points at half time. The Lions by 19 at three-quarter time and won it by 16 in the end. And 70... doing the maths here. What is it? 32 scoring shots to 21. And the margin was 16 points. 13-19. So they were 7-5 at half time and kicked 6 goals, 14.
To the Swans, 6 goals, 2.
6-14 to 6-2 in the second half. But it's good enough for Brisbane to win it. In front of goal, 2 goals for Joe Danaher, 2 goals for Jared Berry, 2 goals for Eric Hipwood, and 2 goals for Zach Bailey. Dev Robertson kicked a goal, so too did Cam Rayner, Connor McKenna, Oscar McInerney, and Jasper Fletcher in his first game kicked a goal as well. For Sydney, Errol Goulden kicked 2, Angus Sheldrick kicked a couple as well. Singles for Rowbottom, Hayward, Papley, Wicks, Campbell, Parker, McInerney and Marty. Their troops down, the Swans, and they are now in a big hole at 5 and 8, but the Lions bounce back now. They're 9 and 4. Sydney's got West Coast at home next week. Brisbane travels to Docklands to take on St Kilda. Stick around. We'll get some reaction from the rooms. We'd also love to hear from you on the text message. If you want to get in touch, 0437 774 774. That's 0467 774 0437. 0437 774 774. Please include your name and where you're texting from. Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton talk you through another night at the Gabba, another win for Brisbane. The Gabatoir, this fortress, is now 6-0 for the locals in season 2023.
Certainly is, and I think, Jamie, if you look at it, I mean, the second quarter, the Lions changed it up. They stopped kicking long. They were really a bit more efficient finding the shorts. The reality is, I think the scoreboard flooded Sydney, who were great early and had some good patches, but the Lions in accuracy, I mean, they should have won for 8 goals, 30 points, 30, 40 points easy. So, but I will say good players playing well, you know. I thought Zach Bailey tonight was terrific. I mean, kicking a couple of goals and playing the way he did. But Lockie Neal, 90%, like just running around 29 possessions. Like that's why he's a star, a superstar. And great to see Eric kicking goals. Joey finally got involved, and then, of course, and that's without their most dangerous forward, arguably, and Charlie Cameron, not kicking any.
Yeah, look, Brisbane tonight were, after about halfway through the second quarter, were the better team. They didn't do it convincingly, though, in terms of the way the game played out. Yeah, on the scoreboard, they had more scoring shots, but I don't believe it was from a lot of their own play. I think it was from a lot of Sydney's turnover, and they were just good enough to capitalise and take that advantage and get them shots on the board. If they'd kicked better, it's a different story, but it's not necessarily the prettiest game of football that Brisbane have played, and I don't think it was necessarily the great bounce back that they would have wanted post-Hawthorn game, but good teams win when they're not playing well, and that's what Brisbane just did.
Well, if you look at it, you pretty much, I think the stat is 65. If you get over 65 inside 50s, which the Lions get, you never get beaten. Now, they nearly did, but that said, you had to kick 19 points.
And it's been an extraordinary season for a number of storylines, but the fate of the two grand final teams is something that continues to be reinforced. I mean, Geelong's got its own battle to win its way back into the 8.
They're struggling.
Many expect the Cats will get there, but there's no guarantees. But I mean, do you reckon Sydney can get there now? They're 5 and 8.
They can't get there. They can't get there for a number of reasons. The opposition's worked them out, and the good players and the young players are not getting under the radar. They are getting found out and they've got injuries. So everything's working against them. You have seasons like that. They've lost a couple of close ones, got beaten up by some good teams, and they were terrific at times, and they lost games, and then they couldn't back it up. So they have been disappointed. They would be disappointed, but when you look back at the season, what's gone wrong, a lot of it's out of their control. What they did do on the ground, well, you know, they should expect that the opposition was going to look at them closer. They made the finals one, whatever it was, 12 out of 13 to get there. So they had a super year, but Aussie rules doesn't work that way. You don't just roll up the next year and it's all the same. You just keep winning. Look at Geelong. And it's going to be really tough. I mean, you can beat Port Adelaide, you can beat Melbourne, you can beat Brisbane. I mean, they're very hard teams to beat. They're going to be your top 3 or 4 teams. So it's just going to be a battle of wills for Sydney to try and get back into the competition.
And no, Heaney or Franklin tonight, but Cal Mills is still maybe a week or two away with his calf injury. Sam Reed's out for a season. He's had his injuries over the course, though. But the McCartan boys down back, that was such a rock of Sydney running to the grand final last year. And then the heir apparent up front, Logan McDonald, still a month or so away with an ankle injury. Out of troops a bit.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think it's horrible for Sydney to go a year of hardship. It'll probably showcase to some of those younger boys that just sort of rolled up and thought it would happen that, hey, AFL's pretty hard and you've got to continue to work. You've got to continue to be working on your weaknesses. Otherwise, you do get found out. So I don't think it's going to be the worst thing for the Sydney team. I think it'll make them a better side in the future. But right now, that doesn't make any of their supporters feel any better. But 1 year of pain to have another 10 years of, great Sydney teams, is it, do you trade that off? I don't know.
And there is the almost sacrilegious question of if a team can't make the finals, why is an ageing, retiring forward getting a game at the back end of the season?
Are you talking about Franklin?
Yeah, I am talking about Franklin.
Yeah, he's... And
the conversation has been around Jack Revolt as well, and he had that really good game against the Giants. I mean, it's not that simple, but I'm only bringing up questions that other footy fans would be talking about.
Well, he would have thought after last year playing the grand final, hey, we're on a good thing here. The boys are up and about. I'll be right. I'll go play. But it doesn't always work out that way. And he has... I don't mind if he's playing well, but he's really struggled. He's struggled to get one-on-ones. He's struggled to get goals. The forward entries haven't been great. He hasn't been in the best team like it was last year. But,
he's probably a little bit ahead of the radar there, and I'm not trying to be...
Well, I would say if you...
they're 5-8. They're not out of it, but...
You've got to give him the send-off he wants. Play as many games you like, Lance. You're not going to play finals. Go around and say thanks to all the crowds who love you, who go and watch in Sydney. And
I reckon there's a bit of Steve Waugh's farewell tour about it, Q, and I think you've earned that.
Absolutely.
Number 4 on the all-time gold kicking list.
Absolutely. He deserves everything he gets. So, we don't want him not playing. We want him to say thanks, and we want the crowds to go and watch him one last time.
Yeah, but it presents yet another challenge like all coaches have. If there is a season which doesn't have the goal of getting to finals, which is getting further out of reach for Sydney, how do you ensure that you use the back end of the year to try and get yourselves better for the next assignment? The Lions have finally left the Gabba. Let's get down to Zane Bojack in the rooms. Final score, 16 points the margin. Brisbane 13, 1997 to Sydney 12, 981.
I just saw,
we both saw the same thing.
I just saw CEO Greg Swan, and as he walked past, Chris Fagan's walked past, he's giving him the old good work, just whack on the shoulder. And I don't know what he said, but if that's not a swear word, Chris Fagan just shaking his head. He was not happy.
Zano didn't see it, but he's in there now.
Oh, no, there he is. You can see Zano in the corner.
There's Zano.
There he is. You're on TV.
He's hiding behind him.
It's a bit slow on the uptake, doesn't it? Oh.
So I don't know whether he picked that all up because I was having a few problems with the gear down here. But look,
we didn't, Zane. So tell us what happened.
Yeah, so Jasper Fletcher got absolutely covered in sports drink. Cam Rayner and Jasper made their way in first because it was of course Cam Rayner's 100th game, and Jasper, what a great goal on debut. Lockie Neal, he's just down here, and he's about to come over and have a chat to us. And I'm also being told that Lockie Wiggle's going to come down and join us very shortly as well. Oh, Lockie's actually come over here, so I might even chuck the cans on. Do you want to chuck those on, Skip? And he's just putting them on. Lockie, after what happened last week, where you consider the last 4 goals to the Hawks, and then early on things weren't looking so good here at the Gabba. Just start questioning what's going on at the site.
No, not really. We knew that they were going to come out hot. They've been under the pump a little bit like us, so we knew it was going to be a pretty high-pressured game, and the AFL won in pressure this year, so we sort of knew that. We were a little bit off early, but I thought our intent was good. We just had to get our balance around the contest a bit better, and we did that in the end. So, credit to the boys for working their way through it and getting the job done. It was a fantastic effort in the end.
You guys just covered your debutant in sports drink, but he covered himself in glory, didn't he? Not only with a great goal, but he made some telling contributions tonight there, Jasper.
Yeah, he's going to be a jet. He's a freak, absolute beast runner. Puts his body on the line, and he's been doing it since he's been playing in the VFL. Because he missed the first few games, I think, and then he's put together a really strong month. And we knew we were going to get that from him tonight. And it's a credit to him and the work that he's put in over the years to get himself ready for the big stage.
How important was it to get this win, given that you lost to Adelaide, then you had the bye, and then of course you go down last week at that hoodoo venue, the MCG. You probably don't think it is after winning last year in the finals, but how important was it to get a win tonight?
No, it was really important for our footy club. I was saying to my old man and my mum during the week, it feels like we haven't won in a month, and my dad said, yeah, because it has been a month. It was really important for us, it gets our season sort of back on track, and we can hit St Kilda, I think it is, next week with a bit of confidence, and look forward to the next run of games. But yeah, St Kilda is going to be a massive test once again back in Melbourne, so we look forward to getting there.
All right, let's go up to the panel. We've got Quentin Hull, we've got Michael Price, we've got Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis.
G'day, Lockie. Jason Ackermanis here, mate.
Okay.
Another really great quality game, as we expect. Besides the shocking amount of points, everything else bar, I think Charlie must be either got the flu or something, because it's probably the only time I've seen him not score at home. The forward line had a lot more options all of a sudden, as well as Sydney, but you guys look like you found some more goal kickers. I've been saying all year, if Cam Rayner, Zach Bailey and yourself or any of the midfielders, including Darcy Ford, can kick goals, it's a good sign.
Yeah, it is. Well, I don't think I'm a great option at the moment. I got sent during the week my goal kicking accuracy. I'm going at 9% this year, so I need to just start passing them off a bit more, I think, and not have any more shots. But the boys, we were a little bit inaccurate again tonight. I feel like we probably could have put a little bit more score on the board with our entries. I think we ended up with 60 odd. Someone just told me, so would have been nice to kick a few more. But yeah, we've got a great spread of options, and at the start of the year Joe was kicking bags, and now I feel like guys are bobbing up every week. I think Eric kicked a few tonight. He definitely had a few shots. He's finding some form now, and the spread's great, and we know how dangerous our smalls can be. I thought Zach Bailey was a real threat in front of goal tonight as well.
Lockie, Jamie Stanton here. Firstly, great game. Your disposal efficiency was absolutely elite, but what did Chris Fagan say to you guys at quarter time? It seems like after then you sort of slightly changed positioning in the midfield and started getting on top of the Swans midfielders in terms of that transition. So was there anything deliberately said or changed?
Yeah, no, it's a good pickup. We felt like in the first quarter, probably because we felt under the pump a little bit from the last couple of weeks, that as mids we were getting too far through the contest and all getting inside, and they were beating us on the outside on that spill ball. It's very hard to take first possession on the fly, and we just felt like we were all inside and trying to hunt a little bit too much, so we wanted to get a bit more balance, and I thought we got that right for the next three quarters. We had one playing inside and then two other inside mids giving us a bit more balance on the outside, sitting back shoulder and forcing a bit more scrap rather than giving them that positioning. And if it did spill out in the first quarter, they were out, and we were able to sort of nullify that the next three quarters and get some outside ball ourselves.
Well, Lockie, tell me, having Darcy Ford come in, was that the spread? Because the Swans are a little bit light on in size. Like they've clearly, I thought it was a tactic. Darcy played great, but the first change of ruck, Joey went in, so I was a bit confused. And all I could think about was it was Eric and Joe and Darcy trying to stretch out and trying to get away from each other because they work well together. Was that the whole point of those three being in there?
Yeah, we actually probably felt that they flew together a little bit too much, and sometimes it was smalls flying with the talls, so we'll go to work a little bit on that this week, just getting that cohesion right. But yeah, we know that they're a little bit undersized at the moment. They've got a couple of key backs out, so we want to bring in a little bit more height. But also he's been in great form in the reserves, and he just basically replaced Jack Gunston. We know that they're different sort of players, but we rewarded him for his efforts that he's been putting in the twos, and we know what he brings when he comes into our side in the ones, and he's a competitor, and he did a great job.
G'day, Lockie. It's Quentin here. I'm just asking you about whether you and Harris, as co-captains, had any buy-in or conversation around this intrigue of Dan Rich and Jack Gunston ostensibly standing themselves down. Was the leadership group consulted?
Yeah, we were. We found out on the Monday as well. We had a leadership meeting in the afternoon, and those two boys, I think they'd probably discussed it between themselves. As in Richie and Jack had spoken, I think, before they went and saw Fags, and it's a really selfless move by those two to come up with that with Fags and decide that a block of training, getting their body right, and a bit of a reset for them was the way to go. And
so, how did that work? Did they approach you, or was it a discussion, or they just told you?
No, Fags just mentioned in the leadership meeting that that was their decision, and Richie actually came to me before the meeting, so sort of mid-Monday morning, and spoke to me one-on-one, so I knew beforehand about him, and then, Fags just mentioned it to us in the leadership group, but it's probably been made a bigger deal than what it is internally. We've moved on pretty quick, and we'll support those guys, and I feel like the outside world's talking about it a lot more than what we are.
Yeah, outside world also continues to talk about whether or not tackling techniques are being changed to training by the week. You've got Jared Berry on report tonight for a sling tackle. I know you've been at the crux of it throughout this season. How's the confidence among the playing group about the way that that's interpreted and the way you've got to go about your work?
Yeah, we haven't spoken about it too much, and I think for us as players, we know that you've got to try and protect the head where you can. It's almost impossible to do it 100 times out of 100 because of the speed that the game's at, and players are moving at such speeds that it's hard to control their body all the time when you're tackling. I think when you pin an arm, for me, I find if I've got an arm pin, I don't tackle that much, by the way, but when you've got an arm pin, you've got to try and let go or something before you hit the ground, just to try and let them brace, something like that. But in the moment, it is extremely hard, and I think you'll find players will eventually get the hang of it, but it might take a little while. And I understand what the AFL is trying to do, and it's disappointing to see guys reported so often, but I think players will learn to adjust pretty quickly from now on.
Lockie, just on that, do you think potentially there are players out there using it as an advantage to win a free kick the other way, in terms of potentially positioning their body so that the tackle does push their head closer towards the ground at some stage?
Once again, it happens so quick. It's so hard to do. I know in my own sort of experiences with those tackles, there are times where you know that you can't get the ball out, and you might go a little bit limp and not try and fight the tackle because you can tell that you're locked up and you're not going to be able to get the ball out or be able to fight through it. So you sort of go a little bit limp, I suppose, and if they follow through with that tackle, they're the ones that look bad, I think, and they actually aren't as bad as what they look, if that makes sense. But I don't know if people are trying to put their head into the ground on purpose. If they are, they're thinking very, very quickly out there. And
just a light one to finish with, how many dads are in the rooms tonight? Because you had a new dad to join the crew tonight. Is Chopper's in there? We spoke to Andrew Dunkley before the game. Are they all in there?
Biggie Fletcher.
I'm not sure if Andrew's here, but he could be. I think Adrian Fletcher's here. He did a great speech about his young fella Jasper pre-game, which was unreal. I'm not sure if the cameras caught that. I feel like there might have been a couple in here, but that was great scenes. And I'm not sure if Will Ashcroft's dad is in here either, Marcus. I'm not sure, but yeah, we've got a few sons of at the moment, and it's great to see. And Jasper, I thought, was fantastic in his debut. He's going to be a serious player.
Always appreciate your time. Well done, Lockie. Thanks for joining us on Grandstand AFL.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Superstar.
It doesn't shirk the question. Always speak sense. Interested that the leadership group had the buy-in with the Dan Rich Jack Gunston thing.
Yeah, but like you said, it would have. I could just see how it rolled. It was like, nah, we're not playing that well. We want to do a block of training. And the leadership group would have gone, yeah, that's a good idea. You guys are stinking it up. No worries. Just get back. We know you can be better. That's what it would have been like. And then bang, gone. Tuesday, right? Who's in this week? It's what we're trying to do. We've got the Swans. It would have been so much simpler than what we made it.
But if it went that way, elephant in the room too, because leadership group then doesn't have to sit there and go, oh, Chris, how do we tell these blokes that they're not playing well? So if it did go that way, good on them, because they made a really easy decision. Easier.
Yeah, definitely. But Chris, I'd like to see, you know what I want to see? The cameras in the room. I want to see Fags, what he'd say to the group after stink. If he doesn't swear and say, "Come on, fellas, just kick
His
straight."
faces look like, he looked like the angry uncle as he walked past Greg Swan, and Swanee's obviously, oh, we're lucky to get through that one. That's the verbal version of what I saw.
16 points is the final margin. Brisbane 13-19, 97 to Sydney's 12-9, 81. We need the votes from Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton, which we'll get to in a moment. And just a reminder, if you're listening to us on one of the regional frequencies, we will take you to the Ashes in just a moment. The second session of day one is underway. England winning the toss and batting 3 for 138. If you're listening on a metropolitan analogue radio, you can go to Grandstand Digital, ABC Sport Digital, if you've got a digital radio. Wherever you are, the ABC Listen app and the red ball cricket button is the place to get it. But it's, as expected, Bazball's up and rolling at Birmingham. The scoring rate is 4.6 and over. Crawley out for 61, Duckett 12, Pope 31, Root not out 23, Brook not out 10. 30 overs played. And you sort of got to do that these days with England in Test cricket. You give the overs like it's a white ball game. 3 for 138. And as mentioned, various ways you can pick up the coverage depending on where you're listening to us and what you're listening to us on. But wherever you are with the ABC Listen app, the ABC cricket button, the red cricket ball there to bring you that coverage. In the NRL tonight, North Queensland with a golden try beat Penrith 27 to 23. And we've got to get the 3, 2 and 1 from Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis, the ABC Grandstand Footballer of the Year votes from this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do the 3 and the 1 if you want. Oh, no, in third spot and 1 vote, I'd have to go Oscar McInerney. 48 hit outs, 18 touches, 11 to advantage. I just thought, and some of his marks late were important. You could throw a blanket over that spot, but I just think, with your ruck roll and everything that happened with Darcy Ford and Joey, I thought he was fantastic tonight.
2 votes. We went to Zach Bailey, absolute fire starter for the Brisbane Lions tonight. Best game of the season, and if only he could be that consistent each week.
2 goals, 3.
He would be an absolute amazing player, all-Australian calibre. He'd be that Dustin Martin style player, for Brisbane, but unfortunately he's just not as consistent as he'd love to be, but fantastic game tonight.
And 3 votes. I mean, Lachie Neale, the reason he gets 3 votes is not just that he was the quality of his possessions.
29 disposals, 90% efficiency, 16 contested possessions, 10 clearances, 7 tackles.
That is some game, except for Will Ashcroft, who was awesome, contested possessions. The ability, and you see the difference, you got Will is at 61% with a lot of those contested possessions. That's the difference between what he will be and what is a star, because that is a 40% difference in efficiency around the ball. That's why Lockie got the 3 votes.
He's the only midfielder near those numbers efficiency-wise in what was a pretty scrappy game for quite a portion there of it. Theme in the background means that we've got 60 seconds to tell you there's cricket coming for some of you. If you want to find it, Listen app and the ABC red cricket ball button. That's where I'll be going.
Feet up.
You reckon we're done for tonight? No, we've got the cricket to come. England 3 for 139 in their first innings. Sun shining in Birmingham. The night is but young.
That is rare too, Birmingham.
Oh, yeah.
Stinking joint.
Couple of games to come your way tomorrow, starting at the showground. There's no early afternoon start. The first game's the twilight game between Greater Western Sydney and Fremantle. That rolls into Richmond and St Kilda as ever. We will be there for you on Grandstand AFL with Matt Clinch in the lead tomorrow from noon, and then Corbin and Ben throughout the afternoon before we get to the footy. Lions back on the winners list. Swans are going to struggle to make the 8 after making the granny last year. Hope you enjoyed Friday Night Footy at the Gabba.